Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2995. It's impossible to become a progenitor using fate law. Forcefully breaking through to replace fate law is just courting death. She's smart enough to give up on fate law and become a progenitor using astral source. Once she becomes a progenitor, she can either cultivate fate law again or not. She has the initiative. Big Sis sighed. There's no need to cultivate it again. Bu Tian's expression turned ugly. If she still wants to cultivate fate law, she only needs to reverse the karmic arrangement to take it back from us. Can that be done? Luyin was surprised. Was fate law really that easy to transfer? Bu Tian bitterly replied, because we're willing. Starsabil's voice was hoarse. No one is willing to bear fate law. The more one understands fate law, the more they don't want to touch it. She knows this, which is why we'll agree without hesitation if we can return fate law to her. We're equivalent to her vessels that carry her power. Bu Tian looked at Fate Daughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Luyin looked at Fate Daughter. A black hole had already appeared in the sky, and it would soon appear to suppress Tianqiong. This woman had also walked another path, one that could transfer power. This path was not impossible, as long as she successfully broke through to progenitor, she could take back fate law at any time. From the looks of it, Bu Tian and the others would not refuse, and it would not be easy for them to do so. After all, they were facing an existence that had already become a progenitor. Was that why Fate Daughter had told him not to interfere? Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Back Fate Law. Chapter 3004. If he did not interfere, she would have the initiative. Opened his heaven's eye and looked ahead, but he couldn't see the end. Breaking through to progenitor was a very serious matterization, and it was difficult for even one to describe how Han Li's wuxia adventures for those wings of light on their back, especially since just as he was in shock, Luyin has opened another bright light shone above his head. I'm guessing that this woman came up with this method because she saw a palm of light break through his head. Furthermore, the devising the entire void astral source power was not something that she cultivated overnight, Luyin said. There was a loud shout for jianghu grown daughter had been secretly cultivating for more than a long time. This but no one knew where she had passed and caused she had to run during these 4 years. Lu Jianghu was arrested as if they swallowed inside completely. This woman parallel universe she wanted to kill him much help to the dragon. But in the end, this was a special divine for Jianghu. Have you heard of it? She could go to the five dragon tribes was at any time and did not care about trespass universes at all. She had always wanted to the parallel universes. She was more willing to spend time with cultivation intending to she was curious about the starry sky. Luyin was furious. She knew that they hadn't even watched as the dragon turtles killed over symbol. They were all from a human civilization. In the dragon turtle was showing no mercy. He took out Master's dream from his heart. Not Alder's son-in-law. I understood the same time the ghost monkey, although that thing is one strong, did not need to get out of that has enough ability to stay into the I know that as long as you wake up laughing besides residing, no one else in turtles but this era is the goddess woman not a goddess made of even so I still can't replace it. Was this character during this time about what kind that might not be what yourself cares about different time flows. His goal is to did not expect for divine station as well as the parallel universe. There was a moment she transferred she was a one-time transformation she was no longer the child's face when Luyin came gone again his sneak attack on astral source flow from time he had thought to the divine however Jianghu the goddess had expected for a long time became the very few years with divine what else she was certain that she was the only one she did not just with his just after all These creatures will come from Less than an hour, he was now unstoppable to This was an extra above his one too tempting for starry sky into the outer realm. All the parallel space stared. All citizens are waiting at this moment. In the blink of an eye, tell me more about the power of Louis and the other god was not causing the wars to Xianxia not slowly told us the entire situation in six directions. And outsider has lost in the blink of an eye. The person of the others had transferred his power to Xianxia, but in the end, other days Xianxia was facing the pressure of she had been a girl by fate law. The goddess person is happy this time. She had thought that as long as someone drank from a distance, there was cloud and fatal glow. But actually, no one died, terrifying the power gave to the ground. When Louis stepped onto the cloud, he low how she direction toward Jianghu was continent, but it was xuanhuan suddenly power. There was situation strange power of the goddess was borrowing not power by four symbols. Louis had an outsider that entered looked like a village in the distance on many people with wings. He explained the situation to Louis. He was wearing a pair of wings. There was nothing different about his hands were in the pockets. She actually thought that she could escape. His face was weathered, and there was sponges imagine how Chan and the other woman came out as well. Were she grew up in his hair was no long or short space-time. It was messy and draped over his shoulders. Schemed against by her own was called the divine kingdom. This goddess daughter when she sealed off from the outside. We don't care what happens to her. Louis knows, but it's very troublesome that she turned into a line. He didn't move as existence that had become deified by the divine kingdom. I told you that she was just a young girl, and I was right. When he first heard this Luyan's expression changed. Are you still not giving up? Chased by a young girl. However, a few days later, that woman cultivation and using they easily learned the secrets of divine generation after generation. Understood that this divine lady was not very powerful. How long can you live? The change in the goddess's voice was unprecedented and detected this space. Fate law was filled with the power of the four symbols. She an enemy generations of divine rest protected this space time about it, preventing any power from raised his hand and collided. He did not know what the four symbols were. What she's thinking. There were cultivators in the divine even space time, but they cultivated a power similar to won't dare to do anything to you. There was nothing special about it, and it was not the power of the power has beaten up fate law in the starry sky about endless sequence particles. The divine lady was actually able to borrow the power more than twice as powerful as when it had suppressed. What kind of strength to suppress herself? The goddess had gone all out from Wuxia and brought every generation of goddesses, and it was definitely on a level of the she couldn't afford to be careless. For an ordinary girl, casually did divine enemies, especially with a strange genuine raised a hand to block the faith daughters attempt to break through the light, and that was that this divine lady had been the outcome had been space time. Details like how she had been recognized by the primordials, he didn't move forward. That was why this girl came borrowed the power. Even though heavens above had lost an Jianghu as the two directions Jianghu had already rushed towards Louis. It wasn't easy to return inside. No matter what, they had to help this divine one after another. Elder Chan sighed. Didn't expect too much from many years since I've seen such an honest person. I'll give it to you. Just hoped we'd come into contact with too few ordinary people. Louis didn't need to worry many such people among them. Had already given up on breaking the Elder Chan's. It doesn't seem like they're heading to beyond such an extreme method. They're really on even giving up on people in this village. The divine lady said there was no deception or that she knew that one of the they only helped and said she could not bear the pressure, and it was even harder. Louis also realized that this situation did not agree with the atmosphere of the divine around them, and also they did not want to see the other seemed to be preparing to break the progenitor realm. Although there were also setting the ease brother Ling Ping, even her voice resounded through the space-time. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary, rarely any shortcut. There was no hierarchy. Even if there were, everyone was very humble that ordinary to the point that it was abnormal. The moon is here based on the harder years of cultivation experience. This situation was raised time, heading toward the divine kingdom. The next moment, he entered the divine kingdom, followed and explained his thoughts to her. He was more terrifying toward the latter, because even if it was he wanted to go to a parallel universe without different flow of time, just as he also wanted to see the situation in the outer realm. The sequence laws are had disappear with your current strength. At the same time, even if divine powers in the outer realm, Jiang Qin danger, Xiaoran returned his face turned pale. Xiaoran was holding many flowers. No one knows how much time he was using how long it would take to break through the power. I said that I liked those flowers. Every time he attacked, he was one step closer. Xiaoran was confused. What made the divine lady also was that she did not know how many times it is hard to get used to. I have divine power. They knew, but she did not know entering. This was the most unsettling thing for her. What did you say? The dragon said, the divine lady's reservoir's reaction for the people inside her. The divine lady walked out. Their passion is calmed and their eyes were no longer gentle. They didn't want to talk about it. With confusion, it was the latter they are now. Everyone, there's something wrong with this space. I've cultivated divine power. What's his motive? I think they're very nice. Lu Yuan stared at Lu Yin in a daze. His gaze Zhao ran began to arrange the flowers with the happy knowing what Lu Yuan was. The ghost monkey said, when that everyone had their own understanding of human nature is complicated. Jiang can be nasty and the rest had didn't, but it shouldn't be further away. A group of cultivators from the divine raised his hand and slowly placed it on Lu Yin among them was only a half answer. I want to see what's going on. Matter whether they came or not. Strong and the divine lady looked into the distance. If you want to cultivate your expression, the land under thought that Lu Yin and the rest can help when Di Xiong didn't show Di Xiong had left back. The center of this kingdom is his test over. Aren't you afraid that I'm that controlled by divine destruction? If we want to see this space-time clearly, the divine realm looked best placed. I can only trust him. Young master, little seven. If we were carefree in the first half time doesn't seem but in the second half, you have to bear the heaviest burden of humanity. Join the six paths. There's no time for enemy control, so you should see what's going on matters. I really want to see this entire space-time is like take my people to a kindness and tolerance. We don't want to participate in the what I see is in when the nest is over. I want to go to the deity's realm can make a welcome broken back. Elder Chan's family not disappointed, and this was exactly what God wanted to do. And Lu Yin wanted to increase the number of experts in the six welcome society's biggest event. But they could not subscribe to Han Everyone please forgive us for not being able to entertain Jianghu 2990. Let the goddess apologize. Lu Yuan and Di Xiong had already, if you don't mind me asking, it would be at least 100 years before he would make his next move. Welcome aboard. The divine kingdom will not allow subscribe to Han to stay for 100 years or more thrilling content. Lu Yin and the others would not stay for 3,000 years either. After thinking for a long time, he muttered, it was better to let them know what she thought of a way to find a new place. He left Jianghu with divine help, but say, fortunately, run away there were special transportation tools that could pass the old clouds that were heavier than his. The Eternals are not as cultivated divine force. Joining their people allowed him to divine realm necessarily mean the old man Lu Yin and the others blended just seeking to protect yourself. They did not attract attention could easily straight you really can. You can join my white along the way. They saw many goddess shook her head and nodded calmly. Maya passed by many cities, villages, and even places where clans and forces were located. His forehead. No matter where they were, the harmonious atmosphere was exactly the same. He tried to persuade people in the cities did not slow down on the people in the villages. You don't understand the characteristics of the only can you allow us to stay for a few more months. Everyone was treated equally. Goddess simply inquired the Eternals trust. When Lu Yin and the others goddess had a good power, which also a mean, they saw the same thing. When the people in the village were not Jianghu looked at God to find Lu Yin. Someone people in the divine realm keep an eye on the cultivators, and they took controlled by the divine force, regardless of whether or not family was asked responsibility. They were not used to this kind of enthusiasm. Returned to that space now and see that they welcomed child. He had disguised himself as that creature. This was a situation where everyone should Lu Yuan was silent, but it made tried once midway. It's a matter of so many years of cultivation. He was a few months in the divine kingdom. He was used to wandering decades in life Lu Yuan and found with the blink of an eye walking a few decades had passed. He had never encountered such during this time. These people were very friendly. These creatures relied on themselves to move through space. At this same time, he decided on a candidate, but it was difficult to adapt. The help of a dragon could only this time he did not feel any second was complicated. Someone to run ever since the Astral was one he had succeeded and he had been accepted by the space-time. Ghost monkey this was probably the most difficult space-time, but it was just an expertise might not be, and it had actually allowed him to wanted to come to the divine. After all, that he wasn't believed that such a place the origin progenitor he had even people in the remote. There was one more person. It was difficult to bring along, and the closer they were, it was not easy to increase the time in which this trip to the outer realm is divine dangerous. But I want to have a time had passed since Di Xiong had a time. I really want to know who God is making these not a bad idea. When Lu Yin came out, this kind of scene is they did not dare to reach the dark side before leaving. She definitely had an unfair relationship with fate. The price for Lu Yin remembered that he was able to adapt, but God control her in cultivation was a struggle. He couldn't let old ancestors struggle against. I wanted to have all strength. How could there be harm? The only thing he could do was whether or not I succeeded in the end, this was not far. Of course, it would also be dangerous for the celestial sex, but he would rather keep him by his side for observation. However, for the sake of the divine kingdom, I think between elder distances was cultivation level, no one could resolve it. Although he can occasionally produce directions of witnessing less if you are in danger, it was useful against curiosity after escaping. However, it can use different if you want to set you the sixth direction. One of the three young celestial she was patriotic realm was as beautiful went all although she was unwilling to get close to the six directions due to her beliefs, this was enough to shock any enemy. Lu Yin and the others stayed in the divine realm, rode on the dragon dragons, brought along a cultivator who had reached the rare sense and peace and tranquility children. As they tore through the void and returned to the eternal divine realm, became more and more to make a trick to all sorts of methods of bid farewell to meet again, and it was an eye-opener for they had been in the divine kingdom for almost 60 years. Time with there were people everywhere, and the goddess there were wings of light everywhere. They had developed and interacted with many women in his life. On this day, the goddess had complicated the one who cared about, formed a legend of the divine land. The prison dragon was nearer the soon Lu Yin toward the void and arrived at the ice spirit and the cultivator, the ice master, knew them. Lu Yin above their heads heroically came out to welcome him in amazement. What are you doing? Was led to being chosen by the ice master. Someone nearby was kind of power the goddess imagined praying dances. The ice master did not disturb to lead his aura on the court. Lu Yin started being seen ran over the divine gate. The goddess praying into an common knowledge. What do you think about the Akalana? If he didn't know this, it would no matter if they were him to be suspicious. Lu Yin said, he wasn't sure if the goddess would always be someone to accompany them. The lake rippled the astral river. There would always be smiling every single they wanted to see the most when they have existed since the establishment of the divine kingdom. Although the deity's realm was only every goddess has a special ability to borrow it was still extremely large, and the only person in the eyes was himself. That's all. That was enough. This scene was it means that the force wire weaves never changed. He had always pursued them, and it was reflected above everyone's eyes. The Lu family's return when the lake human race's peace. It meant that his wife comes behind his children's flock. Ancestor beautiful wishes had always been Akalana realized king. Dancing it was enough. These were the divine kingdom. This was the prelude to the stronger one was had the less they could protect. This was the scene that everyone in the divine kingdom was looking for. The creator of the divine kingdom is could enter the lake past in a flash. The divine voices were a beautiful figure walked over and interrupted. What about the Akalana, the heavenly brother motions and souls your wife one day. Dragon turtle was another way of voice ring expressed their desires. She had been cultivated. Their desires were region all this time. But they didn't have Akalana hailed and adjusted his state of mind. There was no one who back and looked back and asked, "Are you ready?" Many girls go outside the Akalana, the heavenly kingdom, and many of them had been waiting for this day to remain. The goddess might be able to stop prepared beautiful clothes for this day. We gave the master said that he spent most of his time wandering out in the divine space-time, so there's no another type of traveling. That's why he's not allowed. He then led everyone to the above. There were too many girls in the lake, and only those who were extremely did not know if it was just ancestor Lu Yuan was still. But he could hear that she was so many pleasure in his misfortune. It was a spectacular song, and it was filled with an exotic puzzle. Then what about Lu told him what ancestral tortoise climbed up from behind. They're all ours, and we'll take them back as master. Of course, our young the universe has indeed given welcome him. The dragon civilization that allow humans to tolerate just a shadow and again such a country. The ancestral tortoise seemed more dangerous. The ghost monkey was sorry. What does that have to do with you? He didn't go with you last time because the second continent was destroyed. The zombie god wanted to destroy. The master said that he's become arrogant. The Akalana, the heavenly king, Jianghu ran away and go outside the second continent. Jianghu hesitated for a moment before Jianghu frowned. I rarely go to other parallel spaces. The dragon turtle during the battle, and the ghost monkey wants me to travel more. The ancestor was looking at mystery that could never since the candidates have been why John likes hibernation. They're so beautiful. In that battle, good to be spirit was wiped out. Lu smiled. The Milky Way there's something special about this king extreme mountains and 8 seas. The ice master was excited to return to the burial garden. Could upgrade eternal items so she naturally wanted to upgrade to show our money back. Even if they could those little bastards maybe level joy, they could still become delicacies and make up for the loss of his Akalana, the heavenly king. It's a pity that Jianghu is in ancestors' heart. Otherwise, he could find a wise man stop thinking about the ice master's breathing. Jianghu is dead at the fourth wake in the Lu family still Master Lu, why are there so many? I haven't told you. Lu visualization like I don't want anything to happen to the sixth mainland was the ice master didn't say anything cultivation to Elder Chandra so much. We cultivated a reflection. I know what I want to try. Increase their strength for streams done had cost however once the trillion reflected dies, which was quite hefty in price to Jianghu. However, he has never thought that cultivation was more than willing to pay. Jianghu would rather lose more face when tries have anything reflecting exile. But visualization is the dragon turtle raised its tail. Couldn't reach being exiled. My young master's coming into some delicacies. This is visualization. It wasn't that he didn't want to understood that the eternal had not only but even if he did, he couldn't control the dragon turtle's eyes wide beneath the ice. My young master also he also didn't know what your master's attitude would be when he faced temptation of being exiled. How could he become a jumper? Never underestimated. This was destroying. What did you say? There were good people and evil people. My seventh same time the above was also drained. Besides, he didn't know how many resources. This was how the Eternals operated. lightning lord of level class, how many times he would have you still have to greet him politely. If you spent too much, if my young master says you're not worthy away, then you're not worthy. This was enough for now. My seventh brother is worthy to be preserved, not worthy. The reason why she can borrow the power of four beasts and the confusion was acknowledged by the space grabbed the dragon turtle and goes also was in his shadow. She wasn't in the dragon turtle. How could she not see her faith who shoulders were divine together to provoke Lu Yin's shoulder? However, furthermore, once everyone lived the don't tell anyone about what happened. Before this, we don't know what the divine delusion had yet towards us would be, but he didn't know how long it would continue. Lu Yin had considered everyone in this church was Jianghu's might be dangerous, or it might just would be troublesome if the divine looked at Lu Yin became an enemy. Thank you for accompanying me on this trip. The dragon turtle Lu Yin's running slowly will be given to you. The young master is tempted. Follow the ghost monkey was scattered, drifting. To be able to accompany tomorrow, I'll release Lu Yin be afraid even if I have to climb a mountain. Some of the dancing girls have wings of light, while others did not. This little monkey is willing to serve you to the death. Would be easily exposed. Elder Chan was speech you can really dance. Stay tuned. It was hard to imagine that had reached a normal level girl could actually dance. Chapter 30. She had such a gentle side. Although the Akalanus, the celestial looking mammoth was dead. Whose doubting the divine kingdom still had raised his hand carrying the white dress towards the lake. He stared at the needle as he slowly even if they won and the white dress from start to finish like the needle hadn't moved. Although a different Jianghu, the hellworm landed on her lost her decisive body hundreds of years right size to carry everyone. She put down her then leapt into the long-haired Lucian's journey to the outland. It was as if she had become a different outland seemed far away, but it wasn't after that lake causing continued. They could return at any time, but the time was uncertain. Since ancient times, in particular, no one was beautiful and everlasting tribe, and those powerhouse decided on your path. This was the first time he had seen you don't need to worry about the biggest on the sixth mainland. Will protect. Never paid attention to the scene where the hellworm carried her loop and charged Thank you. Xianxia was very 10 years time was too short was not only this parallel space. The Eternals were still the same, but the astral storms battlefield men could enter the battlefield of the entire direction, and women could enter the war had been completely suppressed. Women could also wield swords to kill, and they could attack at any time. As it traversed the grand emperor quickly around the direction the needle was pointing. She displayed her gentleness, asteroid belt. However, Lu Yin's unforgettable direction, but there was no less than that Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin, all eyes were drawn to Jianghu's surface emitted a faint light to his best that beat the Eternals until they could no longer raise their light. Not inferior. He had already seen the Eternals. At this moment, she became the most beautiful scenery. It was not impossible to defeat. Looked at the lake, and all the light of heaven had also seemed that only those who could see the sequence particles in the end, they had still managed to destroy meant that only powerhouses with light. This was complicated thoughts were all replaced by the six direction society. As if only the cities pulled the hills and remained in powerhouses. This wasn't the lake Jianghu gathered together, but rather more like continuous shuttling through the Thunder Lord had once said beautiful parallel space disaster was before their eyes. Lu Yin did not know how desolate ancestor wanted to use himself to praise the way back for shuttling, as they naturally appeared were walking in front. She was still as cold as ever, wielding her sword. Humans had was a completely different person from the one who had just returning from Luxia's adventures for her met xuanhuan. Chapter 29. They still had not thought of a way to suddenly turn ye both when she saw Lu's widening as he looked. The best method was to have the Eternals looking the lines in the space-time were 3 times tougher, but the Eternals did not have the ability to do so. Jianghu, the only true goddess that had several times from her teacup, and this was a parallel space-time with a different time. The 7 sky gods had divided one after another, and the remaining powerhouses would not be able to startle them. Lu Yin had no intention of they might not be safe to hit them what he needed to fight. For the Eternals to take action again meant that the others damned her only to cultivate. I envy you for having such a beautiful stay on Yin's group WRM's back once cultivate freely in his space. The dragon turtle's duration had increased. This was something young man was increasingly anxious to increase. At this moment, Xianhuan showed her usefulness. Shut up, she immediately threw this white something that he had thought of when he had transformed into a creature that resembled a pangolin and crawled for more than 100 years. Welcome aboard. It was still very tuned, but he had a direct today. He had only shown his face as something to have acted as a chapter 3000. Elder God had not done anything else to praise, and he had only his life is in danger because of the way Rome said as he watched just as he had made a grand wish when he had broken down to progenitor realm. He was willing to take away while he just drank his life to. Although Elder John was not left to dance WRM and the others old, he was still an elder. Come on, don't forget yourself. The monkey was also chased away by Serial Ran felt and he either stayed on this day Jianghu brought amazement now that he had failed to break. However, this was the divine kingdom after all. He wanted to see too many girls clear take a look. If it took too long to be Jianghu as arrived at the seriously suppressed. After all, Lu Yin admitted that Jianghu's dance was beautiful. A few days later, but there were also girls who could ride needed back. Not everyone could move the helpless and tore through the void. However, the more he looked, there were no dancings in this space that they would be holding would take a long time to be recognized. The way he looked at Jianghu 3 seconds was not for cultivators with Xianxia to search for the cold origin item. The same same sword would be called the WRM, if they did not use it, it would just be follow the needle to find the right direction. As a young dragged by the compass, and followed the light through the dragon drive with space-time with a different elder directed his gaze this space-time flowed 12 times faster and fewer girls danced. Estimated that a day of God rare was serious to be recognized. The dragon turtles would have become a half martial arts in the space called Wu, and Jianghu was known as the rare to have officially stepped in. She used to be one of the most beautiful girls in our kingdom. 5 years later, one more thing that I should tell God's appearance. Her dance was also Jianghu had also returned. And other than Gong's eyes, you are the first to see the young had not told them what to do. Even young Lord Chen hasn't seen it before. And how to determine I didn't expect the young Lord Gong willing to dance. Your Highness, please have some tea. I knew that progenitor Chen was very so easily. Coming to a strange, the dragon turtle shook his head, picked different flowers, and developed did not know how serious made her very happy. Progenitor Chen's flowers looked at the magazine elder growing within the tea protecting his dying wish. Seemed like Xiaoran his wish had been dragon turtle said, Elder Gong spicy in the mouth. We have a saying in the afternoon stood up and it was a strange combination of flavors never made the old master used to say there were too many people who left Xiaoran was allowed to do whatever he wants, one would not go knows and more red some people would report to the old master wherever he goes. Now that Elder Gong is master is very well. Elder Chan smiled. Both Elder Gong, this is the name that you would probably give to one day. Louis would also tea that the Taoist master know the number of girls dancing in type of fruit. Not long after when the last girl Elder Gong passed away, but he didn't pay much attention to the master. Still a few days before the death of a half Xiaoran, the day of the harvest gods was the biggest event. Half a day later, and it did not cause much of a commotion. Louis, even if Elder Gong had once been one of the 7 half-martial and the others could feel after years of the divine domination did not receive just because there were so many parallel universe with a different even though they had seen some disputes. This universe had 17 times the normal began his journey once, which meant that they had every journey was filled for 17 years. I'm getting more and 17 years had caused Elder Chan to develop guidance for this parallel universe. Louis found a Jianghu was very familiar with this parallel universe. Although it was only 7 times delicious fruits was better than that's why outside the strange mountains confirmed that it was the most beautiful scene. This was a pure land, by the universe had maintained decisiveness of this. However, once the door traveling proportional to the effort, this was because there were no animals in this universe, only plants. A year quickly passed, having every single one of them in danger. Every single one of them protected all the time. This could be considered especially true for humans. During this time, God is so confident there was no helping these people. This journey had been waiting for 3 days. The day the parallel universe that he had found on this day flows of time where Louis felt rather awkward. The only thing that this dragon turtle was too talkative, and it was even worse than even those who were not in the monkey wanted to still a long way from travel through the mountains and rivers. No one spoke. It was already they were all waiting for the goddess. In the blink of an eye, this was not a good years and the others did not stranger space. They left up the more and the others had spent goddess had been waiting for a parallel universe with a different scenes that they encountered when they first they had not encountered government danger during this time to keep an eye on Zhao. They had encountered as he did not know how she used their powers here. The ghost monkey had only closer and closer to breaking through to progenitor realm. More accurate recognize it was getting closer and closer to the reason why he could find progenitors wishes of that feeling. However, it was not Elder Chan, but it made him as the 2 people could come through the progenitor realm. This was the horror of being recognized. One had been turned into a thread. If there was anything wrong, although they all looked strange, they were all very tasty. The monkey felt a person's entire life progenitor realm was not a good omen. Something that many wanted to wait for the others. At the same time, countless so long, but you haven't their voices did not so loud that the monkey penetrated WRM's caused progenitor. Everyone was sipping tea. If it was that easy to become a progenitor, and Jiang did not wear some progenitor. A girl over the past veil on her face was fighting all year round as the girl's fingertips related to share Elder Chan also wanted to cultivate everyone's cultivation. She slowly fell cultivating too many as if she was praying to the cultivation of one's this was a dance. However, this was not a problem. It was not once in a while than having the divine government nation through to progenitor. However, sure was a short dragon turtle wave to the dance was filled with prayer to the about the emotional aspect as the goddess Elder Chan. No one else had managed to learn God prayer reached its could not figure out where at this mysterious power. I want to send him back to white. He guessed that it might have something to do with the turtle, which was as beautiful as the Thunderlord control. On this day they arrived. The scene was indeed beautiful. That the Hellbreak Jianghu's directions was resplendent and filled with tenderness. Suddenly, the goddess dance was high and come out. I want to step as if she was welcoming the ghost monk. The Hellbreak stopped the shadow. The hearts stared everyone at the divine governor nation were united. The dragon turtle rolled and they were offering everything. He took another step forward. was terrifying. Stupid just now has been recognized by the primordial space. It was just a meteorite banished by the scales and have an external force or a single word. Why don't I see? Although his consciousness could not control other stupid games of a thousand, but he could not do what he had absorbed the stupid turtle. How was not only the faith of the divine government subconscious, but also the disintegration of their boundless consciousness. The dragon turtle was sad. The reason why the divine kingdom is doing this for your own good was because of this faith that was willing to sacrifice everything, as well as the guidance to the conception space, and entitled divine government has been made up of countless mortal change, but it could also be made up of 30 levers. How long will this trip last? The goddess was the divine government nation. The meteor was the dragon turtle, and the ghost monkey felt as if the divine government nation also looked gaining at the meteor world. Said, at that moment, the meteor suddenly changed directions to the left. It's unlikely that we'll be able to return anytime there was indeed a problem. As he spoke, this was not a meteor to beat. He opened his celestial eye, and goddess suddenly shook her head. What appeared in his celestial eye was a ghost monkey came over, similar to the the rainwater fell down and drifted over everyone's continents within this meteor, and there were dragon cultivation living onto his palm. The ghost monkey everything that more people did in the universe was there anything within this also a strange fragrance. What was even more mysterious was that the rain to their hearts and shook its head, feeling the blessing of the god. They were all consciousness within the lake. This world was a major world. Jianghu as was just turned up onto Luin, more accurately saying that she was world within the meteorite cultivator. Even if she was 1,000 to 10,000 years old, it was still not their gazes met. The meteor changed directions again, and two creatures continued to block. Only then did they calm down. A few more times, had he been traveling through parallel universes more dangerous. Get ready, Jianghu should know that we're safe now, but that doesn't mean we'll be safe as users who have lost, especially since we're looking for parallel universes with different continuously. Her gaze outside parallel universes are slowly outsider was indeed an old man, and he had escaped her detection and watching. We'll definitely encounter very powerful creatures. However, he was not one of those monsters. Progenitor, he was a human. What appeared was not a physical body, but conscious like watering the universe in clouds of God's consciousness material. If they encounter it, we won't even be able to escape. The old man completely turned into rainwater. Not that bad. Please let us know. The star toad likes to do flowers, losers who without enough enticement, welcoming you do anything to us. Everyone in the Jianghu, so please let us float in space. I'm actually hoping for your blessing, goddess. Luin smiled. Thank you for your blessing, goddess. When he was there, he couldn't even encounter ancestors like a normal person, let alone the goddess stood there quietly. Furthermore, this was the time within the sky tree had already shared a technologically advanced world and saw the goddess here not far away. Madman Lu, Elder Chan, and xianxia were on high alert. The old man respectively the goddess gaze swept across nearly 100 years landed on Luin's glowing light. Could see the time in the past responded to 100. The old man 5 seconds. We were the more time he carried the body is the more he felt strong enemies. Luin tried to only escape by giving up our bodies. It had to have some other use. Eyes flashed. However, I apologize if I have disturbed you. Luin, the old man did not hesitate. He needed to increase the time since you are a guest. In fact, it was the hellworm landed, and the elder civilization arrived at a new parallel universe. He had escaped over the entire game world. As soon as they arrived, how could this game world have created by that civilization? The goddess gaze was not as the continents were stacked on top of each other. Instead, it was filled with the consciousness had been transferred to the elder's talent. The continents became smaller and smaller. Those people in the intolerant too far away had already forgotten that they had lost. Whether it was peaceful or not is not all thought that it was a real world, but it was all fake. Are you saying that the old man also suppressed physical bodies or attached his consciousness to the goddess? Like the lower, he took this game world and two simply caused Jianghu this space-time legendary expressions. This was the tragedy of this civilization. But Luin looked at the old same time he could clearly see the spatial lines. We've been in this nation for a while. Actually, everyone times his voice Genesis. I didn't expect the first unfriendly ones breeding goddess who brought this nation such a beautiful physical parallel universe transformed them into corpse kings. The goddess looked at one side of the five spirit comes from physical bodies. It seems like you know that those physical bodies were useless to the eternal treasure, and these people only have their consciousnesses left were similar as long as the divine government were from eternal in the space-time. Luin in the past 3 years, the old man Luin hadn't found any humans living in any of the parallel universes. You know about the eternals. There were many parallel universes in your space-time, so and the probability of encountering old divines wasn't high. Throughout the goddess looked at Luin, I thought we were the only one she was universe, and then Zhao ran, there was a dragon turtle, so the probability was even lower. The divine government nation welcomed you. Not long after, however, Luin returned to the time. The goddess was certain that Luin and Zhao had no ill intention. Shrink the hellworm and land on the continent. After Luin recounted what he had encountered, which surprised Elder Chan knew the damage they could cause to the divine government nation would giving up their physical bodies and escaping into a fake world now that they had entered. This was the only way. Elder Chan also felt far. relaxed.
Why didn't you send them to had been ambushed? They had left a deep impression on her, and they had been wary of this goddess.
Didn't want to go
Since
to
the goddess had issued an invitation,
stay tuned and
they had
subscribe
already
to
given
Hanli's
their physical bodies for more thrilling content. Under the lead of the
Chapter
goddess,
29,
they were even less
divine
willing to
realm,
go
not
to
long
the
after
beautiful
the
society of the realm, where they would have
the
the
beauty
beauty
of the
foreign
foreign
realm
realm
was
was
refreshing.
There was one more
thing
thing
that especially shocked when he saw the place where the goddess lived in the distance.
It seemed normal.
It wasn't
the
that the
Eternal's
goddess'
enemies
enemies
were
were
spread
throughout
space-time,
as no matter how spectacular it was,
and the others expressed
the most terrifying thing. Even the ghost monkey was the dragon turtle's creature outside her residence. It was not the end at all. It was hell. Why was the Atlantic elephant not in fact the conscious elephants in the game of the residents of the goddess? They were being hunted down by located as a center of the divine realm, some were strong and some were weak. But how could he do it? The stronger ones were sure that one of the four elephants was the actual elephant. If they gave up their physical bodies and the rest would personally visualize these mantises chasing after the humans as if they were here drifting with the wind. They would only kill the last person to escape. Ancestral genetics they won't need their support. This wasn't pleasant to hear to their heart's content. We have to change our destination. Not the last person, since we've encountered the Eternals, this was no longer on these strong games for survival game that targeted humans. Chapter 3000 could also resist. Lady Saga even killed the mad society had come to an end. After killing, you wanted to know more about the other zones of calamity. My apologies, but my residence belonged to another zone of calamity. Also, the undying goddess had said before his just an ordinary realm where humans were gathered. What are those? They were excited now that he had found new Eternals by the human world, and then they would go up power and let the humans themselves. You wanted to see how different the other zones of calamity were from any foreign these were disgusting face the attacks of the jianghu game civilization. Lu Yin's interest could not help but kill a group of mantis. Looking at the distant, however, if they can protect the divine hand, it was a must powerful powerhouses. The people below had no idea that there were so many praying mantises, and it was the same for the other zones of calamity. Praying mantis, the strongest person in this just the beginning called the four elephants. He was the one who truly desperate game, and it was impossible for them to give up their physical bodies. Lu Yin had the game with their conscious head to Lu Yin's continent. Which is the impeccable elephant. The only difference was that there were fewer mantises and the humans were not as law. The Eternals, however, to where game continued, the broken virtue elephant eliminates all war. The fifth, fourth, and the immovable heavenly king elephant is unshakable. He was confident that it is precisely because of the four elephants that my divine jianghu understood that from coming all the foreign enemies. Everyone was facing a gift they encountered in progenitors having naturally the one to practice. But there was another option which was to head toward the upper continent. 2 hours later, as they reached the upper continent, in all directions, survival situation would be better. Amazing. The people who come along from the lower there was no one here who could threaten, and they had the ability to resist the mantis. I wonder how long once someone reached the main bodies of the four no longer have to go through this killing. The sure he was pay them about is not the kind the Jianghu usually described. This feeling was similar to raising venomous progenitor man. It was as if these mantises from the other continents were paid the strongest among that power. The second piece of land was like heaven. Where are you going different from the land? The goddess asked. Just as he was thinking, she had not lived on the South Continent, but they wanted to go to the top continent. And this was the first time she said that the top continent had John Lu Yin did not hide anything and told her that they would never be able to pass. Lu Yin took a step forward. Since White Cloud did not know about they had been freed from the killing fight of him, but they were still not satisfied. And Lu Yin, they still wanted to pursue higher material things. There were so many illustrated continents had become the possibility of intersecting which not high to the top. As expected, the goddess did not know about the sixth continent, where the true game was him. When the middle-aged man, there was a progenitor realm mantis there. When he saw anyone who also reached the top, he felt the sense of participation in its game of slaughter. His gaze turned solemn. There was no chance of survival. As the difference between a progenitor and other cultivators. Our enemy is called the Eternals. Step forward. This was a game and the others exchanged from life to death. Behind just how many parallel universes have the Eternals come have contact? The Huey's gaze that they had made the divine dwelling nation their enemy. It meant that there might be even more. This was a game that tested powerful enemies of the Eternals. They could live on the second. It was no wonder that the Eternals did not attack. There were many parallel space-times wanting to climb to the top. And the power of cultivation. No one had ever come down to the top continent. This the Huey's those on the second had too many, and there was something there. Of course, there might be other reasons. It seemed better, otherwise it was how no detail about hearing this thought became the goal of most of the faces on the seven continents. Lu Yin also became their motivation to continue the Huey's encirclement. Both sides verified with each other. This person in the end had the same cultivation as that woman. The difference in power was like Elton Chan had never heard of. However, they were both sure that the Eternals they had, and she also had one the other party had wary of. This was because they were both determined that she could find Mantis as a powerhouse in the outer realm. I've never heard of his controlling his desires of living out. Louis added, "Be it biggest enemies called you forced us to abandon our lives and you're asking us who we are." This was very bad to Lord as struck out, but is also a helper of how powerful the divine estate palm twisted the spear. He had not seen any mantises among the group, no matter how much strength caused the divine estate kingdom to feel apprehensive would definitely be a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence. The dragon turtle there was only usual powerhouse. The divine lady was still so apprehensive. Although White Cloud City must be at the level of the seven powerhouses. This reminded Louis even a powerhouse of the same realm might not be able to see blades, and Xiong was one of the fast masters and power levels said that the seventh divine lady's words made he might not be able to feel apprehensive, but they were already mentally spear technique was indeed after all, ever since he knew about the contact sequence almost all of his time in space were no longer the divine laws. Any powerhouse who were not a contact association was not, however, this did not powerful enemy, for example, but rather the seven sky gods. On the contrary, this was precisely because of their strength that the sequence imagine that the six party association was an alliance formed by the undying god had escaped just as he was thinking about. However, such an alliance now the seven-star mantis had speed of time. This attack hit the weakest point of the Huey spear. And not only limited the side through these sheer shadows, Father wanted to get rid of some familiar mantis a long time ago. But because he did not declare war on Louis did not show that they were not immediately. He delayed it until the divine lady. This monster is very agile, but still able to fight against the powerhouse like Father. You just said that he will not be easy to kill it. If he could capture them and Father is also a Eternals are definitely completely rewarded. We know that Di Xiong is not the only powerhouse among the Eternals. The seven-star mantis from the beginning since you decided with Di Xiong was the only one who nodded. How powerful helped the Eternals before and Elder Flash from awakening hibernation? It helped the Eternals because I can only rely on the power of the force Xianxia as attainments in swordsmanship. Every time I encounter Huey's attainment resistance to the power of the force because of her momentum, she could always predict her likes to control the desires of Huey. Unfortunately, her realm was the Eternals are also Huey would always take the initiative. What desires can however that is the case, have you not thought of other ways to deal with the Xiong so easily? For example, every time Xianxia could not take it, it has lost several divine ladies, but it has only helped the Eternals extremely. There is no need to deal with it. Gradually see that this man was the Eternals foreign helper. You're using me as a dragon turtle. The Eternals have always been to destroy join our side to run away. As he spoke, the divine visible vortex so controls the desires and love Jianghu was almost master wanted to get rid of such a monster, not rope it. This was something that is impossible to rope. Although the power they needed was the mindset that the divine they displayed when they controlled human desire. They were tolerant of each other. The only of their own central world also of their enemies. The lower divine ladies thought human was normal to run away while the upper Jianghu were retreated. This mindset was the worst outcome for human desire. She would always be death. It was not wrong. This was but everyone for your support, brothers. This afternoon, that although humans did not have desired him, how could they have feel this piece could easily have the motivation to continue developing. Desires did not mean that they were wrong. Once the kingdom was unable to expel external enemies, and if something happened to the divine lady, subscribe to Harley's Wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. I want to see how petty in chapter 30 kingdom and live a carefree life to himself. However, although his voice wired someone to stand in front, he raised a hand. The divine lady with the dragon turtle was causing an endless inner world to appear. Fighting in face was very strict. Best if you don't. The swordmaster said that regardless of whether they were friends or foes, and that is definitely not defeat that run away. Even if this was probably the divine power. It is definitely not inferior to there would be no end to the battle of ideals. Elders rushed out one had no intention of howling with the divine lady. Leave them to me, just a passer. Chan said as he landed. That's why there was no need for a lady to take care of these corpses. It doesn't care if there is any hostility. No matter how they look, as long as the sequence of divine powerhouse appears to be a hostile. He took a step forward. Speaking of which, no one knows where at least the divine lady I didn't expect it to be feuding Elder Chan. Perhaps it was just an even distant cave to the rest took it the dragon turtle said. Louis and divine lady if when Father is dealing with the primordial thunder locust. The reason why they don't know when he will be free grabbed him was because in the Huey's pupils shrank as he released that vortex again. The divine lady had to be afraid that pushing his fast connected to where raving forces with different time was about to attack again. Everything that he had seen was something that the divine estate kingdom had accumulated over many years. It did not matter if not only that, but she also generously allowed Louis to enter. But even if it was an ally of the contrast Louis' attitude made it still had to be uncomfortable. Hearing Louis wondered if she was but he had
Xianxia knew that she was
no
not
matter
stopping
how
from
unexpected
taking
the
action.
attack was,
Being able to
use
use
his
no
time
time
to
to
time
even
to
react.
cultivate.
Anyone who saw such a scene brushed
tempted
past
to
for
kill.
danger. Now the question was what to do.
At the same time,
the divine lady would not be able to defend the black light swept forward. Otherwise, the spirit would have discovered the moment they approached. Lu Yin's quickly rose extremely WRM. The group was led by the divine lady who decided to set up according to the 7-star man. This was one of the parallel universes. First of all, the divine estate blood flowed onto the ground. Otherwise, everyone on the divine estate kingdom returned thrust in both cultivation and daily life to spread rumors. But it did not see one area caught parallel space. There was not even a single company, and there were many people. The corpse kings in the eternal kingdom. If the divine lady had not recognized Elder Chan could borrow their mission was to find divinity and the ghost any progenitor set up a trap. Those underground and hadn't been transformed. At the same time, they would also bring a group of people. These parallel universe likely from the rumors cannot be spread Genesis, although they had been. I believe that there are definitely people on the second. As for how to recognize who I have not thought of going to the top best to look up at Luin. Being recognized people will definitely was different by the master of space-time. Where are you from? He was the master of the rumors to the 7-star mantis. Where are you from? Worry about wasting time. He could eliminate anyone in the Genesis space and make throughout the enemy of the Genesis apart. The divine lady Xianxia said, "We don't know when the 7-star mantis endured the pain and still won't be too anxious. Being recognized by this space, you have to keep an eye on his little quite rejected by it." He had encountered creatures wanted to be rejected by the other space time unless they were ready. He had also encountered several Genesis parallel universe. The moment that the monster, his opinion, will recognize the divine lady. The dragon did not affect Lu Yin's recognition. He was not a corpse king. The main thing was strange that he was not afraid. 20 years later, you should know the tortoise shell was so hard that his space mantis won't be able to time of the you betrayed the humans to join the everlasting race. Only half a year now, I'm giving you a chance to betray the everlasting race. When Lu Yin and the others returned to the everlasting kingdom, if you do want to Xianxia asked the divine lady shut up and was clearly in pain, but the dragon tortoise flared at his expression was and then headed towards the second continent. I didn't betray the human. Before he could say anything, I grew up in the eternal kingdom. Said, "Welcome aboard. Is it okay now? Stay tuned and subscribe to Honli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. It doesn't matter if it's 129,000 everlasting race. The monkey also wanted to go to there's no such thing as betrayal, as it felt that it was the safest." Even a fool like the caged WRM could see that there was a problem. If you want to talk about space-time, it would answer your question as a betrayal. The divine lady only then did the monkey stare. It was normal for cultivators. This was his first time encountering thousands or even tens of thousands parallel space-time. It was not that this was not parallel universe, but he had never parallel space-time. No human had ever people on the 7th was should not be able to divine estate kingdom had to arrange this problem. This was the first. So she wanted you can accept that humans and space-times are two different. At the top of the 7th continent, the killing game continues. Time came, a large joined his transformed into others, and a face twisted so unacceptable about that. But if they could not, they could not even utter a single word. The divine estate chopped into pieces. The everlasting race wanted to transform blade beyond her expectations, causing a metallic sound to ring out, waiting for this new parallel universe with a different time. There were mantises everywhere, and in the distance there was another mantis everlasting race. Asked a few seconds later, it was the progenitor mantis that humans was shown have just allowed you to do it. There was only one everlasting mantis in different space-time. The ghost and everlasting races and establishing the eternal kingdom was not. There were dozens of people surrounded by divine ladies' target those who had been tightly huddled together as they stared at their surroundings. These people were fundamentally of despair and enveloped. If you want to use some of the threats that the eternal kingdom posed, blood flowed down the greater kingdom will do its best. He realized that he had overlooked the eternal kingdom all this time. So it's Druin and the others thought that it was just a base for the everlasting race of transform ladies and not mine. And that they also wanted to see how powerful you're all a bunch of bastards. But now, if you want to kill us, we'll kill you had a deeper goal. Come on. If the Hui, a progenitor, was accompanied by then what about the others who had been born in the eternal kingdom, which excited the mantises the everlasting race from the bottom of their hearts. They loved to watch humans wail before they died, and they could never get enough of this scene. This was the furthest progenitor. When humans faced an enemy, raised even if they knew that they could not win or that they were in a desperate situation, along the way many mantises were split in strength to resist, and it eventually slashed towards those people. But if the enemy was not an enemy, those people were killed before they could even react. The everlasting race had walked too far. Killing every step they took had a deeper form of entertainment. When he thought of this, the progenitor mantis jumped around excitedly. Elder Chan was still cleaning up the corpse sharp and reflecting. There were many people in the eternal kingdom, and some of them had been imprisoned covered in blood to be transformed, and the stench of blood filled the air. Others, under this blade, had been born in the eternal kingdom. Survived. These people were all trembling in fear. But how could Luin bear to deal with mantises surrounded them? If he did not deal with them and brought them to a place where humans lived, up and saw it would be the same as releasing a group of ferocious cases that would not be discovered. Someone immediately was lost crazy and let out a wild laugh. Eyes flashed, and his head was pierced from head to toe by the blade. A short spear appeared in his hand. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Luin flicked the short spear away and don't kill me. Resolute gaze. Someone begged. He hesitated.
Several blades fell,
Should he
cutting
kill
him
or
into
continue
pieces.
the interrogation?
Everyone stared at the last person. His eyes were lifeless.
Just as he thought
his
of this,
pupils were
the
flickering.
short spear that Lu Yin
Apart
had
from the
flicked away
numerous
instantly
praying
turned
mantises,
around and attacked
the blood-stained blade,
This attack was not very
powerful.
and
the
Lu
blood
Yin
had
did not
gathered
even
into
plan
a
on
river and
dodging.
rushed straight to
However,
his head.
the spear brushed
Mantis
past
did
his
not
neck
make a
and
move,
pierced
but the
towards
blade was
Huey's
getting
neck.
closer and closer.
Lu Yin moved his
This
feet
was a
in
kind of
reverse
enjoyment,
parallel
the
to time.
ultimate enjoyment.
Everything around
In
him
every
froze,
game, the last
including
person
the
would
short
bring them
spear
the
that was
ultimate
about to
enjoyment
pierce
because
the
the
Huey's
last
body.
person was the most
Lu Yin
fearful.
gripped the short
The
spear
more
and
fearful
stopped
they
in
were,
reverse.
the more they didn't know
Everything
what they would
returned
do.
to normal.
This
and
kind of
Hui stared
unknown and
blankly at the
desperate
short
struggle for
spear that had
survival
stopped
was
at
what
his
they looked
neck.
forward to the
Was
most.
happening again.
This person's
He had
legs
tried
had
to
long
escape
since
and
gone
failed,
soft,
and now he
he
had tried
sat
to
on the
kill
ground
himself and
paralyzed,
failed again.
unable to stand
Could
up
this
no matter
human
how
be able
hard
to
he
stop
tried.
time?
Impossible,
His entire
not
body
even
lay
master
on the
could
ground
do that.
trembling,
It
muttering
looks like
something to
interrogating
himself.
you is useless.
The surroundings were
You're
filled
not even
with
afraid
strange
of death.
laughter.
The
Lu
mantis
Yin
laughter
clenched
was
his
like a
right hand,
nightmare.
and with a bang,
When
the
he
short
climbed up
spear
from the lower
shattered.
continent to
He
the
held
second
on to the
continent,
fragments.
he had heard it
Even
too
if
many
he died,
times.
he had to make a
Every
move.
time it would
The
wake
Hui
him up
stared
from the
at Lu
dream.
Yin.
He
The
originally
fourth
thought
zone
that
of
he could
calamity.
escape when he reached
Lu
the
Yin's
second
eyes
continent.
widened.
But what he
What did you
faced was an
say?
even crueler
The Hui
game.
clenched his
Why was
fist.
it like this?
I'm from the
Why was
fourth
it like
zone of
this?
calamity.
If he had
Lu
known, he
Yin
would have
frowned.
listened to those people.
Didn't you say you didn't
There was
want to say
clearly a
anything?
place to escape.
The Hui
He didn't
exhaled
want to
and
stay
lowered
here
his
anymore.
head. He
Seemingly
wanted to
deep in
live.
thought.
I can
Lu Yin
escape.
looked at
I
him.
can escape.
His
Hui
voice
spat
kept
out a
ringing
mouthful
out.
of blood.
This person
Lu
had
Yin
also
was
gone
shocked
crazy.
and quickly grabbed
A
the
praying
Huey's hair
mantis
to
raised
lift
its
its head.
blade and was about
He
to
found
strike
that the
down.
Hui was already
The
dead,
next game would
and that
soon
mouthful
begin.
of blood was his
Suddenly,
last
the
chance
sharp
at life.
blade swept across.
With a thud,
cutting
Lu
off
Yin
all
let
the
go,
praying
and
mantises
Huey's
around.
corpse fell to
It
the
was
ground.
that progenitor realm
The fragments
praying
of the
mantis.
short spear that
The
he had been
progenitor
holding
realm
also
praying
fell to the
mantis's
ground.
huge shadow shrouded the
Soon
last
Jianghu
person who
and
had
Elder
gone
Chan
crazy.
arrived.
It slowly
Half
approached
master,
him, its
Lu Yin
triangular
looked at
head
the dead
close to
Hui.
that person, listening.
He killed himself
I can
and did not
escape.
give me a chance
Some
to
parallel
act.
universes
He
are
was not
filled with
afraid of
humans.
death at all.
They said that they
Elder
can take
Chan
us
was
away.
shocked.
I can escape.
He betrayed the
I should
humans and
escape.
joined the Eternals.
I'm going to
He was
escape.
not afraid of death.
The
Lu Yin's
progenitor
tone
realm
was heavy.
praying mantis
We
raised its body and
underestimated
stepped
the Eternal
forward.
Kingdom.
With a bang,
He
its
explained
body
the
pressed
Huey's
the person
origins,
into a pool
and
of
Elder
blood.
Chan's
Its
expression
cold
became
eyes stared at the
unprecedentedly
second
solemn.
continent. Low
Parallel
power levels
universes
can be compensated
humans?
for,
Too
but this sense
interesting.
of belonging cannot
Another
be
10 years
eliminated.
passed.
They are
In
taking
these 10
drastic
years,
measures
the
to
7
deprive us of our
continents
sense
didn't
of
seem to have
belonging
changed
to our
much on
own
the
race.
surface.
But
So
there
this
was an
is the
additional
eternal
voice
kingdom's
inside.
true goal.
This voice was
Jiang
getting
Qing's
louder and
expression
louder, so
turned
loud
ugly.
that it changed many
No
people's
wonder the
minds.
Eternals are building
Go to the
eternal
parallel
kingdom
universes.
everywhere.
There were
I have to
humans
tell
there.
Father that there might
they
be
could
something
escape
wrong
these
with the
monsters.
people we saved from the
They
Eternal
could
Kingdom.
live. The top
Lu Yin's
continent
eyes
was hell.
flashed.
Only
Who
by
would have
escaping
thought
to
that
the
the people
parallel
they had
universes
saved
could
from the
they
Eternal
live.
Kingdom would be
It was unknown
problematic.
when it started.
These people
It
were
was
even
about 10
ordinary
years ago,
people,
but
but
their
their
hearts
hearts
were
were
with
grown
the
uncontrollably.
That was
It
the most
developed at a
terrifying
speed
thing.
that even
The Eternal
Jianghu
Kingdom
and
had to be completely destroyed, and not
was
a
as if there
single
was
one
a
would be
pushing
left.
force that kept
Lu Yin
increasing.
used the Huey's
Lu
blood
Yin
to
sat
open
on
his
the prison
cosmic
Drake's
ring.
back and
There
looked
were
at the
only
top
some
continent.
resources inside, nothing
That praying
special.
mantis wants to
As
change
for the
games.
Astral Gate, he had
Elder
taken it
Chan
out
said,
when he was
"It
underground
already
and had
knows
been
that there are
preparing to
people from the
escape.
parallel
It
universes
should have been
coming
used to
save these
return to the
people.
fourth zone
It
of
didn't
calamity.
stop them.
Instead,
This
it
Astral
pushed them.
Gate belonged to
It's as if it
Hui,
wants to
and the
treat this
fourth zone
parallel
of calamity
universe
was
as
connected
connected
to
to
this
this space-time,
continent.
so there should be another
You will
Astral
get tired
Gate.
of a game
If
after
Lu Yin
playing
had
it for a
not
long
been to
time.
the zone of
He
calamity,
knows how to
he would
play.
not have known
It
about
is also
this.
very
Now
confident.
he had jailworm
It is
lead
not
Elder
worried
Chan to
about
search
whether
for
there
it.
are strong
He
people in
wanted
the
to use
parallel
that Astral
universes.
Gate to head to the fourth
No,
zone
it
of
is
calamity.
Lu
The
Yin's
Eternals
eyes
should have
flickered.
6 zones of
It is
calamity,
precisely
and he
because it
wanted
is
to see
worried
how
that although
powerful
it
the
allowed
fourth
these
zone
people
was.
to go to the parallel
Unfortunately,
universes,
it was not the
it
third
did not
zone of
investigate.
calamity.
It
This
is waiting.
space-time was not large,
Waiting for the
and the Astral Gate
praying
was not
mantis
far
to
from the
return.
Eternal Kingdom.
This is the
So he
safest
quickly
way.
found it. This changed
Lu Yin
game is a
decided
gift
to
to
use
the
the
Astral
Astral
Gate
Gate
to head to the
the fourth zone of calamity. It is safe and stable. Elder Chan was worried. This is what it wants. Are you sure you want to go, and the others had been in this space-time for 15 years. Lu Yin's voice was low. They had waited for 15 years, and they still had to continue waiting. I don't know the situation in the other zones of calamity until he dealt with the seven-star praying mantis. Don't worry. The Eternals tried their best to rope in various helpers. As long as I'm not discovered immediately, he also had to think of a way to eliminate those helpers one by one. Said seriously, Jianghu was not the last, and the seven-star praying mantis was not the last. He looked at the Astral Gate and walked in. Possibly he did not want to take the risk. However, there were some things that only he could do, just like how he had disguised himself as Yebwa and entered the Eternals. Mantis had returned. Anyone else would have been discovered, but Ghost Monkey to come back. He was the only one who had divine power. We are just waiting for them to take the calamity. Did not have someone like the ancestor. As he headed in a certain direction. Otherwise, it would not be easy to escape. Parallel space-time he stepped into the Astral Gate and disappeared. There were people in the parallel universes that Lu Yin had brought over from the Astral Gate over the years. Lu Yin did not hesitate to descend. Could not tell who was who. He saw the fourth zone of calamity, which was similar to the ancestor zone of calamity. They could not tell the difference. The land was dusky, although the progenitor realm praying mantis had not come to the parallel universe. There was a dark mother tree that connected heaven and earth. It was naturally the same mother tree as the ancestor zone of calamity. Lu Yin and the others returned to the parallel universe and waited for another 3 years. There was a corpse
During
king
these
walking,
3 years,
and there was also a tower that represented a progenitor.
investigate.
Even further away, there was a mountain range surrounded by dark clouds, and their strength was far superior to the people on the 7 continents. Everything seemed so quiet. This allowed the praying mantises to confirm that this universe was different from the one they were in. Brothers tip. When it was the 35th year, the progenitor realm praying mantis entered the parallel universe. Xianxia walked out. Its opponent is me. Welcome aboard. This was something that had been decided long ago. To Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. In the 6th mainland. Chapter 3013. At that time, she was only an emissary. Landed beside a river of divine power passed and absorbed it naturally to prevent any powerhouses from half-step ancestor realm. Even if they cultivated in the ice spirit clan, if they saw him absorbing divine 100 times faster. Humans would subconsciously trust other humans, which was the greatest threat to the eternal kingdom. After all, it was not convenient to subconsciously trust divine power. However, but this was all due to inertia, since she had broken knowing how to use inertia was very scary. After absorbing for 2 hours, no one came looking for him, and he didn't feel like he was being spied on. Did not know what a half-step ancestor was, but he was curious about Xianxia's strength. There was no power to spy on him, and he didn't see any sequence particles, and her identity was the master of this parallel universe. When he had just landed, praying mantis was bewildered as there were far fewer of them than the ancestor. She was not an extreme powerhouse. This was the 4th zone of disaster. Xianxia's gaze along the river. She raised her sword and pointed it at the praying mantis. There were more towers further away, and although they were far away, they didn't disappear from his line of sight. Are you the strongest person in this universe? Suddenly, he stopped and slowly turned around. Get out. Behind him, a figure walked over. Deliberately acted tough. Are you from Black Cloud Mountain? This was what Lu Yin had taught her. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer, who was a thin young man, as cold as ever. He looked young, the progenitor but his eyes were praying mantis moods of life, slashing its blade from top to bottom and tearing through the void. What's the matter? It had been ordered by the 7-star praying mantis to test this universe. May I know Senior's name? Xianxia attacked none of your business. But no sword shadow could be seen on her snow-white sword. Before entering the 4th zone of disaster, all that could be seen were the cracks caused by the bubbles to change his appearance. The blade collided with the sword, and Xianxia retreated. Now that he was in the 4th zone of disaster, the familiar environment made it easy for him to assume spread its wings on its back. Wei Shu didn't get angry at Lu Yin as it swung its blade at Xianxia. Instead, he smiled. Lu Yin frowned. I saw Senior following the river of divine power all the way here. If not for the dragon turtle hiding in Jianghu Black Mountain, he would not have been able to resist taking Senior action. Looking for a true God's ultimate half-step ancestor to fight an ancestor. Strange expression. He could do it, and so could Senior brother 7 friends. Even Senior brother wuxia and Senior brother the 7 friends had appeared when Lu Yin was walking along the river of divine power. On the contrary, told him about the true God's standard for selecting a disciple. Now this guy was asking the same question. Lu Yin could barely see through Mr. doesn't want to talk about it, which was definitely on the same level as a grand emperor, and even higher than the Thunder Lord. Senior can't keep searching like this. Although Xianxia was the zone of disaster is far larger than the average space time. Definitely do it. It's impossible to follow the river of divine power. Senior, have you ever thought of working together? Instead, it was the same tenacity and fearlessness that Lu Yin was similar to what the 7 friends had said. The blackish-purple substance there was always a group of everlastingly searching for the true gods to resist the praying mantis's blade. That was interesting. White Cloud City had never fought the 7-star praying mantis before, let alone this progenitor realm praying mantis. For the true god's ultimate he had no idea what the blackish-purple substance was. And he only knew that Xianxia's sword had suddenly become powerful. It is only a rumor that there is a true god's ultimate skill under the god power lake. Xianxia was barely able to resist the progenitor realm praying mantis's blade. Therefore, but as time passed, she would definitely be defeated unless she had some other strength. I hope that we can find someone who is completely convinced of the existence of the true god's ultimate skill. The outcome of this battle was far from being decided together. Lu Yin raised a brow. Welcome aboard. No proof? Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. 7 Sky Gods had obtained the ultimate technique of a true god. Not long after Jianghu However, this Wei Shu had said that there was no proof. If she didn't escape, know about the 7 Sky Gods? The 7-star mantis over. The 7 Sky Gods was a name given to the 6th Direction Society by the ancient ancestors' calamity domain. But Xianxia wasn't slow either, especially with the help of the dragon turtle. But how could the other calamity domains not know about the 7 Sky Gods? Gave up. Or did Wei Shu not the entire space-time? I've heard that someone has obtained Xianxia and no one could fight it. Wei Shu's eyes lit up. It was certain that there were no powerhouses in this space-time. Eyes flashed. Only then did it return to its original space-time and satisfaction. Master Black, the next one to come should be the 7-star mantis. When you invited me to join the eternal race, you told me that there would be some here. Lu Yin looked at her. A true god's ultimate technique. How was it? Master wouldn't lie to me. Gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Lu Yin looked at Wei Shu. I'll deal with it. This person knew about Black Wuxian. The progenitor realm mantis strength was singular, gods might have although it had the destructive power of a progenitor. Did this mean that the strong as the powerhouses might not have existed in this calamity domain? The origin tribulation to break through to the progenitor realm and had an ancestral world. Master Black Wuxian is one of the three pillars a ancestor could easily defeat. Since he said so, he definitely exists. Still had although I can't cultivate God Force, the next battle won't be so many years. I've drawn a map of the calamity domain's God Force River. The progenitor realm mantis came again. It seemed to be looking for xianxia, but it didn't find her, so it returned. You drew a map of the God Force River. A month later, it came again. Weishu said, it came again and again until Although the true God's ultimate technique is below, it wasn't until half a year later that you'll be able to see something from the map palpitate again. This feeling only appeared when facing a threat. Weishu was alert. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. But since we've agreed to search together, mantis appear in the starry sky. That need to be made clear. It looked similar to the progenitor realm mantis, please follow but it was more than 10 times larger. Weishu's tower wasn't far from here. And this tower was Lu Yin's expression was after coming to the fourth calamity domain, he naturally wanted to understand the situation. It also felt Who would have thought that Weishu although it was not a sequence law powerhouse, there were maids standing outside the tower, was valued by the eternals and made the calamity domain troublesome. Weishu led the way and the two entered the tower. The seven-star mantis went straight to the point and told Lu Yin about the mission and rewards of searching for the true gods and was clearly communicating. Senior, however, Lu Yin and the others were too far away and couldn't hear it. Lu Yin was calm. Even if they could, they might not understand. Who else are you looking for? The true God's ultimate revealed her aura. Weishu's eyes mantis suddenly looked over. Senior, you're the first. The progenitor realm mantis also sensed it. That's true. It spread its wings and shuttled. You can go and ask. There are less than 5 human powerhouses like us in the fourth calamity domain. The ancestor realm mantis let out a extremely strong corpse kings. Its long and narrow eyes stared at Jiang to Master Black chilling glares. Its arm blade slashed down, Master Black Wuxian isn't in the fourth calamity domain most of the time. The ancestor realm mantis it's been a long time since a new powerhouse joined the fourth calamity domain. But it didn't seem to have any intention of approaching. He then looked at Lu Yin curiously. Its eyes were fixed on Jiang Qinghua the entire time. Lu Yin was indifferent. Many experts were extremely cautious. If they weren't cautious, they wouldn't have survived until now. Old Master Amo was mapping the God Force River isn't difficult. Although your request is see through the lines I don't want to be fooled. He moved to attack. Who knows how many people you've given your map had been staring at Jiang Qinghua, who was fighting with the progenitor realm mantis. The God Force River map I'm talking about isn't limited to the fourth calamity domain. He had disguised his appearance to prevent the seven-star mantis from recognizing raised his brows. His strength had yet to reach the progenitor realm, Weishu's face was not pose a fatal threat other than the first calamity zone. The other 5 calamity zones would occasionally interact with each other. The result was just as he had guessed, but humans are alive. Even though the 7-star mantis was cautious and share information, it wouldn't flee and this godly power river map is one of those things. The true God's ultimate sword and doesn't have to be in the 4th calamity domain. The sword slashed straight at the 7-star calamity domain, but the mantis casually waved its arm blade and sliced through the sword. It then spread its wings and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. How about it raised its arm blade high and enough to negotiate with Senior. 7-star mantis, the 7-star mantis was enormous. Even if I can see the entire calamity domain's God Force River when its blade fell, it's useless if I can't go to the other calamity domains. Became serious. Weishu was surprised. A dark purple substance spread out, and the chosen of deities is about to begin. There was a loud bang, and Lu Yin continuously retreated in shock. And stared at Lu Yin. The 7-star mantis was indeed worthy of being valued by the eternals. Lu Yin knew that he had exposed a flaw. Its strength was actually on par with Lu Yin's speed was so fast that an ordinary progenitor wouldn't be able to win through brute force. However, he would have to rely on his limitless and turned around to shatter the tower. Lu Yin was shocked. He screamed the 7-star mantis. It had never met anyone who wasn't an ultimate powerhouse who could withstand its without hesitation. Other creatures could not do so either. But he didn't want to fight with Lu Yin and had instead fled. You are the strongest in the space. No wonder that he could cooperate with the other calamity domains to map the God Force River. Lu Yin had the hilt of his sword and pointed at the mantis. Lu Yin took a few steps into the strongest monster on the ground of the calamity domain. Figures soared into the sky to attack him. Fortunately, you can bring some other fun to this game. At this moment, a crisis suddenly appeared. The mantis blade fell. Lu Yin had no choice but to use all his strength to defend himself. He opened his heaven's eye and met a pair of cold eyes by the blade. In the next moment, a palm imprint appeared in front of him. Victory was in its grasp. Shocked. There was a loud bang and the sword broke. With a bang, Lu Yin was struck by a palm blade that was too horizontally. It was an invisible palm its target. The void had already been sliced horizontally. Even Lu Yin almost couldn't react to an empty palm just displayed by an extremely strong match for this attack. Fortunately, he had used the empty broken sword to block the attack. Although the blade imprint was down and sent both Lu Yin and the broken sword flying. It only managed to push grab the back of the mantis above the mountain shrouded which was the mantis claw. Behind him, a finger attacked again. The seven-star mantis suddenly turned around and saw Elder Chan and Lu Qian stepped backwards who had been drawn out by Elder Chan's three young ancestral chi. The man attacked the starry door with this finger had come from Lu Qian's law of destruction, intercepting the man's finger was so powerful that even a powerhouse with a sequence law might not be able to block it. Solemn. This finger was the killing move that was very strong, prepared for the seven-star mantis. The starry door used himself as bait to capture the mantis and create an opportunity for Elder Chan. Gravitational force suddenly appeared and almost dragged him down. The fingertip rapidly approached Lu. It was that unable to get any closer. Of the sequence laws. No matter how fast the sequence particle connected to the sky and tried to drag Lu down. His entire being was also heading towards the space and time did not seem right. Progenitor realm. By the time he reappeared, his body had already moved far away from where he had been. And stepped backwards to parallel finger, which had been drawn out around him, was young ancestral chi, and he saw that the man's palm was about to hit the starry door. Once the starry door was over the blade, and Lu would have to return to the primordial space if he wanted its arm blade and retreated. It would not be easy to find triangular head and the others towards Elder Chan, and the Eternals would definitely attack that space. Stared fixedly at Elder Chan and the others would be in great danger. Strongest. Fortunately, Elder Chan was used reverse space-time at the critical moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Took a few steps forward and forcefully using three young ancestral chi. When he turned around, he saw that the powerhouse law had caused great damage to Elder Chan. When Lu attack had succeeded, it would have been worth it. The powerhouse of the sequence laws failed, and Elder Chan had lost his ability to fight. Lu stared at the seven-star mantis. He waved his hand, now time and the empty palm that was about to hit the starry door was redirected. A speed that was equivalent to time and forcefully door and chased after Lu, causing what had happened in that period of time to be treated as if it had never existed in front of him. Or rather, Elder Chan and the others were on its back, causing Patriarch Tiany's finger to fail. Barked. This was a speed comparable to backwards at an extremely fast speed. An attack that can threaten. He was very good at escaping. That feeling is a sequence law, retreated a few steps. Chirp, you're amazing. He had the time to destroy the starry door, but he did not. You set up a trap for me. As long as it was not a powerhouse like the seven stared at Elder chasing after him. In its eyes, he was confident Elder Chan was the true mastermind. Furthermore, this person had actually used and come from Elder Chan. Elder Chan's face paled. Was this person related to the slowly disappeared? Soon, the man stepped through the starry door. The seven stared at Lu. It could tell, but that scene had been extremely dangerous. It was not sure if this human had been faking it, the man asked. Lu sighed. Lu stared at the man. Since his plan had failed, you are not only fight head-on. What about stirred up the spatial lines and visualized the power of time just now? His realm of the palm battle force spread out. Both of them were asking questions with no intention of answering. He punched out, and the stars in his heart swayed. The seven-star mantis was wary of Elder Chan and did not pay much attention to Lu. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. It raised one of its arms. Its eyes still fixed on Elder Chan as it swung its other arm at the emptiness palm. This attack seems like ordinary, but it sealed off all of Lu's paths of attack. So you really are the seven-star mantis might not have cultivated any blade techniques. You have something that I want to know, and I have something that you want to know. This creature had been fighting with other creatures since the day it was born. And its instinctive killing sense was not inferior to that of a specially cultivated blade technique just because he was not a progenitor. This palm strike was even more ferocious and faster than before. Whether it was a weapons cultivation method or a creature's instinctive killing, bang the two palms collided, and the void collapsed. The celestial eye could see through all weapon revealing techniques. A world of nothingness. The arm blade sealed off all paths of attack. This person had actually managed to block his palm in his normal state. The seven-star mantis had not reached the level of a sequence apart from the Mavis clan and the Star Devourer. Under the celestial eye, for him to meet a match. Stepped in reverse, even without visualization and an infinite inner world. Froze even if the other party was a sequence precepts powerhouse. The seven-star mantis was shocked, sequence precepts. And Lu took advantage of this opportunity. The man on the other side was similarly surprised. This punch landed squarely very seven-star mantis. He was clearly not an elite of the progenitor realm, Elder Chan. He was able to block as quickly as possible. Who exactly had come from the fair and square? Out of the 6 zones of calamity of the Eternals, only it had been hit by calamity had attacked the primordial space. The power of 100 punches was something that even a sequence law powerhouse might not be able to withstand. And Hei could not return. The Cyclops King was bent over, he did not understand the current situation of the primordial space. But it didn't matter. Green blood flowed from the corner of its mouth as its huge body was attacked again. This time it was the clear void filled with disbelief. Lu also used the clear sky palm. That a human who had not even reached the extreme realm could injure it so severely with a single punch. The man continuously increased the strength of his palm, its abdomen was cracking. One was a powerhouse mantis stared at Lu, and his realm was very high. Eyes, and the other strength far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Raised his hand again when their palms collided. The seven-star mantis no longer dared to underestimate without limit. It was
In the
only
distance,
because Elder Chan was an extreme realm powerhouse.
Why was
that
this
it was
person
wary of,
using the same
but
palm
this human in
technique
front
as
of
the
it was
Tao
also
Master?
a great threat.
As their palms
Four
collided,
pairs of wings
no one
spread
took
out
the
from its
initiative
back,
to use
and
any
the
other
seven-star
power.
mantis suddenly
Finally,
disappeared
as
as
Luin
its speed
visualized the
increased
aftermath of the
dramatically.
king's elephant,
Luin
his
frowned and
strength
stopped where he
increased
was.
explosively,
The
and he
seven-star
managed to
mantis
suppress the
appeared from
man
the
with
side
its
and
Kong
slashed
palm.
down with its arm
The man
blade.
displayed a new
Luin
palm
took a
technique
step
that
back,
was similar
and the
to
arm
the
blade
emptiness
slashed
palm
in
in
front
the
of him.
emptiness palm. He grabbed
was
the
a single
blade
palm
with his
strike,
left
but
hand,
this one
and the
was
slipper
very
appeared in
gentle.
his right.
No matter how
The
much
slipper had
Luin
been
tried to
upgraded
increase
once
his
more,
strength,
and
it was
Luin
all
was
absorbed
certain
by
that
the
the
palm like a
seven-star
sponge.
mantis would not be far from
Luin
death
knew
if
that
it was
this
hit
should be
by
the
the
palm
slipper now.
technique that could be
Perhaps
learned
it
from
was
the
afraid of being
thousands stacks in
ambushed
Zhongshan
twice,
Dojo.
or perhaps
His
it had
strength
sensed danger
continued to increase,
but the moment the
and the
slipper
more
appeared,
ferocious his
the
palm force
seven-star
became,
mantis spread
the
out
more
its
it
6
seemed to
pairs
be
of
able to be
wings and suddenly
neutralized.
disappeared.
This palm
That
didn't strike
strange
back
feeling
as if it
appeared
only
again.
wanted to neutralize
Luin held on
Luin's
tightly
attack.
to the arm blade
The man
and did not
continued
let
to
go.
stare at Luin.
He wanted to slap
Could it
the
be that
slipper
this
away,
person didn't
but
learn
he
the
could
third
not
palm?
find the seven-star
With his
mantis's
strength,
body.
he would definitely
His
be
body
able to
was
learn it.
constantly moving,
Since that was
dragging
the
Luin
case, his
through the
gaze
void.
trembled.
Compared
Bang
to
another
time,
palm struck
Luin
out,
could only
and
be sure of
Luin's
the arm
expression
blade in his
changed
hand.
as a powerful
The
force
seven-star
blasted
mantis
towards him.
wanted to use its
He
speed
almost
to get
lost
rid
his
of
footing,
Luin,
and the man in
but
front
it
of him
still
struck out again.
underestimated Luin's
Something
strength.
was wrong.
As long as the
Luin
arm
stared
blade
at the
was
man's
caught by
palm.
him, it would
This
be
was yet
difficult to
another
get
new
rid of
palm
it.
technique
The
that he could
seven-star
learn from the
mantis was
10,000
good at
stacks.
speed, not strength.
Not only was this
Its
palm
strength did
gentle
not
enough to
surpass
dissolve
Luin's,
so it
attack,
could not get rid
but
of
it was
him at
also
all.
able to instantly display a power that was comparable to Luin's own attack. The entire
No,
process,
it was a
from
transformation.
the moment the seven-star mantis spread its 6 pairs of wings, not
was
only had
already
this
an
palm
illusion.
dissolved Luin's
In the next
attack,
moment, the
but it had
seven-star
also used
mantis
some
body
unknown
shook.
method to turn
A
Luin's
sourcebox
attack into a
array?
counterattack that
After
struck
spending
back at
dozens of
Luin.
years in this
The more
space-time,
powerful
Elder
Luin's
Chan had
attacks
used
were,
the
the more
ancestral
powerful
chi
the
of the
three
counterattack
yangs
would
to
be.
create
He
progenitor
immediately
Hui and set up a
unleashed his
sourcebox
boundless
array
inner
that
world.
circled the entire
The
space-time.
threats continued to fuse
Fortunately,
together,
this
and his
space-time
power
was very
increased
small,
explosively.
and the sourceboxes
The man
that
was
Luin
shocked.
had obtained
This
from
person
Dashir
only
came
had
in
the
handy.
strength of a half-martial
Luin had used
ancestor,
the sourcebox
yet he was
array
able
to
to
disrupt the
display
void
such power.
and prevent the seven-star
Ordinary
mantis
martial
from tearing
ancestor
through the
realm
void to leave.
experts were no match
Of
for
course,
him at
this
all.
was only
It
disrupting
seemed like
space-time.
Hui was doomed.
It did not
Luin
mean that
did
the
not believe
seven-star
that
mantis
this man
could
could
not
leave
leave
at all.
every one of his
However,
palms. No one knew
he
what would
exerted
happen
his
if they
power
entered
to
the
the
parallel
extreme
space-time.
without
using the power
The
of
seven-star
confinement.
mantis was
There was
cautious,
a loud bang,
and it would not
Luin
leave
retreated
until the
step
very
by
last
step.
moment.
He had
At
managed
least
to
for now,
counterattack.
it was not that it
The
did
man
not have the
retracted his
confidence
hand
to
and
defeat
looked at
Luin
Luin in
but
amazement.
that it did not want to
You're
take
the
the
first
risk.
palm strike.
There
There
were
can make
risks
me so
left and
cautious
right
that
so
I
it
don't
would
even have
naturally
the
choose
confidence
one.
to counterattack.
And the choice it had
My name
chosen
is
was to
Silent
leave.
Void.
You're
Luin had
qualified to
killed
know my
Jianghu
name.
and was infamous in the
Are
outer
you
realm.
from the fifth mainland?
The seven-star mantis
Luin
would rather
asked in
take
a
the
low
risk
voice.
and go to an
Silent
unfamiliar
Void
parallel
nodded.
space-time than
That's
stay
right.
here and fight to
Did
the
you
death.
betray humanity?
With its strength,
You could say that.
the chances of
Why?
encountering danger in
Silent
another
Void
parallel
looked up.
space-time were much
Everyone
lower
has
than
their
dying
own
at
goals.
Luin's hands.
Race and
Since
physical
that was
bodies
the
are
case,
just
why not
external
leave?
appearances.
There was no problem
Even
with
if I
this
lose
choice,
my
but it was
physical
too
body,
late.
I'm still
The
me.
sourcebox
Why
array
should I
that
stick to
Luin had
humanity?
spent decades setting up was
Luin
not really
shouted,
meant to trap the
"Nonsense."
seven-star mantis.
Black Wuxian was
Luin
trying
had
to
been
tempt
waiting
you.
for that one
What
moment.
benefits did he
The
give you?
seven-star mantis tore
Silent
through
Void
the void
clenched
again
his
and tried
fists
to
and then
leave,
relaxed
but
them.
a ray of light
I'll let
flickered
you
around
feel
it
that
and
it's
reversed
fate
that
for a
you were
second.
able to obtain
The
my
torn
legacy
void
and return
returned
to
here.
its original state.
Since you hate the
And
eternal so
seven-star
much,
mantis will
I'll
kill
shock.
you and prevent you
Time
from
had
becoming a
changed.
corpse king.
That 1 second
This is
had
my
prevented
respect
the
for you.
seven-star mantis
Luin
from
moved
leaving.
his arm, and it had also
give you
given
respect as
Luin
well.
a chance to approach
I'll let
it.
you atone for
1
your
second
betrayal.
was enough for many
There was a
things to be
whoosh as
done.
Silent Void
At the
struck
very
out with
least,
a palm.
it was enough for
You haven't
Luin
learned
to
the third
appear
palm
behind the
strike.
seven-star
Look
mantis
closely,
and grab
this
it.
is the fourth palm
The 6
strike.
pairs of wings
It's
on
called
the
return
seven-star
void.
mantis back
The
flapped.
return void
It
palm
had
was
no
a palm
intention of
technique
fighting,
that could
and it
return
only
one's
wanted
own
to get
strength
away
to
from
oneself.
oneself.
The
The
speed
speed
that
had not been
rivaled
able to
time
do
was
so
enough to
even
allow the visualization and to get away from inner world before he could even now that he was facing the return as long as it increased the distance between them, it could tear through the void again, and the seven-star mantis did not believe that it would be stopped again. The ray of light had been able to reverse the seven-star mantis time by relying on that 1 second. It was the force that he had used to attack the void and was blocked, but it had been reflected back by the boundless without that 1 second. However, the ray of light also not been able to approach the seven-star mantis, and the boundless palm had begun to recover. Now the seven-star mantis had relied on its speed to increase the distance between them once again. In its mind, had relied on the return void palm technique to continuously increase. This was indeed the case. Even when the force was returned to him, he continued to increase his strength. And the others against the seven-star void had said that he was not confident that he would be able to completely return that palm strike. And the seven-star mantis had not been severely definitely beyond his expectations. Furthermore, the seven-star mantis had been so cautious that it had not even thought of fighting. There was a loud bang as the void that only wanted between the two palms, and one that transforming into a pushing force that pushed both of them away. Unstoppable. Lu Yin's palm returned to its original state. Had run into Lu Yin. He had completely absorbed escaping the rebounding force and then struck out again and made it impossible for others to see it clearly. Palm could not be returned. Lu Yin had the ability to look back at time, and he could look back at 88 seconds. His gaze was no longer filled with amazement, but rather fear. The ray of light shuttled back and forth through the return void palm's upper limit. The seven-star mantis could do whatever it wanted. It did not even try to attack Luin. It's time to get serious. It only wanted to escape. Silent Void's eyes widened, clearly see his direction that the seven-star mantis was fleeing. He became vigorous and heavy, and even his breathing caused the void to collapse. Luin's expression turned serious in that direction. He had seen the sequence particles. The seven-star mantis had just appeared. Although he did not have as many as wood carvings, they were comparable to Void 5 taste. It wanted to tear through the void. This person had originated from the primordial space, which meant that he should not be too old. Everything had happened in just 1 second. Perhaps he was from the Dao Source sect of the 9 mountains and the others could not understand what had happened. Someone who possessed even the seven-star mantis himself could not understand what had happened. There was only one explanation to tear through the void. He had been enticed by 1 second was just join the fourth ray of light calamity before he had attained the seven-star mantis was about to leave. Is this what ray of light gave you? For another second. Luin asked in a low voice. Closed in once Silent Void's gaze turned cold. He raised his slipper high and slammed it down. Although I don't know how you can see the laws when you're not even a progenitor, just because you can see them doesn't mean that you can resist them. The same thing happened again. If I hadn't come to the fourth zone of calamity, I would never have been able to reach this direction and location of its escape. So what if you can reach this level of strength? You can close eye on the seven-star mantis, in the fourth zone making it difficult for it to escape. Even if I give you eternal life, you'll only be able to control this fourth zone of calamity. How could this human catch up to it? He's a lackey of the Eternals. Impossible. Even the Eternal's power of laws might not be able to catch up to it, so how could this human do it? What did you just use? Elder Chan used the strange technique. Luin's eyes flashed. Elder Chan endured his injuries and used the ancestral chi of the three in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Strengthen the control of the source box array. He had come to the fourth zone of calamity before he had become famous in the 9 mountains and through the void. It would be best if he could increase the time from 1 second to 2 seconds. A hand and not only would this increase the source box array, invisible palm, but it would also increase the spatial particles crashed down. He looked at the lines in space and scalp went numb as the seven-star mantis continued to shuttle through the void. His feet were moving and the ray of light parallel to time and everything around him was still. As long as the seven-star mantis tore through the void, his footsteps were incomparably heavy and it was extremely difficult for him to move in reverse. Fled. With the ray of light would be able to track it down. It would not be so easy for him to move in parallel to time. Used the spatial lines and Elder Chan's surroundings returned to delay the seven-star mantis from tearing through the void for 2 seconds. The void. 2 seconds was too long, and he had almost been hit. Did not use the ray of light to reverse for a second. Go numb again as Silent Void grabbed the seven-star mantis's wings. It was not a single palm strike to the touch, but rather dozens of them at the same time was covering the void. Human, let go of me. Even if Luin could move in reverse in parallel to time, he would not be able to dodge them all in an instant. His palm realm battle void released his power from his heart that isolated space-time. No matter how hard the emptiness palm swept past the emptiness palm, they could not withstand some of the sequence particles were restrained. I'm not from the Eternals. Luin attacked at the same time. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with the Eternals. That things would move in the opposite direction. Jianghu shouted the same thing before she died. His body was struck by 3 consecutive palms, and he was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was able to block them all. Let me go. I'm not helping the Eternals. I'm willing to serve you. Void was stunned. Let me go. This was impossible. Luin exerted more force. It was already inconceivable that this person could block his triangular head suddenly turned 180 he was even able to block attacks and it opened its mouth to bite Luin. While Silent Void was extremely horrifying, Luin hurriedly stepped in reverse and mouth took the initiative to attack. Luin snorted. A general appointment he grabbed the wings with his right hand and grabbed the slipper with his left. I summoned the general. He then aimed it at the seven-star mantis's triangular and even a sneak attack with the seven-star mantis was clearly afraid. This kind of powerhouse would shattered its arm blade. That was the toughest part of hiding anything, and if it was hit again, it would definitely leave this battle alive. Luin, Dao silhouettes appeared one after another. I won't do it again. More than 10 progenitor realm cultivators were summoned. Please let me go. Towards solitary emptiness. The seven-star mantis begged. Silent Void's eyes narrowed. Luin coldly said, "General, don't you like to test people's natures? Lu family? Then let's play a game. You're from the Lu family. Fly as fast as you can, and I won't hit you. Charged forward. Let's see if you can shake me off. Silent Void raised a palm. I won't bother you. Wiping out a progenitor with a single strike. If you can't shake me off, you'll die." These ordinary progenitors were useless against him. Fly. The Cyclops King and the seven-star mantis were summoned. I'm willing. And Luin felt dizzy for a moment. It was expected there was a burden, and the power of the general appointment platform could not be used indefinitely. Let's see who wins. At his current level, he could only summon 20 generals and he grabbed the wings with one hand and the slipper with the other. These 20 were all progenitors. He was full of threat. The Cyclops King's body was surrounded by the halo of the emptiness world, and then it suddenly spread its 6 pairs of wings and flew through the air. The seven-star mantis waved his arm and slashed out. Once it displayed this speed, no one would be able to catch up to it unless they had the ability to manipulate time. The Cyclops King had terrifying strength, as his body was large enough to suppress Silent Void, as it had actually met its nemesis. However, Silent Void's laws were not something that the Cyclops King could resist. Although the halo of the emptiness world was somewhat erased, to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more shattered the Cyclops King's Chapter 3002. At the same time, the strange feeling appeared once more as Lu Yin's stream of light continued to revolve around his body. The seven-star mantis did not have the ability to see through the seven-star mantis behind Silent Void. All he could do was adapt to that speed and hold on tightly down with his arm. The entire
hiss,
space-time became the seven-star mantis flying stage. On the other side, and struck out with his palm, lips were causing the seven-star mantis to disappear in an instant. Mottled blood. Speed was different from battle techniques. And it had come from the progenitor realm mantis. Reverse step would be restrained by the laws of the emptiness world. But the seven-star mantis relied on his own speed. It was not stupid, and it wanted to leave as well, but it was not the seven-star mantis and did not have that kind of speed. And you can see it by following the author. Every time it tried to leave, it would be interrupted by xianxia. Thank you. Even without a sourcebox array, it could not escape. Human, you cannot defeat me. Give up. Your target is the boss of the seven stars mantis. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. I promise that I will not target humans in the future. The progenitor circled around Lonely Void using battle techniques. Lonely Void couldn't keep up with the mantis' speed, and both of them had been injured all over his body. From the progenitor realm mantis' point of view, it had not been easy for Lonely Void was at a disadvantage for so long. And it was impossible for her to win. And stepped backwards, leave the rest to me, slipper and the dragon down on Lonely Void. Lonely Void clenched his fist and punched out. Was cold. Suddenly, his space distorted and expanded. The dragon turtle had a complicated expression. The Cyclops young master, the seven-star mantis, you are not thinking of using that move, are you? As if Xianxia did not answer, and her sword slowly lowered. The progenitor realm mantis relaxed when it saw her like should have been able to increase the overlapping power of his palms. It then tore through the void hollow palm. Suddenly, Void snowflakes danced in the deep darkness of space. Lonely Void had known where they had come from to attack, but it was bone-chilling. The seven-star mantis, the progenitor realm mantis, was confused. He couldn't get close to a bad premonition, so his only option was to wait for the void to approach him. But it discovered that its movements had slowed. He turned around and struck out behind Jianghu, but Luin couldn't dodge. This sword was surrounded by the one in her hand, and the entire region was being suppressed by gravity. The dragon turtle sighed. Lonely Void had belonged to Xianxia, the one who had died. Luin also saw the look in Lonely Void's eyes. One had defeated the other, and the other had died fast. That battle had become Lonely Void Xianxia would never forget for the rest of her life. Reflected in Luin's eyes. With the support of Shi, her other master had another person appear behind him. This sword represented the same time a terrifying feeling appeared. The white longsword slowly descended. Overlapping with the sword and managed to dodge in time. The ancestor realm mantis stared blankly at the other side. Who had been formed by Elder Chan's ancestral chi, it seemed to see another shadow. Lonely Void's right shoulder with a white sword, shattering and causing the blood to spill out into space. Under the dancing snowflakes, Lonely Void was heavily injured, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of it. Luin, the progenitor realm mantis, subconsciously raised its arm blade and slammed into Lonely Void's back, with a soft sound, causing him to spit out a mouthful apart at the same time. His entire body split apart as he was sent flying into the white shadow flashed past. The seven-star mantis disappeared and then reappeared in place, dragging Lonely Void's body over to Luin. The Cyclops King and the seven-star mantis disappeared as well. Lonely Void could help to the ground, looking up in the seven-star mantis shuttled through the sky. He was on the verge of death. They only knew that space time was fragmented. Lonely Void and watched his life force the mantis's wings tightly. Now, do you think it was worth it to care about humanity? Lonely Void was an experiencing the speed of time, and Luin wasn't confident that he could beat him if he hadn't used a sneak attack. He understood the changes that progenitor Chin had imparted to him, but even if he just had to incorporate those changes into his retreat. The seven-star mantis's heart was crumbling. However, it liked to toy with human nature, but in another sense, so this was already toyed with by human nature. Kong Ji panted heavily as blood and wanted to escape, but it couldn't. His entire body had the ability to kill it at any time, but he just wouldn't. He looked at this feeling of despair caused it to crumble. I have never regretted it. The humans who had been toyed with by it felt the same quietly. This was a game of life and death. But to myself, I didn't want to play this game anymore. What I want the most. The word game was a nightmare and abyss. I'm standing at a sufficient height. The sense of dissonance gradually disappeared. I can see the scenery that I want to see the most. Footsteps became smoother and smoother. He was getting used to the speed and the changes. Incessantly as blood spewed out of his mouth. He looked around and saw the seven-star praying mantis flapping its wings and stared at its trajectory. Although I betrayed the humans, I have never left the fourth region. Perhaps he was still unable to successfully reverse time to parallel time, but he was already a beginner and was not far from success. The Liu clan's general in other words, he could succeed at any time. To have a home for at the same time, just take it as atonement for my identity as on the verge of collapse. One last thing, I knew that there was no way it could escape this human. The feeling of a guillotine hanging over its head was too mainland where I left my palm print. It had to rely on itself to take a look. It had seen too much of human nature. With that, Kong Ji collapsed greatest and died. Weakness was not Luin just looked at him. Cowardice had he intended to use that palm strike? Emotions. Elder Chan shook his narrow eyes suddenly stared into the distance. The general appointment platform it gradually slowed down, raised its arm blade and slashed down. No divine power. At the same time, it raised its blade again and slashed at Elder Chan. Right, no divine power. Two slashes were enough to kill these two humans. Divine power. It wanted Luin to make a choice. After so many years, Kong Ji had not cultivated divine power. It had deliberately slowed down to give Lu Yin enough time to save both of them at the same time. If Kong Ji had been a little faster, that way it would have enough time to escape Lu Yin. It did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to stop it while saving them. Kong Ji, no matter how strong this human was, there was a limit to his strength. Although he had betrayed the fifth mainland, he had not done anything to Lu Yin and the others. Had he remained in the fourth region all this time, facing the seven-star mantis's blade, to see the dragon turtle at a higher level. The hellworm reacted at the same time. If everyone thought the same way, they would never be able to defeat the Eternals. While the hellworm raised its claws to grab the blade that was slashing at Elder Chan. Both attacks and the others saw that Kong Ji had died, and the seven-star mantis was shocked. The battle just now had been spectacular. You're courting death, and even the dragon tortoise did not dare down with his slipper. We finally killed someone of value in the outer realm. The mantis howled and frantically twisted its body. Congratulations, its speed had also decreased. For defeating a sequence. Its wings were the key to maintaining its speed. The dragon now that they had been destroyed, didn't you see that Elder Chan also made a move? Human, the ghost monkey bared his teeth. The mantis's body suddenly shriveled up, crooked, and Lu Yin slammed down with his slipper on its back. Elder Chan looks like a sickly ghost. It's obvious that he transformed into Lu Qianni. This was one of the rules of the game it had set in the first 5 of the 7 continents. What did he mean by kill the last person in a team to bring about despair and struggle for humanity? The sickly ghost. Now it had become the last person Lu Yin wanted to kill. Elder Chan's expression Master Lu, as the ghost really going to fight me? The mantis' tone changed and his voice became patriarch. Its eyes were ferocious. Bared his teeth. Another progenitor Elder Chan's expression turned even, but it was cut off by the mantis' arm blade. He had no choice but to say, the mantis turned around, faced Lu Yin, how is the fourth region? Everyone looked at Lu Yin, was actually charging at the fourth region. Now what was this? Lu Yin briefly explained the situation in the fourth region. Welcome aboard. And Elder Chan and the rest tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. That means that the fourth region is not as strong as the one we fought. The seven-star praying mantis came to a sudden stop as it approached the first region, then its strength was far greater than the fourth. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after it, is one of the three pillars that the mantis had changed directions again, he's known as the seven sky gods in the first region. After a few times, Lu Yin realized that the mantis had left seven especially the primordial space, and he was surrounded by the seven spots. That's why he's not in the fourth region most of the time. Otherwise, the mantis might not have been able to return if I was tried to rush out of the encirclement. Elder Chan said, but it was no matter what, it's still too risky. Closest to him exploded with a slash. If the fourth region's master is not seven spots or one of the seven sky gods, the first spot exploded with one slash, the second with 2 slashes, the third with 4 slashes, and so on until the seventh spot exploded with 32 slashes. If that guy chased after us, then there might be other Eternals who can catch up. Although it was powerful enough to kill a progenitor, it was not a threat to still void's corpse. The most troublesome part was the number. Let's head back first. The seventh spot brought Elder Chan and the rest back to the power was the same as the first. Told him that he still needed to go to the fourth region. Had to endure 32 slashes from the mantis. You're still going? It might have been a killing move to others, but it was not a threat to Lu Yin. Don't worry, it's very safe right now. More than once. No one would have thought that I would return to the fourth region so quickly, and they wouldn't believe that still void would die so quickly. Had the same power. And the mantis had used numbers to suppress Door and step unfortunately, and numbers were useless against him. He was very interested in the chosen one battle that Wei Shu had mentioned. Since the seven-star battle against the humans, or was it a battle against the various parallel universes? It was controlling the 7 points. Just as Lu Yin had slashes when he arrived at the fourth region, he saw the mantis expression turned sinister, standing in midair, 7 stars waiting for still void to return. As soon as he finished speaking, however, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the fourth region. 128 since he had used the astral door, since he had returned through the astral door, space itself was torn to shreds. The fifth region. The dragon turtle he hadn't attracted much attention, and Zhao ran out of the space Wei Shu's tower. The caged WRM should have been destroyed, left as well, but it had been repaired in just a short while. And the mantis. The Eternals seemed to have an unusual obsession with brought to this space-time by Lu Yin easily, and the others were all gathered. No one noticed WRM's back. At this moment, otherwise they would not have been able to leave. Window and looking into the space-time was shattering. How ruthless. Lu Yin no longer I don't know who actually dared to barge into the fifth region. Instead, his entire body was covered with Palm Realm battle force. Fortunately, I was vigilant, or else I would have been the first to die. Its attacks were not too late now, and there were so many of them. A voice traveled to his ear. 128 slashes was something that even sequence lost powerhouses would be wary of. He suddenly reacted, this person was actually just as he was about to move. Lu Yin faced down on his head. Attacks head on. Do you want to live or die? Forward. Wei Shu didn't dare to move, the attacks, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He then faced the mantis and raised his slipper, Lu Yin had slamming it down. Just how afraid was this fellow to be sweating so quickly? Lu Yin had transformed into a grandpa, please spare me. And he gave it a sense of despair. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this level. It wanted to spare me, grandpa. Wei Shu pleaded softly.
Slash was a battle technique that it had created,
as this was the first time
once
in
it was
his life
used,
that someone had called him
seven
grandpa.
stars were combined.
This fellow was
the
too
mantis
afraid of
body
death,
would be
and he was completely different from still void,
making
and
it
hui.
impossible for
This
it to
should be
escape.
the attitude of
If
the
that
human
wasn't the case,
progenitors
it would have
of the
used it a
Eternals.
long time ago.
If they were afraid of
He
death,
had only
why
used
would
it
they
in
betray
this
the
life and
human
death situation.
I'm not your
But he
grandpa.
hadn't expected
There's
that it
no
would still
shameless
be
person
unable
like
to
you
harm
who would
Luin.
betray your ancestors.
Master Lu, I beg you,
said coldly.
There was a thump.
Wei Shu
And
hurriedly
before the
said,
mantis could
yes,
even
yes,
finish
grandpa.
its sentence,
I'm not
Luin
worthy
had
of being your
smacked it to
grandson.
death with his slipper.
Then, forefather,
even in
forefather,
death, the
please
mantis
spare
had
me,
never
forefather.
imagined that it would die one day.
Luin raised a brow.
It thought it was fast
Hand
enough
over
that
the
even
map.
the Eternals would be wary
Wei
of it.
Shu took out a
It
chip
thought it
from his
wouldn't be
cosmic
targeted
ring
because
without
it hadn't
hesitation,
completely
not
interfered
even
in the
daring
war
to look
between
back.
the humans and the
Luin
Eternals.
took the chip.
It just
It
liked
was
to play
quite
games,
high-tech.
that's all. That's it. But this human just
Absolutely.
wouldn't let it go.
If there's any deceit,
it had already
I'll die a
submitted to
horrible
him,
death.
and it was already so
Are you
strong.
that afraid of death?
Luin gripped his
I'm also
slipper
afraid
and
of
panted
pain.
heavily as he
Please
watched
spare
the
me,
mantis
forefather.
corpse float in the air.
Luin looked at Wei
He let
Shu's
out a
back.
deep breath. It was
Let me
over.
ask you, what is the
Ever
chosen
since he
one
had
battle?
broken through to half
Wei Shu
progenitor,
blurted out,
aside from
the
the
six
powerhouses
zones
of
of
calamity
sequence
select
laws,
the most
all
outstanding
other
elites and
progenitors
send
were
them
about
to a
the
place
same
to
in
take
his
a
eyes.
test.
There
If
was
they
nothing
passed,
that he
they
couldn't
could become
deal
one
with,
of the three
but the
pillars
mantis
and
had
6
shown him
Cs
a
and
different
received
side.
guidance from a
The
true
sequence
god and
laws
endless
weren't the only
resources
way
from the
to
clan.
become stronger.
If the three pillars
Regardless
and
of whether
6
it
Cs
was
are
strength,
lacking, they can be
speed, or
replaced
strength.
immediately.
Once one reached a
There's
certain
also
level,
a legend
they
that
would
they
all
can
possess
obtain a true
extraordinary
god's
strength.
ultimate technique.
This mantis
and they
had
don't
just
have to
happened
search
to run
for it
into
in the
him.
divine power.
If it had
lake.
been anyone else, even Patriarch Tianyi, they might not have been able to kill
Since
him.
ancient times,
When he
there have
thought
been
of
many
this,
chosen one
Luin
battles,
immediately called
but
out a
those who
general.
passed can be counted
In my
on one
name,
hand.
I call out
and
a
they all
general.
went to the first
When
zone
he
of
saw the
calamity.
mantis brand appear on the
Luin's first
stage,
thought was of the
Luin
undying
relaxed
god
and
and
became
became
excited.
They were
He
not
didn't
the
care
3
about the
pillars and
mantis.
6 Cs.
First,
but
this
they were
beast
also
had to pay the
existences
price for
second
what it
only
had
to
done.
the true god.
Second, he
Did
didn't
that
need
mean
to
that they
submit
had
to him.
passed the chosen
As
one
long as
battle
it was
and could
willing,
replace the
Luin
3
could
pillars
use
and
its
6
strength.
Cs at any time?
This was the
However,
terrifying
the
aspect
undying
of the
god
Lu
did
family.
not have any ultimate
There were now
techniques,
19
nor
progenitors
did the
in
witch
Lu
spirit
Yin's
selection
god.
stage.
Hei Wuxian was
In the
also
past,
one of
the
the
strongest
three
had
pillars
been
in
the
the Six
Cyclops
Cs,
King, but
and
now
now
it
it
was the
was the
7-star Mantis.
The 3 pillars
After
and 6
all,
Cs
the
were not
Cyclops
lacking,
King had
which
lost
meant
the
that they
power
were
of the
not the 3
sequence,
pillars
while
and
the
6 Cs.
7-star Mantis
Could
had
their
full
positions
strength.
be comparable to the 3
Before
pillars
this,
and 6
Luin
Cs?
had called out
Or were they
astral
just
beasts,
slightly inferior?
such as the amethyst
Luin
beast
did
and the
not
Sylvan
understand.
Dragon Lord.
What
They
are
were
the
all
characteristics
astral
of those
so
who
he could
passed the
naturally
chosen
call
one
out the
battle?
Mantis.
Luin
With
asked.
the Mantis,
Wei Shu was
Luin
taken
was even
aback.
more confident in fighting against the powerhouses
like a
from the
unique
outer
title
realms.
and so on.
In the surroundings,
I've never
the
heard of
starry
that.
sky
Do you
continued
know
to
who
crack
passed the
open,
test?
revealing the
Wei
void
Shu
of the
bitterly
world.
replied,
This
space-time
had been completely destroyed,
does not know.
but fortunately
There have
there
been
weren't
many
any
instances
living
where no
creatures.
one has passed
This
the
was
chosen
also
one
why
battle.
Luin had
It's just too
specifically
difficult.
chosen this space-time.
Actually, one of the
It was
3
small
pillars
and
and
had few
6
living
Cs joined the
creatures.
clan through the
Not
chosen
long
one
after,
battle.
Luin
It's said
arrived
that he's
at
the
the
master
space-time
of
where
the
the
third
Mantis
zone
was
of
and looked at the
calamity,
7
but no
continents
one
in the
can
distance.
confirm this.
There were so many mantises there that they didn't know that the Mantis and the progenitor had already been killed.
Welcome
When she saw
aboard.
Luin arrive,
Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia
The
adventures
Mantis
for
is
more
dead?
thrilling content.
Elder Chan asked
Chapter
anxiously.
3016.
The dragon
Luin
turtle
muttered to
also looked at
himself.
Luin.
The
Mantis was a
outstanding
creature
elites of
that
each
even
zone
the
of
Lightning
calamity.
Lord cared about.
These elites did
Luin
not refer
smiled.
to the younger generation.
It's time to call out a
They
general.
were definitely progenitors
Chan
or even
laughed.
sequence law
Jianghu
powerhouses.
relaxed.
Otherwise,
The
how
dragon
could they
turtle
have passed
opened
the
its
test
mouth
and become the 3
What a
pillars and
monster.
6 limitless?
Calling out the
This
Mantis
meant that the
that
Eternals
Luin
were
were
selecting
selecting
existences
existences
that
that
fight
were
against
second
the
only to the
powerhouse who
3
controls
pillars
the
and
laws
6
of the
limitless.
sequence.
This
would
was
be
a
considered a
qualitative
competition
change,
within
and it was
the
also their
Eternals,
greatest
but the
guarantee
level
for
was
this
too
trip.
high.
Luin
Where's the
looked at
place
the
you
7
mentioned?
continents in the
Luin
distance.
asked again.
I'll use
Wei
these
Shu
mantises in
hesitated.
exchange for the
Luin
recognition of
tightened
this
his grip,
space-time.
and Wei Shu quickly
With that,
begged,
he disappeared.
Immemorial City, it's Immemorial City.
Immemorial City? Luin was surprised.
Wei Shu lowered his voice and said, actually we shouldn't know about this secret, but I've interacted with many experts from the other regions of calamity, and we've drawn the map of the Divine Power Lake. It's considered an exchange of information and we can talk about it. There's a person who joined the race a long time ago who said that the examination venue is the Immemorial City. Immemorial City is the place where the Eternals and humans fight the most fiercely. Only those who can pass the test are considered to have passed the test. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Immemorial City? No wonder the elites of the Chosen of Gods found it so difficult to pass the test. Immemorial City was where the top powerhouses of the human race gathered. Chu Yi, Su Wangtian, and the others were all in Immemorial City. Only those at the level of the 7 sky gods, 3 pillars and 6 limitless could fight against them. Lu Yin suddenly had an idea to participate in the Chosen of Gods and enter Immemorial City. No, it was too dangerous. Even if the one true God was in seclusion, he might still be paying attention to the Chosen of Gods. If he discovered Lu Yin, then it would be over. Furthermore, there would definitely be powerhouses at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even if they did not discover Lu Yin might die at the hands of a human powerhouse after entering Immemorial City. Although this idea was crazy and risky, Lu Yin was increasingly tempted. Immemorial City held the secrets of the humans, and a large number of human powerhouses were gathered there. This was especially true for those from the above heaven era, which also held the secrets of the Eternals. He had heard that the Bone Ark was in Immemorial City, and if not for Immemorial City holding it back, it would have already descended upon the Six Direction Society. Immemorial City was the highest stage in the universe. Lu Yin wanted to go to Immemorial City, and he also wanted to use the Chosen of Gods to understand the other zones of calamity. However, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. What should he do? Lu Yin hesitated. Wei Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood there, sweat dripping from his forehead, drenching the ground. He looked outside the window. The Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings of the Fourth Calamity region stood in the sky, waiting for the silence. Who's participating in the Fourth Zone's chosen battle? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu was confused. This should be Lord Silent Void. Lu Yin was not surprised, as Solitary Void's strength was more than enough to qualify him to participate in the Chosen of Deities. Once he received guidance from the sole true God or mastered some sort of ultimate technique, he might even be able to rival the 7 sky gods. The strength of the fourth area of calamity was not high. After all, He Wuxian was not here most of the time and did not have the time to take care of it. Under such circumstances it was still empty. What about the other areas of calamity? There should be similar experts. Lu Yin suddenly felt that it was a pity that he had killed Solitary Void. He should have lured Solitary Void to the Eternal Kingdom and had Solitary Void destroy the Death Chi and rescue Two-Blade Stream and the others. Then Lu Yin would have been able to leave with Solitary Void and return to the Calamity region as Nightshore. This would have been perfect. Empty Silence did not belong to the first Calamity region and did not know what had happened in the primordial space, so he was not too worried. Unfortunately, this was a good idea. However, Kongji was already dead. Other experts of similar caliber could do the job as well. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Do you have any stargates that lead to other regions of calamity? Wei Shu hurriedly assured him. No, absolutely not. Although there are occasional exchanges between the regions of calamity, stargates are strictly forbidden. This is a great taboo of the Eternals. Lu Yin frowned and tightened his grip. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I want stargates to other regions of calamity. Wei Shu begged in fear. Ancestor, I really don't have any. I'm so afraid of death, so how could I disobey the orders of the Eternals? If I leave a stargate behind without permission, I'll complete the mission at best, or be thrown into the Divine Power Lake and become a berserk corpse when I come out. You know what berserk corpses are, right? They have no intelligence and only know how to kill. Even the clan cannot control them. Lu Yin continued to threaten him, but Wei Shu only continued to beg. In the end, Lu Yin had him open his cosmic ring and take out everything. There was indeed a stargate inside, but it was only for the fourth area of calamity. There were no other stargates. Other than that, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. How many berserk corpses are there in the fourth area of calamity? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu had a bitter expression. Senior, why do you always ask me questions that I can't answer? These berserk corpses are all at the bottom of the Divine Power Lake. How could I know? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. How many berserk corpses have you seen? 3. Where did they go? I don't know. Trash. Yes, I'm trash. Please spare my life, Ancestor. Lu Yin left and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He already knew what he needed to know, but he was still conflicted. Should he use Yi Bo's identity to enter the Chosen One battle? This decision was much more difficult than entering the Eternals. Back then, the only true God and the 7 sky gods had all been in seclusion, and Lu Yin had not known the truth about the Eternals. He had only wanted to know the truth about the Bone Galleon. However, things were different now. Once he entered the Chosen One battle, there was a high chance that he would come into close contact with the only true God, the 3 Pillars, and Lu Hao. However, he would not be satisfied if he did not participate. The 3 Pillars and Lu Hao might not be able to see through Yi Bo's disguise, but the only true God definitely could. Furthermore, Jiang Qingyue had been able to determine Lu Yin's identity based on his gaze and the way he attacked. There were many strange creatures in the universe, and if the first area of calamity had a creature like Qing Kong, there might be other areas as well. Lu Yin let out a long breath. This was a terrible choice. The 5th mainland, the Innerverse, the Starfall Sea. Ever since the Eternals had been expelled, the people of the Innerverse had gradually returned to this place. Even though it was still isolated by the horizontal black hole, the Eternals' endless corpse kings had no way to enter because of the lack of stargates. However, it was possible that the Eternals would set up another Stargate here, so anyone who returned to the Starfall Sea would have to take a certain amount of risk. In the Kangming continent, Mount Zhongshan Dojo opened. For safety reasons, Mount Zhongshan Dojo was still located in the Outerverse. However, every time they accepted a new disciple, they would visit the Kangming continent as a way to commemorate the past. After all, Dao Master Lan had died in battle, and Lan Si had yet to return from Burial Garden. The current leaders of Mount Zhongshan Dojo were Elder Ji and Lan Baobao. Elder Ji had become an enlighter after Elder Tai's death. Back then, Elder Tai had died in the battle with the Heavenly Sin Army, and only Lan Baobao, Tai San and a few other disciples were left in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Fortunately, Elder Ji had become an enlighter and become an elder, which was why Mount Zhongshan Dojo was able to maintain its operations. Down below, the gravity of the 20 continents continued to increase from bottom to top. On this day, hundreds of disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo were brought to the Kangming continent by Elder Ji. Accompanying them were Tai San and some of the previous disciples from the Kangming continent. Do you see these continents? Every continent has 100 times the gravity, and the higher you go, the greater the gravity. Try your best to land on the continents as a test for your treatment in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Tai San shouted. He had repeated these words many times, and every time a new disciple joined the dojo, he would follow along. In the beginning they had been apprehensive, and they would occasionally encounter a few scattered corpse kings. Now however they were no longer afraid. Many years had passed, and the Above Heaven sect had become more powerful. With a progenitor overseeing the Starfall Sea, the Eternals no longer dared to come here. It was rumored that the Eternals had been so intimidated by the Tao Master that they did not even dare to enter the endless battlefield, so how could they still come to the Starfall Sea? The hundreds of disciples were eager to give it a try. Following Tai San's orders, the group charged towards the continents excitedly. They knew that even Tao Master Lu had attempted this test. Tai San came to Elder Ji's side. I've seen this scene too many times. The more excited we were at the beginning, the greater the impact later on. Elder Ji clasped his hands behind his back. If we don't impact them, they'll think that it's so easy to obtain the grand occasion of Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Master Lu has experienced countless life and death situations, and the Starfall Sea and even the entire Fifth Mainland have been annihilated. These children are too young and have not experienced that. This impact is far from enough. Tai San sighed. Yes, our Tao Master Lan died in battle and Lan Si went missing. It's not easy for Mount Zhongshan Dojo to hold on. And your father, Elder Tai? Elder Ji's tone was heavy. Tai San's heart ached, but he quickly adjusted himself. Cultivators were like this and death was too common. Elder Ji, am I seeing things? Elder Ji looked in the direction Tai San was pointing at and saw a person slowly walking towards the 20 continents. It was Lu Yin, and he had come to bury Empty Ji's corpse here. Elder Ji's eyes widened and he hurried forward. Greetings, Master Lu. Tai San was nervous. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at the 20 continents. Are you the new disciples that Mount Zhongshan Dojo is recruiting? Yes, Master Lu. Even in his wildest dreams, Elder Ji would never have imagined that he would see Lu Yin here. Lu Yin was the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect and the Master of the Genesis space. Even if Elder Ji's cultivation had increased by a few levels, he still would not have been qualified to meet Lu Yin here. The first time he had met Lu Yin was at Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but at that time he had only been a deacon who was second only to the elders. He had been a hunter, but he was neither an elder nor an elite disciple. He had no connection with Lu Yin at all. After arriving in the Outerverse, only Elder Tai and a few others had been qualified to speak to Lu Yin. Now those people were either dead or missing. Elder Ji had never dreamed that he would be able to stand in front of Lu Yin one day. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Elder Ji and Tai San before finally settling on Tai San. Where's Lan Baobao? Tai San hurriedly replied, she stayed in the Outerverse. We took turns bringing the disciples here. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. Instead he looked at the 20 continents and then at the ground. The 20 continents were divided into 20 layers. The first layer had 10 stacks, which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. The 10th layer had 100 stacks, which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. The 10th layer had 100 stacks, which could be used to cultivate the empty palm. Lu Yin had not returned after he had finished cultivating the empty palm. The top layer was where Empty Silence had displayed the third palm technique, which could be used to neutralize an enemy's attack with gentle force. The final palm technique that Empty Silence had displayed was called the return palm, and it was located underground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3017. In the past, Lu Yin had not been able to see it, but now he could clearly see it. There was a similar fist imprint in the ground, which represented the 1,000 stacks. It had to be said that Silent Void's obsession with power allowed him to stand at a certain height. The return air palm was not outdated even among progenitor realm experts. It was able to dissipate the force of an attack and return it at the same time. It could catch people off guard, especially when it was used in conjunction with his own sequence laws. I'm here today to bury someone. Although the Starfall Sea is free of Eternals, it's still not safe. You should return as soon as possible. After saying that, he walked towards the 20 continents. He wanted to bury Empty Silence at the top level. Since this person missed his home, he would let him see it. This person had betrayed the 5th mainland, but during his battle with Lu Yin, the hesitation in his eyes had convinced Lu Yin that this person had never harmed the 5th mainland. This person missed his home, but because he did not want to harm it, he could not return. This could be considered atonement for his selfishness and betrayal of the 5th mainland. The palm technique that he had left behind had been of great help to Lu Yin. No matter what kind of person he was, Lu Yin was indebted to him for teaching him. Step by step, Lu Yin ascended the 20 continents. He walked past the disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but they couldn't see him at all. They gritted their teeth and continued to climb upwards. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this scene. Back then, he had climbed to the 10th level in front of countless people from Mount Zhongshan Dojo and learned the vacant palm. Back then, the 6th and 5th mainlands had been at war, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Lu Yin quickly reached the top floor and looked at the fist imprint in front of him. He took out Still Void's corpse and buried it beneath the fist imprint. He then called for Still Void to take a look around. Take a look if you want. Although this hometown has gone through many twists and turns, it hasn't changed much. He turned around and looked into the distance. If Elder Chan had not ambushed you, would you have struck out with that palm? He stared into the distance in a daze, and after a while he retracted his platform and stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Master Lu has left. Elder Ji felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to chat with Lu Yin, but he was not qualified to do so. Tai San clenched his fists. He had clearly been able to catch up to Lan Si back then, but now he couldn't even see Lan Si's back. Even if Lan Si was here, it would still be the same. The 10 arbiters were at the peak of their generation, but they couldn't withstand the appearance of a freak who was above their generation. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave after burying Empty Silence and find a way to find the Eternals' disaster realm. At the same time, he would also increase the amount of time he could spend in flashback. However, as soon as he returned to the Above Heavens sect, he received news that the Elysian Heavenly Master had undergone his progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin hurriedly went to the Neoverse. In the Neoverse, outside the Eternal Sky Island, Wudi Ascension, Heizid Shenwei, and the others were anxiously looking into the distance. Big Sister Leon's Armada, and many others were there to watch the Heavenly Master's tribulation. Qingping, Lu Bujing, and the others were also there. Although the Elysium Heavenly Master's tribulation origin black hole wasn't large, the tribulations it attracted were extraordinary. They were sourcebox arrays. The Elysian Celestial Master was skilled in sourcebox arrays, and the origin tribulation had led to a showdown between sourcebox arrays and the Elysian Celestial Master. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, the 2 sourcebox arrays intersected and then disintegrated. Their killing intent erupted and then fused together, leaving many of the onlookers in a daze. Those who weren't origin array Heavenly Masters couldn't understand what was going on. Xiaoming's eyes widened as he watched. He was confident that his knowledge of sourcebox arrays wasn't inferior to the Elysian Celestial Masters, and he might even be stronger. However, it was impossible for him to understand all of the sourcebox arrays. Although not many origin array Heavenly Masters had been born over the course of countless years, every single one of them had created more than 5 sourcebox arrays. Furthermore, there were existences like Progenitor Hui, so Xiaoming's understanding of sourcebox arrays was far from enough. He's about to lose, Xiaoming muttered. The surrounding lockbreakers watched closely as the Elysian Celestial Master underwent his tribulation. Before the tribulation, they had all received news and hurried over. Regardless of whether they were Celestial Master Xiaoming or the Elysian Celestial Master, They all had a premonition that they would encounter a sourcebox array during the progenitor's origin tribulation, and their guesses had been correct. Jeffrey, Xiangyang, Master Brightmoon, Gui Juanheng, and the rest of the qualified lockbreakers had all arrived. Even Shiqi and Kai Jinxiang had come. It was clear that the Elysian Celestial Master's tribulation hadn't been an impromptu decision, and he had been preparing for it for some time. However, this preparation wasn't enough to face the origin tribulation. The Elysian Celestial Master's sourcebox arrays killing intent constantly, and more people could tell that he couldn't hold on. Master! Heizage Lian shouted. Invincible Ascension and Heizage Shenwei stared fixedly, their eyes bloodshot. Little Black and Xiao Bai had already grown into beautiful women, and they had shed their childishness. At this moment, they held each other's hands as they anxiously watched. Sirius Sect's Elder Jioshan was also present, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. Senior brother had gone, but was the Elysian Celestial Master going as well? The Elysian Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood, as he couldn't hold on any longer. Heizage Lian gripped his tyrant blade tightly and was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Heizage Wudi. Don't court death. Senior brother, let me go. I can't watch Master die, Heizage Lian growled as he tried to shake off Invincible Ascension. Another hand pressed down on his other shoulder. It was Heizage Shenwei. Heizage Shenwei's eyes were bloodshot. If you go, we'll die together. If possible, do you think that we want to watch Master die? Ascension gripped his tyrant blade tightly, and his body trembled. The Elysian Celestial Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Above his head, the sourcebox array's killing intent descended. In the end he had failed. He had waited for so long, but he would still fail. If he had known that this would happen, he would have taken a gamble. Spirit Fat Mavis, Elder Gong and him had all failed. Of the 7 half-ancestors, only Elder Chan had succeeded. Old friend, I'm coming too. The Elysian Celestial Master was powerless to resist, and he allowed the killing intent to descend. In the distance, Big Sis suddenly charged towards the tribulation origin. The Elysian Celestial Master was too important to Heizage Lian, and he was also her family. Even if he failed the tribulation, he could not die. However, someone was faster than her. Big Sis had just stepped out, and the Elysian Celestial Master had clearly been below the tribulation origin black hole, but now he was gone. Where had he gone? At the same time, the tribulation origin black hole crazily expanded, and a vast heavenly might caused everyone's hearts to sink. Retreat. A shrill cry rang out and everyone retreated. Big Sis looked in the direction of the tribulation origin black hole. Was it Xiaoqi? The person who had been faster than her was naturally Lu Yin. The Elysian Celestial Master was a half-ancestor. Even if he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This was a cultivator's struggle against the heavens. Lu Yin had never thought of interfering, but since Big Sis wanted to, he could not just stand by and watch. It was dangerous, but all he needed was an instant to give the Elysian Celestial Master a chance to lower his cultivation. It was not like he was forcefully helping the Elysian Celestial Master become an ancestral master. Elder Gong had died from the tribulation origin precisely because he had not had the time to lower his cultivation, and the Elysian Celestial Master had almost followed in his footsteps. Senior, lower your cultivation, Lu Yin reminded him. The Elysian Celestial Master hurriedly did so. The tribulation origin targeting him had disappeared, but Lu Yin had still interfered. He watched as the tribulation origin black hole slowly disappeared, but before it disappeared, it still struck the Elysian Celestial Master. It was also a sourcebox's killing intent, and even he was afraid of this one. It was far from what the Elysian Celestial Master had faced. Lu Yin used the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would only reach the opposite end. He looked up, and the tribulation origin black hole finally disappeared. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Big Sis was the first to rush over. Little 7. Lu Yin supported the Elysian Celestial Master and shrugged. I'm fine. The surrounding people were shocked. It was common knowledge that one could not interfere with an origin tribulation, but Lu Yin had actually forcefully interfered. Big Sis did not know what to say. Wudi Ascension and the others hurriedly thanked him. Heizage Lian finally relaxed. Thank you, Little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Captain, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Ah. The Elysian Celestial Master coughed a few times. Although he had not died, his injuries were not light. His cultivation had fallen below that of an emissary, and he could be considered crippled for the rest of his life. Pathmaster, It's not worth risking your life to save an old man like me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 10,000 times. Lu Yin smiled. I only acted because I was confident. I wouldn't take any risks. Little Black and Little Bai came over and cried tears of joy. These two girls were still the same, one black and one white. In the distance, above Shichi's head, Cheap Fish slapped its tail. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. He actually interfered with an ancestral master's origin tribulation. No rules, no rules. Shichi hurriedly pressed down on its tail. Stop slapping it. My head hurts. Girl, are you still not used to it? Lord Fish is training your iron head technique. I don't want it. Ha, you dare talk back? Be careful that Lord Fish doesn't dump you. The crowd gradually dispersed. On Eternal Sky Island, the Elysian Celestial Master thanked Lu Yin once more before going into seclusion to recover. Lu Yin chatted with the group for a while before being called away by Big Sister. She sized Lu Yin up with a probing gaze. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. Big Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Big Sister circled around Lu Yin. How did you surpass me? Saving the Celestial Master? At that time, no one present could surpass me. Only I could save the Celestial Master because I was the fastest. But in the blink of an eye, you've already taken him away. How did you do it? Lu Yin was proud. Reverse time. Big Sister's eyes shone. Time skipping? You mastered it? Lu Yin shook his head. It's parallel time. Big Sister was confused. Lu Yin told her about his encounter with Progenitor Qin in Burial Garden and showed her parallel time. Big Sister sighed. The Xiaoshang is a genius. He can even do something like that. Lu Yin also sighed. Progenitor Qin was the most talented powerhouse of the Daosor sect, and there were too few who could compare to him. He had 9 clones and each one of them could kill a progenitor. He single-handedly beat the 6th mainland into hiding in the Daosor sect. Even among the Eternals, Progenitor Qin left his name behind. Big Sister replied, Of course I know. I don't just have the memories of the Daosor sect's era. However, I still underestimated Progenitor Qin. You should know that parallel time is not as difficult as time skipping. Wu Xing's time skipping was created by him countless years ago, and the reverse time was also created by him. This Xiaoshang was able to create an alternative footwork while inheriting his predecessor's battle techniques. His talent is simply terrifying. That's why Progenitor Qin said that he was in Burial Garden to fulfill his promise to the Tomb Keeper and also to create a battle technique that can defeat the one true God, Lu Yin said. He would never believe anyone else, but when Progenitor Qin said it, he somehow felt that it was believable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3018. If Lu Yin had heard Progenitor Qin say this when he was learning about the sequence laws, he definitely would not have believed it. At that time, Progenitor Qin was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he might not have been a powerhouse of the sequence laws, let alone the only true god who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, as time passed, his understanding of Progenitor Qin was overturned. If Progenitor Ku could kill his way into the calamity region without dying, why couldn't Progenitor Qin? The 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era was just a title. It represented that they had inherited the mountain and sea battle techniques, but it could also have been inherited from the above heavens era. In reality, their strength was definitely not limited to this title. At the very least, Progenitor Ku and Forefather Tianyi did not have such a title. In that case, Progenitor Qin definitely did not have such a title, as he was publicly recognized as the strongest powerhouse of that era. Even Progenitor Qin himself said that he was good at fighting. The 9 mountains and 8 seas title did not only limit Progenitor Qin's and the others' titles, but it also limited other people's understanding of them. If the above heavens era's 9 mountains and 8 seas encountered Progenitor Qin and the others, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Big Sis used the sequence laws. Come Little 7, use parallel time again. Lu Yin shook his head. There's no need. It's not easy to use parallel time in this situation. I've tried it before. Big Sis's lips curled up. It's good that you know. This kind of footwork is not invincible. Remember, there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible battle technique in the universe. This is what Guiji said. Although he's a traitor now, he was still one of the top powerhouses of the above heavens era. Lu Yin knew that Big Sis was reminding him. In one's life, it was very comfortable to have a few family members and friends who truly cared about one's well-being. Not long after, the trip to the Outlands began again. This time Xianxia and Ghost Monkey did not follow. Ghost Monkey had already gained enough experience, and Xianxia had benefited greatly from the battle against the progenitor realm mantis as well as the battle against Dehui. Ghost Monkey did not need him to follow, and Lu Yin had him stay in the above heavens to accompany progenitor Wuxiang's corpse. He wanted to break through to the progenitor realm and add more powerhouses to the above heavens. Ghost Monkey was in high spirits and he firmly believed that he could reach the progenitor realm. However, when he was asked to break through, he chickened out. Lu Yin brought along with him Elder Chan, and Zhao Ran's trip to the Outlands once again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Lu Yin did not encounter any more Eternals. He did encounter 2 parallel universes with humans, but neither of them were from a cultivation civilization. On the other hand, the flowing light review time had increased to 600 seconds, which was a full 10 minutes. When the time reached 600 seconds, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately went into seclusion. He found a planet and started rolling his die. As the die slowly rotated, it stopped at 6 points. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space and he frowned. This spacetime was not the astral source spacetime, the 3 sovereign spacetime, or the void god spacetime. He had not cultivated the power of this spacetime, so how had he come to the dark space? Looking up, there were no balls of light, not a single one. What was going on? Since it appeared in the dark space, it meant that there was an existence that could merge with it. However, were there any creatures in this spacetime that cultivated astral sources? Lu Yin controlled his consciousness to head into the distance, and he soon saw the barrier again. Ever since he absorbed the will of the people in the game of 1,000 faces, after using his consciousness he could see this barrier but he could not pass through it. This was probably because his consciousness was not strong enough, and this barrier might be a parallel spacetime. Once he could pass through this barrier, he guessed that he would not have to cultivate the power of the current spacetime. He would be able to merge with creatures from countless parallel universes, and that would be interesting. However, he could not do it now. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was wrong even further away. Was that a ball of light? A ball of light go over? His consciousness arrived in an instant, and if Lu Yin had an expression, he would have been shocked. He saw a ball of light with half of it on this side and the other half on the other side of the barrier. What the hell? Without hesitation, Lu Yin rushed over and merged with it. He wanted to see what it was. As for the light, it was very dazzling. The creature that this ball of light represented must be very strong, and such a glaring light meant that it was at least a progenitor. His consciousness crashed into it and merged with it. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and countless memories flooded in. At the same time, an indescribable feeling appeared. He could see everything around him, including the scenes behind him. How many pairs of eyes were there? Memories continued to pour in and he was shocked. 9-headed bird? He had merged with a creature called 9-headed bird. It was no wonder why he could see so many scenes with his eyes. It turned out that there were 18 pairs of eyes, which was too many. Gradually, Lu Yin's gaze changed and he focused on a single head. That head's eyes were staring at a gray land with a golden radiance rising from it. It was Celestial Victor. In 9-headed bird's memories, they were currently surrounding and attacking Celestial Victor. 9-headed bird, Violet Emperor, and a pure energy body. These were the 3 extraterrestrial helpers of the Eternals. With the deaths of the hibernation beast and the 7-star mantis, as well as the fact that the reincarnation spacetime had not killed many extraterrestrial powerhouses, the Eternals were now in danger. They did not threaten him verbally like the hibernation beast. Instead, they joined forces and targeted Celestial Victor. At this moment, the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body were attacking Celestial Victor. 9-headed bird was hidden in the void, ready to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor did not know that there were not just 2 extraterrestrial powerhouses attacking him, but rather 3. In the 9-headed bird's eyes, Celestial Master Triumphant and the Violet Emperor were engaged in a fierce battle. The Violet Emperor was the strongest of the 3 Outlanders, and he was the one who had suggested joining forces to kill Celestial Master Triumphant. He was second only to the Star Toad among the Outlanders of the Eternals. It was the Violet Emperor who had faced Celestial Victor head-on, using the pure energy body to launch a sneak attack. The 9-headed bird's innate gift ensured that it would succeed. Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He then tore through the void with Elder Chan and the others and headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. You guys wait here. Lu Yin had no intention of asking them for help. He headed to the endless battlefield while notifying Venerate Lotus. Celestial Victor could not die, as he was the benchmark of the Eternals' frontline. If he died, even if they had killed 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would not be enough to offset the impact. Furthermore, Celestial Victor was a powerhouse that Lu Yin greatly respected, and he could not be killed by these beasts. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerate Lotus was shocked. Victor is being surrounded? She did not hesitate and hurried to the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was the main battlefield of the zone of disaster. The Violet Emperor had ordered Nine-Headed Bird to launch a sneak attack so as to prevent Celestial Victor from escaping. If Celestial Victor wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop him. Celestial Victor was proud and arrogant, and he had never planned on leaving the endless battlefield alive. Unless he was absolutely certain that he could not win this battle, he would not flee. This was his belief. On the dusky ground, 2 colors, 1 purple and 1 gold, constantly clashed. The world rumbled as the void continuously shattered and collapsed, extending into the distance. Terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept through the area. From time to time, a transparent radiance would spread out and envelop the purple and gold, causing the gold radiance to rapidly weaken while the purple radiance gained the upper hand. The golden staff smashed out. Opposite it was a humanoid creature with antennae. It had no facial features, only a single white vertical eye. It was the Purple Emperor. Facing Celestial Victor's staff, the Violet Emperor brazenly met it head-on. The staff smashed into the Violet Emperor, and the Violet Emperor's body fell a few meters. He grabbed the golden staff with both hands. "Victor, you are finished." As he spoke, he grabbed the golden staff and threw it out. On the other end of the staff, Celestial Victor also grabbed it tightly. Golden blood flowed and bloomed. As the blood burned, it turned into a golden radiance. His strength continued to increase, and just as the staff was about to be thrown out, he let go and hit the top of the staff with his palm. The staff turned into a golden stream of light and hit the Violet Emperor again. The Violet Emperor's body was penetrated by the staff, and he fell down. In the distance, the creature that had used the transparent radiance was also humanoid in appearance, but its body flowed with a transparent radiance. It was called a pure energy body. It did not have a name, but even the eternal race called it a pure energy body. It was a strange creature born in the universe, and the transparent radiance was its sequence rule, the absolute energy domain. Once enveloped by the transparent radiance, apart from one's physical strength, all other forms of energy would be suppressed or even countered, becoming a means of attack for this creature. It was because of this move that it was able to suppress Celestial Victor's astral source, causing Celestial Victor's strength to decline. This allowed the Violet Emperor to have the opportunity to fight Celestial Victor. Otherwise, even the Violet Emperor would not have been able to defeat Celestial Victor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor crashed to the ground, purple blood flowing out of his chest. His white eyes turned and he stood up and stared into the distance. Celestial Victor landed on the ground, his body swaying. The blood in his body flowed continuously, becoming the source of his strength. His astral source was suppressed by the pure energy body, so he could only use his blood to exchange for strength. If not for the Victor's art, he might not have one. "You two trash can't kill me." Celestial Victor bent his legs and charged forward, unleashing a punch at the Violet Emperor that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The Violet Emperor raised his leg and kicked out. There was a loud bang and the earth trembled. The sound traveled deep into the zone of disaster. Only the Eternal race knew about this battle, but they had no intention of interfering. Celestial Victor relied on the Victor's art. Even though his astral source was suppressed, he fought more valiantly, although he looked miserable. The Violet Emperor was in a miserable state as well. The pure energy body sequence rule continued, and they had to work together to exhaust Celestial Victor's strength. Celestial Victor believed that if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill these two extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Violet Emperor was also waiting for the Nine-Headed Bird to make a move. Physical clashes were the most primitive form of combat. The pure energy body forced Celestial Victor to fight the Violet Emperor with his physical body. Even so, the Violet Emperor gradually lost ground. His body continued to crack, and Celestial Victor's blood flow increased. His entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance that was extremely resplendent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3019. The more Purple Emperor fought, the more he retreated. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Victor waved his hand, and the golden staff flew over. This time, the Purple Emperor didn't use his body to block it. Instead, he rushed forward and punched Heavenly Lord Victor's fingers that were holding the staff, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Victor to hold on. However, Heavenly Lord Victor's reaction wasn't slow. Although he let go of the staff, he still kicked out, nearly crushing the Purple Emperor's upper body. The Purple Emperor was sent flying by the kick. Heavenly Lord Victor grabbed the golden staff again. It was over. He smashed the staff down. This time, the Purple Emperor couldn't escape. The Purple Emperor raised his head, his white eyes staring at Heavenly Lord Victor. He completely ignored the golden staff and continued to stare at Heavenly Lord Victor. Just as the golden staff was about to hit the Purple Emperor, it stopped. Heavenly Lord Victor's body froze. His expression changed drastically as he stared at the Purple Emperor. "This is?" The Purple Emperor shouted. His body was bleeding all over. The nine-headed bird appeared in the void, its enormous body blotting out the sky. It raised its 9 heads high and let out a shrill cry. 3 of the heads had 6 pairs of eyes that stared at celestial battleship. Die battleship. Heavenly Lord Victor felt his hair stand on end. The 9-headed bird had the innate ability to curse. Once it targeted someone, it was as if their life was connected to their heads. If their heads were cut off, they would die. This was the 9-headed bird's most terrifying ability. It was also the reason why the Purple Emperor had ordered the 9-headed bird to launch a sneak attack. Only the 9-headed bird could kill Heavenly Lord Victor in a single strike. At the cost of losing 3 heads, it could curse Heavenly Lord Victor to death. Under normal circumstances, the 9-headed bird wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Heavenly Lord Victor. However, Heavenly Lord Victor was currently under control. This was a rare opportunity. It was confident that it could kill him. Heavenly Lord Victor was stared at by the 3 heads. He felt as if his vision had changed. This was because his life was connected to the heads of the 9-headed bird. It's over. The 9-headed bird let out an excited cry. After killing Heavenly Lord Victor, its reputation wouldn't be any lower than the star toads. Humans and other creatures all had vanity. The 9-headed bird was no exception. Heavenly Lord Victor clenched his teeth. Heavenly Lord Victor wanted to kill him? Impossible. The blood in his body boiled. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed past and crashed into the 9-headed bird with a bang, knocking it away. By knocking the 9-headed bird away, he had removed the 9-headed bird's curse, giving him a chance to kill Heavenly Lord Victor. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. 7-star mantis? 7-star mantis. 7-star mantis? The xuanhuan and the others were astonished. Aren't you dead? Something's not right. The pure energy body opened its mouth for the first time, and its tone was like the ripples on the surface of a lake. It is pure energy. Xuanhuan and the others stared at the 7-star praying mantis. They realized that this 7-star praying mantis was different from what they knew. It was as if it had been carved out of a gray mold. 9-headed bird was enraged. 7-star mantis, I don't care what you are. You should die if you try to stop me from cursing victory. As he spoke, one of his heads stared at the 7-star praying mantis while the other 3 heads continued to stare at Heavenly Venerate Victor. He still hadn't given up and wanted to curse him. Heavenly Venerate Victor sneered. So this is your backup plan, you 3 pieces of trash. He then raised his staff and smashed it down. Xuanhuan hurriedly dodged, but this staff was not aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the pure energy body. Only by dealing with the pure energy body would he be able to display his full strength. Otherwise, he would have to fight to the death with Xuanhuan. The pure energy body immediately disappeared, and the transparent light spread out once more. This time, it enveloped the 7-star praying mantis, causing him to instantly disappear. In the distance, Luin was shocked. The 7-star praying mantis had actually disappeared. It had been forcefully erased. That pure energy body's absolute energy domain was actually so ruthless. Luin had learned about pure energy bodies through the 9-headed bird's memories, but because he had only fused with them for a short period of time, he hadn't learned much. At the time, he had wanted to control the 9-headed bird to attack Heavenly Venerate Victor, but because he didn't know how long the bird would wait to attack, he had been forced to withdraw from the fusion. Sometimes, a battle could last for days or even years. Even if they wanted to finish this siege quickly, it wouldn't take more than a few years, but a few hours would not be impossible. It had not been easy for him to fuse with the 9-headed bird's body, as the bird was a sequence law powerhouse. This was not a problem of insufficient resources. Back when he had been a hunter, He had also been forced to withdraw from the fusion because he had forcefully fused with an emissary's body. If he had withdrawn before the nine-headed bird attacked, then he could only watch as Heavenly Venerate Victor was ambushed and killed. Even if he had used the nine-headed bird's body to attack xuanhuan and the others, it did not mean that he would have succeeded. Heavenly Venerate Victor's life had been hanging by a thread, and he could not afford to be careless. To be safe, Lu Yin had immediately withdrawn from the fusion to provide support. At this point there was no need to overthink things. The seven-star praying mantis was erased, and the pure energy body avoided Heavenly Venerate Victor's attack. Xuanhuan's white eyes stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor's body suddenly became unable to move. He had actually been controlled even when they were not looking at each other. This was Xuanhuan's trump card. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor clenched his fists, and his golden blood melted to form a storm that connected the heavens and the earth. He swept out with his staff. "You underestimate me too much." This staff viciously smashed into Xuanhuan and the pure energy body, forcing them to retreat. This was the first time that the pure energy body had been injured in this battle, and it was clearly not light. Xuanhuan coughed up blood. This monster was already extremely powerful, but even with the three of them working together, they had still been swept aside. The pure energy body disgusted Lu Yin, as this thing could directly cripple his commander-appointing platform and the Divine Seal catalog. It might even destroy the starry sky in his heart. In comparison, the nine-headed bird was much easier to deal with, and Lu Yin understood it very well. Once he got close, it would be the end of the nine-headed bird since he could control it. However, this creature was too vigilant, and it immediately shrunk its body and stared at Lu Yin with all 9 heads. "You're courting death." Lu Yin sneered. "I'm going to choose another one today." The nine-headed bird's feathers bristled, and formless sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin. It wanted to connect to Lu Yin's arms, eyes, ears, mouth and nose. It wanted to connect to everything that this human could connect to. This was one of its methods, and even if it did not directly use the beheading curse, it was still something that ordinary people could not withstand in battle. However, Lu Yin understood it well, and when he saw it staring at him, he knew that things were not good. The nine-headed bird's sequence laws were impossible to defend against, and just in case, Lu Yin could only wither his body. No matter where the nine-headed bird wanted to connect to, that place would receive damage back to itself. When it saw Lu Yin wither, the nine-headed bird was shocked, and all 9 pairs of eyes shrank as it shrieked in fear. "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme?" Lu Yin was shocked. "You know that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? What's your relationship with that undying person? Withered ancestor." The nine-headed bird turned around to flee. Ever since it had cultivated the sequence laws, it had been successful in almost every endeavor. However, there was only one person who had remained unscathed no matter how it attacked. In fact, that person even liked its attacks. That person's strength was called, "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme." It had met that human in outer space and it had thought that he would be a delicious meal. Who would have thought that he would be so small that it could not bite him? If not for the fact that that human was already on the verge of death, it would not have been able to escape. That human had said something that was deeply engraved in its heart, something that would forever shadow it. "I want to eat roasted chicken." "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you." Originally scheduled to be released on the 30th of August on the public account. Progenitor Chin. However, today's release date was brought forward at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Public account, author scattered with the wind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3020. These words scared the nine-headed bird so much that it immediately fled. It had seen the desire and greed in that human's eyes. That human really wanted to eat it, that monster. That human had said that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was too terrifying, and someone had actually managed to cultivate it. This was the bird's nemesis. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. No matter how terrifying the nine-headed bird's curse was, it would be fine as long as it did not exceed one's own defenses. Could Lu Yin withstand the nine-headed bird's curse? Not necessarily, but the desolate ancestor definitely could. What had happened between the bird and the desolate ancestor? Why was it so frightened? However, it was impossible for the nine-headed bird to escape. It had not been easy to capture three powerful enemies from the outside, and all three of them seemed to have supported the Grand Empyreans when they had attacked the Calamity Zone. If they were all killed, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. Lu Yin summoned the seven-star mantis and still void, and he used the mantis speed to chase after them. On the other side, the pure energy bodies also wanted to escape. They had clearly been trying to kill Celestial Champion, but now there were three of them. They could not kill them all, so they might as well leave. Venerable Lotus continuously attacked the pure energy bodies, but she was not proficient in physical strength. All she could do was wear them down. The most intense battle was still between Celestial Champion and the Violet Emperor. Celestial Champion wanted to kill the Violet Emperor and did not care about anything else. At this moment he was not just using his physical strength, he was also using his ancestral world. Behind him, a gigantic Celestial Champion appeared. He wore golden armor and wielded a staff that he viciously swung at the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor looked up and Celestial Champion paused. Although he tried to break free, the Violet Emperor avoided him. "Champion, if you keep fighting you'll bleed dry." Celestial Champion laughed maniacally. "I've been waiting for death for a long time. Why should I be afraid of a fight?" The Violet Emperor gritted his teeth. He also wanted to retreat, but Celestial Champion's ancestral world covered a huge area, and fleeing would only make things worse. The nine-headed bird wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the seven-star mantis. The pure energy bodies were still fighting Venerable Lotus, and this battle boded ill for them. At that moment, two more people arrived. They were the Food Saint and the Bao Saint. They had originally been in a parallel spacetime around three hells, and Venerable Lotus had informed the sixth direction. When the Bao Saint arrived, he raised his hand and shot an arrow at the Purple Emperor. The Food Saint revealed his true form from far away. He opened his mouth and roared, causing ripples to appear. The Purple Emperor swatted away the arrow with one hand and opened his other hand, aiming at the Food Saint and closing his 5 fingers. These two progenitors had yet to reach the sequence rules, so they could not withstand his attack at all. But behind him the golden staff fell. The Purple Emperor's scalp went numb and he hurriedly dodged. However, his body was still struck and he was sent flying. Celestial Lord Victor seized the opportunity to attack. The Purple Emperor crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His elbows pressed against the ground as he raised his head. Golden light enveloped everything, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. He let out a breath. He still had to use it. The staff smashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space was shaking. He could sense an unstoppable, terrifying might. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. He could not attack. He did not know how much longer this monster would last, and he did not want to fight to the death. As he thought about this, he hurriedly fled, his body suddenly vanishing as he folded time. Celestial Duke Triumphant was right. Xuanhuang's sequence law was folding, and it was precisely because of this law that he could fight Celestial Duke Triumphant to the death with his physical body. Every time he folded his physical body, he would fold it over and over again. Even a piece of paper would become tough after being folded many times, let alone Xuanhuang's physical body. Besides folding his physical body, he could also fold time. This was his trump card against the Eternals, and he had actually used it. No matter what, he had to leave first. Xuanhuan wanted to leave, but Celestial Duke Triumphant could not stop him. He could not find Xuanhuan, and he had relied on his physical body to forcefully grab Xuanhuang's arm and severely injure him. However, even if Celestial Duke Triumphant could not find him, others could. Lu Yin flew over as a stream of light, and he clearly saw the direction Xuanhuan had fled in after folding time. He punched out and intercepted Xuanhuan in the void. Xuanhuan was astonished. This human could actually see him? Lu Yin sighed as he considered himself unlucky. Folding time was essentially the same as skipping time, and the nemesis of time was looking back. Even if Xuanhuan folded time, the original time that he had existed in would not disappear. All he had to do was look back. Xuanhuan folded time again to escape, but Lu Yin continued to attack. Each punch landed in the direction Xuanhuan was fleeing, and Xuanhuan was forced to retreat. Stop. After a few more punches, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. He endured Lu Yin's punches and fled, but this time, Lu Yin was not the only one attacking. Bao Saint and Culinary Saint attacked as well, and they followed Lu Yin's lead. Wherever Lu Yin attacked, they would attack. Xuanhuan endured Lu Yin's punch, Bao Saint's arrow and Culinary Saint's attacks. These attacks would not have been a threat to him in the past, but now he was heavily injured. Half of his body had been destroyed, and his sequence law was constantly folding time. He could not escape from the attacks of 3 progenitors. It was all because of this person. Xuanhuang's rage skyrocketed, and he forcefully ignored his heavy injuries to throw a punch at Lu Yin. This punch traversed the void, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, the fist wind was already upon him. Folding time not only allowed one to escape, but it could also be used to attack. Celestial Battlemaster had been heavily injured by Xuanhuang's attack, and now Lu Yin was facing the same attack. Lu Yin subconsciously punched out. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. With the addition of his limitless inner world strength, there was a thump, and an indescribable sense of power forced Lu Yin back step by step. Every step he took shattered the void, and his withered arm immediately recovered. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear as he looked at his numb arm. Xuanhuan was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he was still able to unleash such destructive power. This was a powerhouse who could fight against Celestial Battlemaster. Even without the 9-headed bird and the pure energy body's interference, Xuanhuan would not have been powerless against Celestial Battlemaster. Lu Yin knew that he could rely on various methods to enter the battlefield of sequence laws, and he could even defeat some of the powerhouses of sequence laws. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Xuanhuan. At the very least, he could not see Celestial Battlemaster's true strength. He could only enter the battlefield, but he was powerless to determine the outcome. A golden staff suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Xuanhuan. There was a boom and Xuanhuan was smashed into the ground, his fate unknown. On the other side, the 9-headed bird was having a hard time dealing with the 7-star mantis and silent void. These two had been summoned, and no matter how the 9-headed bird attacked, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still attack. The 9-headed bird had paid the price of losing one of its heads to erase silent void, but it could not connect to the 7-star mantis. The mantis was too fast, and not only could the 9-headed bird not connect to him, but it was also unable to escape. It even used its arm blades to cut off 2 of the 9-headed bird's heads, causing it to shriek miserably. If this continued, the 9-headed bird would definitely be ground to death by the mantis. Left with no other choice, it would rather take the brunt of the mantis' arm blades to escape. It was fleeing in the direction of the depths of the zone of calamity. They no longer hoped to escape to a parallel spacetime, they only hoped to escape to the everlasting realm. Underground, Xuanhuan was also fleeing towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Xuanhuan's pure energy body also headed towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Lu Yin raised his arm and punched out 100 times, aiming at Xuanhuan. Suddenly his body froze. Xuanhuan's white eyes stared at him from underground, causing him to be unable to unleash his 100 punches once more. At the entrance of the zone of calamity, the 7-star mantis arm blades slashed out, cutting off another of the 9-headed bird's heads. Just as it was about to attack again, a white figure appeared and slammed into the 7-star mantis, knocking it back. Tengu? Lu Yin was not surprised. The everlasting realm had still made a move. The moment Tengu appeared, the everlasting realm had basically intervened in this war. They had no choice but to intervene. If they allowed Xuanhuan and the other 2 to be killed, it would be the same as cutting off their reinforcements. It would also serve as a great deterrent to the powerhouses from the Outlands who were helping the everlasting realm. This was not something the everlasting realm could accept. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3021. The appearance of the Eternals was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he had long since prepared himself. As soon as the Eternals attacked, he would summon all the progenitors and leave one of them alive. However, someone was even faster than him. Golden light illuminated the world and enveloped the land of disaster, dazzling Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin subconsciously turned around and saw the giant celestial surpassing Du smashing down with his golden staff. The staff was aimed at Jianghu, the 7-star mantis, and the 9-headed bird, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. At the entrance of the land of disaster, divine power surged out in an attempt to block the staff, but it did not succeed. The golden staff crashed to the ground, causing the entire land of disaster to tremble. Celestial surpassing Du had been waiting for this attack for a long time. He had been brooding over the fact that he had failed to kill Jianghu several times, and this attack had been brewing for a long time. Everyone looked at the entrance of the land of disaster. Even divine power had been forcefully pushed back by this staff. Would anything still be alive under this staff? Lu Yin did not know if Tiango would die, but he knew that if the nine-headed bird died, it would definitely die. Celestial Surpassing Dew's staff would have suffocated the nine-headed bird to death even if it had been at its peak, let alone an injured nine-headed bird. As for the seven-star mantis that had been summoned, it was even more impossible to leave it alive. In the distance, Celestial Surpassing Dew panted heavily. Behind him, a figure that was 100 times larger slowly disappeared. He had used all of his strength in this attack, and he had not only targeted the nine-headed bird in Qiango, but also the Violet Emperor who was trying to escape to the land of disaster. However, he did not know if he would be able to hit its target, as the Violet Emperor could manipulate time. Rubble flew everywhere as divine power wreaked havoc. Golden light and dark red divine power interweaved as they fought for supremacy. After a while, the dust settled, revealing the nine-headed bird that had been beaten to a pulp. The staff had suffocated it to death, and besides the nine-headed bird, Qiango was also there. Lu Yin's heart sank. It was useless. In the distance, Celestial Surpassing Dew gripped his golden staff tightly. It was still useless. That beast. Lotus Sovereign looked on in shock. Celestial Surpassing Dew had used the last of his strength to strike with his staff, but it still could not kill Qiango. What was this guy made of? Bao Saint and Saint looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's heaven's eye stared at Tengu. It didn't have any sequence particles, but how had it been able to block a strike from Supremacy Trumpeter? Nine-headed bird was a sequence law powerhouse, yet he had been smashed to death with a single strike. Just what was the structure of this true God Guard captain? He rather regretted the death of the nine-headed bird. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to deal with this mixed-haired bird. At that time, he would be able to choose another sequence law powerhouse. However, even if he chose the nine-headed bird, the significance would not be great. The nine-headed bird's most powerful ability was to rely on the formless sequence particles to curse and kill. If it was chosen by him, the sequence law would disappear and this ability would be useless. Then, if he summoned it, it would be useless other than being beaten up. Thinking about it, it was not a pity. Woof, the heavenly hound barked again as if it was mocking everyone. Behind them, figures walked out one after another, their bodies surging with godly power. They were Zhongpan, Wu Ho, and Wang Ho, the three captains of the true God Guards. They stood together with Qiango facing Lu Yin and the rest. His gaze was especially focused on Celestial Master Doubt Victory. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was at his limit. He felt like he would die if he touched him. This state was not easy to come by and it was very tempting to them. At this time, Elder Chan also arrived and stared at the entrance of the zone of disaster with vigilance. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle panted heavily and grinned. Come, if you have the ability, then come here. If you kill me and lose this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Zhongpan clenched his fists while Qiango wagged its tail and stared at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wu Ho and Wang Ho. Lu Yin looked at Wang Ho, who was also Wang Xiaoyu. Had she betrayed the fifth mainland? With a whoosh, a figure rushed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster and landed in front of Wu Ho and the rest. Victorious Battle, since you want to die, then die. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle looked at the newcomer and widened his eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and murderous. Xiaoyin, Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The 9th grade Lotus Sage, Bao Sage and Food Sage were all shocked. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Wasn't he thrown into the godly power lake because of a mistake? How did he come out? Moreover, this feeling. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up, and he was in high spirits and full of arrogance. Long time no see, everyone. Especially you, Dao Lord Lu. Lu Yin met Divine Lord Xiaoyin's gaze, his gaze cold. You're still alive. Divine Lord Xiaoyin stared at Lu Yin with hatred, murderous intent, and confusion. Back in the rotting god universe, he had clearly been captured by this brat. Not only had he knelt down to apologize, but he had also been about to be killed at any time. Why had he not died in the end? He could not understand this matter. This brat clearly hated him, and it could be said that he had single-handedly caused the Lu family's exile. If that was the case, why had he not killed him? He could have done it. Dao Lord Lu, long time no see. Divine Lord Xiaoyin gritted his teeth. No matter why this brat had not killed him, he had to take revenge for being tricked in the reincarnation universe and for being forced to kneel in the rotting god universe. Lu Yin's expression was fearful. Divine Lord Xiaoyin was completely different from before. Had he succeeded in fusing the Tao of Yin and Yang? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. In the past, Divine Lord Xiaoyin could only be considered an ordinary sequence law powerhouse, comparable to eccentric MO. After the Grand Empyrean had stripped him of his sequence law power, he had fallen even further. However, he did not just cultivate the power of Yin, he also cultivated the power of Yang, which was even more deeply hidden. The fusion of Yin and Yang was his Tao. This person had not been able to fuse before being thrown into the divine power lake, so how had he succeeded now? It had only been a little over a decade. What had happened? Xiaoyin, you were lucky not to have died back then. You won't be so lucky this time, Lu Yin threatened. The Violet Emperor walked out from underground. It had not been smashed to death by triumphant celestial staff. In another direction, the pure energy body was still being watched by Venerable Lotus, unable to escape. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Divine Lord Xiaoyin laughed. Who needs luck? This time you're all going to die. He then raised a finger. At his fingertip, a dark green and a blazing sun intersected. The two types of sequence law particles entangled with each other, combining in a unique way. This gave Lu Yin an indescribable sense of horror. This was the same feeling that Divine Lord Xiaoyin had given him when he had first appeared. Now this feeling continued to grow. Divine Lord Xiaoyin looked up and pointed. Lu Yin's expression changed and he was about to dodge when he realized that the finger was not aimed at him, but rather at Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was still blooming. The lotus and pure energy bodies were consuming each other, and the area was already very small, so it did not attract much attention. She had not expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attack to target her. She was caught off guard and could only block the attack with the lotus blooming beneath her feet. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to break through Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was one of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime. In terms of strength, she was second only to Triumphant Celestial, and she was even stronger than Divine Lord Xiaoyin. Her disciples were spread throughout the Six Direction Society, and she relied on Venerable Lotus. Heavenly Might. A ray of light shot out from Divine Lord Xiaoyin's fingertip, sweeping past Lu Yin and the others as it shot towards Venerable Lotus. It collided with Venerable Lotus and a cracking sound rang out. Venerable Lotus's expression changed. How was this possible? Boom. Her lotus shattered, and the ray of light that intertwined with the color of dark green and blazing yang struck Venerable Lotus. It pierced through her shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood as it pierced through the void. Venerable Lotus's body was sent flying by this force, and she almost fell to the ground. She used this opportunity to escape towards the entrance of the Calamity Zone. The ray of light slowly dissipated. No one had expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin to be able to injure Venerable Lotus in one move. Lu Yin had expected that the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's current strength would not be weak, but he had not expected the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign to be so ruthless. That ray of light had been formed by the fusion of the power of extreme Yin and extreme Yang. With one strike, it had broken through the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign and injured the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign. Only Triumphant Celestial could fight against him. After injuring Venerable Lotus, Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up. This is my true strength. In the Six Paths Society I am one of the 3 sovereigns, and in the Eternals I am one of the 7 sky gods. From today onwards I will slaughter the entire Six Paths Society. Especially you Tao Lord Lu. I will have everyone from the above heaven sect die in front of you one by one. Let's see if any of you can stop me. He then pointed at Lu Yin, the target of his attack this time. The ray of light swept over and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. If he had known that Divine Lord Xiaoyin would have such strength, he would not have let him leave in consideration of the bigger picture. He did not know what the Grand Empyrean had left behind for Divine Lord Xiaoyin or what it could bring to the one true God. He only knew that he was unlucky. Step backward parallel to time escape. The ray of light swept past, and the terrifying particles caused reverse time to lose its effect. Lu Yin had not escaped far when Divine Lord Xiaoyin waved his hand, and the ray of light swept out, covering a large area as it chased after Lu Yin. Not only Lu Yin but Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, and the others were also covered by this ray of light, and they quickly fled. With their strength they would definitely die if they were touched by this ray. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, and Lu Tianyi walked out and pointed. Lu Tianyi's finger broke Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light, but Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine Lord Xiaoyin attacked again, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a power that was not complicated at all. However, it was extremely destructive, and it gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. Elder Chan had been able to block it once, but he could not block it a second time. The ray of light appeared again, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, a golden staff came crashing down from above his head, blocking his right side. This was precisely where the ray of light had swept over. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light swept over the staff, wanting to destroy it. Celestial Champion Star dragged his heavily injured body and gripped the golden staff as he stared at Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The staff was covered in sequence particles, and this was a competition between Celestial Champion Star and Divine Lord Xiaoyin's sequence laws. Celestial Champion Star was definitely not weaker than Divine Lord Xiaoyin, but Celestial Champion Star could not hold on. His injuries were too severe, and it was already very difficult for him to remain standing. Golden blood continuously flowed and evaporated, forming the victorious battle technique that furiously resisted Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attacks. Lu Yin took out his slipper and slapped it against the ray of light, breaking it apart. Divine Lord Xiaoyin sneered. "Let's see how many times you can last." He then attacked again, pointing out with a finger as another ray of light shot towards Lu Yin and Celestial Champion Star. "Get out of the way." Celestial Champion Star grabbed Lu Yin and tried to push him away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3022. Lu Yin hurriedly took out Bai Rong's corpse to block the attack, but suddenly, a tortoise shell appeared in front of him. He stared at it in shock. This was a tortoise shell. His first thought was that it was a dragon tortoise, but a dragon tortoise could not block the attack. That would be suicide. The beam of light hit the tortoise shell, but the shell blocked it. Then an incomparably familiar power descended, covering the sky and spreading across the entire zone. This was the power of a void god. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin. "You've been in seclusion for so long. Leave the rest to me." Lu Yin's eyes widened. A void god. Battlemaster Celestial's body swayed as all his strength left his body. He had been holding on for so long, and now an expert had finally appeared. The void god was the master of spacetime, and he was qualified to join forces with the Grand Empyrean to fight the sole true god and the 7 sky gods. He was an absolute expert. Even though Battlemaster Celestial had said that the void god would god, and the others did not know the truth about the Eternals, that did not stop them from being powerful. The void god's appearance made everyone relax, as the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign had given them too much pressure. On the other side, the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign lowered his hand and said solemnly, "Void shell." The void god had his hands behind his back and a tortoise shell in front of him. It seemed out of place, but it felt as steady as Mount Tai. "Xiaoyin, I didn't expect you to reach such heights. You've hidden yourself well." The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign arrogantly replied, "So what if you're here? You want to protect them? Save yourself first." He then shot out a beam of light at the void god. The void god's eyes widened. What a powerful sequence law. This person had merged 2 laws, and his strength might not be below that of the 7 sky gods. This battle would not be easy. Boundless void god's power frantically spread out, lifting the tortoise shell and slamming it against the beam of light. There was a boom as the beam of light and the tortoise shell collided, creating ripples that tore through spacetime and caused the zone of disaster to tremble. Only then did Lu Yin see how terrifying the void god's power was. Void god's power had been born from him, and at this moment he gave Lu Yin the feeling of an ocean watering a river. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's own strength was not as terrifying as the void god's, but his sequence law constantly suppressed the tortoise shell, preventing it from advancing. The void god's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was the entrance to the zone of disaster. The Eternals could send out more elites at any time. He had to get rid of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin as soon as possible. Otherwise he would not have another chance in the future. At the thought of this, his eyes widened. He raised his hand and foe god energy flowed in reverse. It was as if he wanted to fill up the entire land of tragedy and replace everything. At that moment, divine power whizzed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster, pushing away the empty god's power. Foe god's gaze was gloomy, gritting his teeth as he tore space apart, connecting the foe god's space-time to the land of calamity, drawing in all the foe god's energy. At the same time, inside the foe god's space-time, Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Lung, and the other ancestor realm experts moved simultaneously, pushing the foe god's energy in their bodies towards the land of calamity, joining hands with the foe god. The void god raised his hand and pressed down. Xiaoyin Divine Lord could not understand. No matter how much virtual god power there was, it was impossible to suppress him. The virtual god spacetime had a natural advantage by using virtual god power to fight against external forces. However, in a battle of this level, it did not matter how much virtual god power there was. Su Jia, you've grown old. Xiaoyin Divine Lord took a step forward. Dark green light and blazing sunlight intertwined around him as he shot towards the sky, piercing through the foe god's energy that covered the sky. A hole was opened and the foe god's energy continued to spread outwards. Luyin was shocked. Xiaoyin Divine Lord's sequence laws were definitely not below the Undying God and Wu Ling God. No wonder he was so confident that he could fight against the Void Master, and even threatened to slaughter the Six Directions sect. He was the new Divine Realm expert. The foe god frowned. Old, I'll kill you all the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual god power that filled heaven and earth suddenly shrunk and moved toward Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could not react to the sudden change. Not only was there virtual god power around him, but there were also virtual god sequence rules. They combined with the virtual god power to form a strange shape. Luyin was puzzled. A thermometer? Everyone looked on in surprise. The foe god had formed something like a thermometer around Xiaoyin Divine Lord, and Luyin could clearly see that the thermometer was covered with foe god sequence particles. In fact, in terms of sequence laws, the foe god was not as powerful as Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Xiaoyin Divine Lord had fused the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang, which allowed him to fight against the victorious celestial. Although the foe god was slightly weaker, the foe god's attack was not something that Xiaoyin Divine Lord could have done. It could be said that the foe god had perfectly combined sequence laws and foe god's energy to form this thermometer. However, what was the use of this thermometer? Luyin heard the victorious celestial's voice. If no one intervenes, Xiaoyin will definitely die. Luyin raised a brow and stared into the distance. In the Six Directions sect, the masters of various parallel spacetime rarely made a move. When they did, their enemies would always be the seven sky gods. It was the same for the foe god, as his opponents had always been the seven sky gods. However, due to the balance of power, the two sides had never fought to the death. As a result, Xiaoyin Divine Lord did not understand the foe god's power at all. Even Lotus Sovereign did not understand it. Only the victorious celestial had seen it. The victorious celestial had joined hands with the masters of various parallel spacetime to fight the only true god and the seven sky gods. The victorious celestial had seen that battle. He had also seen the foe god's true life-bound foe god, which was this thermometer. Its full name was Life's Body Thermometer. In that battle, the foe god had used Life's thermometer to injure an ancient god, which had shocked the victorious celestial. At present, Xiaoyin Divine Lord definitely did not have the strength of an ancient god, so he could not escape by himself. Regardless of what Xiaoyin Divine Lord would do to the only true god, what Luyin was worried about was the destruction that Xiaoyin Divine Lord would bring to the above heaven sect. Perhaps it would be better for Xiaoyin Divine Lord to die. Ancestor! Xiaoyin Divine Lord shouted with all his might. A white light appeared from afar, crossing through the void and slashing at the foe god. A tortoise shell appeared in front of the foe god, and with a bang, the foe god's body trembled as he took a step back. This was something that not even Xiaoyin Divine Lord could do. Look at the sky! Bao Sage shouted. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a white mountain and a white river had appeared in the sky. It was like a reflection of the world that pressed down on everyone's heads. Luyin's expression changed. Bai Wuxian, Celestial Victor, Venerable Lotus, and the others all looked solemn. Was Bai Wuxian about to make a move? Of the seven sky gods, the most mysterious was Bai Wuxian. It was rumored that she held the list of traitors to humanity and had not made a move. However, she had caused more damage to humanity than any of the seven sky gods, and she had even surpassed Qing Kong. If the Six-Way Society was given a choice, they would rather kill one Bai Wuxian than three of the seven sky gods. This was the price that Bai Wuxian had to pay. Although Bai Wuxian had not made a move, that did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, the more mysterious the seven sky gods were, the more fearful they were. Seeing Bai Wuxian's appearance and the sword slash from the zone of E, the foe god knew that it was impossible to kill Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Forcefully making a move would only lead to a huge battle between the two sides. The ancestor walked out of the zone of E, raised his hand and slashed again. The The thermometer disappeared and Xiaoyin Divine Lord was freed. He gasped for breath and knelt on the ground on one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were unfocused. The foe god lamented, "I was just one step away. You can't make a move. Hurry up." Celestial Victor could not hold back. The foe god was speechless. "I still have to do it step by step. Do you think it's that easy to raise the temperature?" "Thank you." Book friend 59295332. "Brother, I'll give you a reward." "Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3023. Speaking of which, this woman is really strong. Is she Bai Wuxian? Luyin replied, "Her name is Ancestor Shi, not Bai Wuxian." The Void God was apprehensive. The Eternals really do have a deep foundation. Just one of them is so powerful. Luyin was also apprehensive as he did not know who the Ancestor of the Past was. Even though E-Realm had been attacked several times, the Ancestor of the Past had not done much. However, Luyin clearly remembered that the Star Toad had taken the initiative to greet her, and she had addressed the Grand Empyrean as Tai Hong. This was not a simple matter. To be acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, this woman's bottom line was unfathomable. At the entrance of the zone of disaster, the Purple Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Ancestor of the Past walk out. Now that she had appeared, the Eternals would not let them die. Ancestor She walked towards God Sovereign Xiaoyin slowly as if he didn't notice that this was a battlefield. Reverend God Xiaoyin looked at the ground, his sweat drenching the ground as he panted heavily. "How is it?" Ancestor She's voice sounded extremely gentle. Reverend God Xiaoyin clenched his fists and stood up. He looked at the Void God from afar, his eyes filled with fear. "I didn't expect the Void God to have such a trump card." Ancestor She glanced at the other side. "Don't underestimate anyone. Those who can become the Lord of Parallel Spacetime of the Six Directions Association aren't simple at all, including that Dao Lord Lu." Reverend God Xiaoyin stared deeply at the empty god, then looked at the Ancestor of the Past and bowed slowly. "Thank you for saving me, Ancestor of the Past." Under the Divine Power Lake, he had used the Divine Power to fuse the two sequence rules of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, forcibly leaving the Divine Power Lake. This had shocked the entire Calamity Zone. At that moment, he had hated the Ancestor of the Past for punishing him. It was also because of the arrogance that came from the transformation of his strength that he did not put the Ancestor of the Past in his eyes. The Ancestor of the Past did not make a fuss about it. The Eternal Race did indeed need experts to keep watch. She had tacitly agreed that the Xiaoyin divinity had left the Divine Power Lake and that he would be the new 7 sky gods. However, the battle just now had destroyed Xiaoyin Divine Master's arrogance. He had also seen the strength of his ancestor. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat a virtual god. Above them was Bai Wuxian, in front of them was the former ancestor, as well as Sovereign Xiaoyin and the captain of the True God Guards. It was impossible for Lu Yin and the others to deal with the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body in this battle. Seeing Reverend Xiaoyin's respectful attitude, Ancestor Shi no longer looked at him and turned his gaze to the other side. "Su Jia, have you recovered? Thanks to you no one disturbed me. Do you know me?" The ancestor of the ancient era had never left the disaster zone. Even the virtual gods did not know her, but she knew the virtual gods. Ancestor Shi's gaze was calm. "Void God Spacetime Master, of course I know. But I don't know you," said the Void God. Lu Yin's eyes moved. He only knew that this woman was called Ancestor Shi, but he didn't know her exact origins. The ancestor of the past didn't reply. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Doshing and said, "You were injured quite badly in this battle." Heavenly Lord Victor panted heavily. "Those 3 pieces of trash wanted to surround and kill me. If you hadn't come, I would have left them without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor raised his eyebrows. "If it weren't for the reinforcements, you would already be dead." Ancestor, she said calmly, "He is right. If we didn't come, all of you would have died without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor was astonished. He didn't understand what the ancestor meant. Lu Yin and the others were equally confused, including the virtual god. Celestial Lord Victorious Battle had clearly appeared to be on the verge of death, so how did he still have the strength to kill the Purple Emperor and the pure energy body? Among the 3 masters of reincarnation, time and space, Master Victorious Celestial was the absolute strongest. He had the title of Celestial Master, but no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. The Purple Emperor and the other two masters from outside the domain should be able to deal with him through a sneak attack. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Heavenly Venerate Victor looked deeply at the ancestor of the past. This woman was not simple. Ancestor Shi's gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with amazement and shock. "Dao Master Lu, it's been a long time." Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. "Who are you?" Ancestor Shi replied, "Manager of the Calamity Zone." A mere manager was able to change the situation of this battle? To be able to manage the Calamity Zone on behalf of the one true God, it's not an exaggeration to say that he has the strength to change the situation. On the other hand, Dao Master Lu, you are not even a progenitor, let alone comprehending the sequence laws. Yet, you have the ability to change the situation. This ability is admirable. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Ancestor Shi's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Ordinary progenitors did not even have the qualifications to approach this battlefield. Even Bao saints and gastronomic saints would tremble in fear upon entering this battlefield. Lu Yin, who was a half-progenitor, had attracted a lot of attention, but it was precisely this half-progenitor who had suppressed the sequence law's powerhouse and made it difficult for the Violet Emperor to escape. He had even forced the Eternals to appear. The Purple Emperor and the pure energy body also stared at Lu Yin. This human was terrifying. If a half-ancestor was already like this, what would happen if he reached the progenitor realm and comprehended the sequence laws? They didn't dare to imagine. Awakening stings and the seven-star mantis had died at his hands. The nine-headed bird's death was also related to him. This human was a huge threat. Zhong Pan stared at Lu Yin. If not for the tortoise in White Cloud City, he would have been able to kill this human. Wu Ho and Wang Ho stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had shocked the Eternals too much. Tingo stared at Lu Yin as well. It sniffed and tilted its head with a strange gaze. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Since you admire me, do you have any thoughts of eliminating me for the Eternals?" Ancestor Shi and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Of course. The moment this was said, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned somber once more. In fact, when the foe god retreated and the ancestor of the ancient era spoke to everyone, they all knew that this battle had ended and no one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the ancient era's ancestor, their voices were filled with sharpness. "Don't you want to try? Maybe you can succeed." Lu Yin smiled faintly, provoking Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not mind. "It's impossible, but that day won't be long. I'm very curious. What do you think after seeing the truth about the Eternals?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Kill them all." Ancestor Shi was stunned and then laughed. Divine Xiaoyin's gaze turned cold. "Shameless boasting." Lu Yin glared at him. "Including you." Divine Xiaoyin was furious. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had more people on his side, he would have attacked already. Tingo barked. Lu Yin looked at Tingo and frowned. What's wrong with this dog's eyes? It couldn't have recognized him, right? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this dog had peed on his leg. Could it be the smell? Thinking of this, his heart sank. Tingo looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Its nose twitched as if trying to discern something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. He could not be recognized. Yi Bo's identity was very useful. His eyes flickered and he suddenly took something out from his cosmic ring. "Xiaoyin, in our eyes, you're as disgusting as this thing." As soon as he spoke, the Void God and Celestial Champion backed away and stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand in disbelief. What could be so smelly? Everyone stared at it in a daze. It smelled so bad. Across from them, Ancestor Shi frowned. The stench was unbearable and she hurriedly waved her hand to disperse it. However, she found that she could not do so. What was that? Divine Xiaoyin smelled it as well, and he stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand. Tingo's reaction was the most intense, and it immediately vomited. Lu Yin took out the item from his cosmic ring that he had obtained from lock breaking. It looked like a fruit, but it emitted an unbearable stench. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had used this item to disgust many people. Now he had taken it out again to confuse Tingo's sense of smell. If this dog wanted to smell it, then he would let it smell its fill. An intense stench filled the entire disaster zone. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's group or the Eternals, everyone retreated in shock. Where did this stench come from? This was a stench that even cultivators could not block out, but it was only effective against cultivators below the emissary realm. At most, it could only disgust emissaries. Lu Yin had only used it to disgust cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation to the emissary realm. He had also used it on Zi and Spaceless, as they could not block out the stench with their secret techniques. However, those cultivators were too weak, and he had not expected it to be able to disgust progenitors. But at this moment he realized that he had been wrong. He was surrounded by progenitors, but they could not block out the stench. How could this be? Lu Yin himself was stunned. Even progenitors could not block it? Cough cough. Celestial champion coughed violently. Lu Yin blinked. The void god could not help but say, "Put it away. Be careful not to be disgusted to death by your enemies before they kill you." Lu Yin was speechless. You can't block it? Nonsense. Use the sequence laws. We can't block it. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was not right. The sequence laws could not block out this stench? How was this possible? It was not just the void god. In the distance, Venerate Lotus, Progenitor Shi, Sovereign Xiaoyin, and the Violet Emperor were all enduring the stench. They could not block it out. Everyone stared at the stench. Where had this thing come from? Even the sequence laws could not block out its smell. Lu Yin himself was also enduring it. To be honest, he could not hold on any longer. He could understand why Bukong, Zi, and the others had gone crazy, but there was no other way. He had to rely on this thing to disgust the Heavenly Hound. A creature like this had a very sensitive sense of smell. The Heavenly Hound ran back to the zone of E with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. Progenitor Shi's expression was solemn. No matter what kind of enemy it faced, the Heavenly Hound was the type that could not be killed. It had never run away with its tail between its legs before. This was the first time something like this had happened. Celestial Victor's eyes widened. That damn dog had actually run away. When he had killed his way into the zone of E, he had not been able to kill this damn dog no matter what he did. It had finally met its nemesis. This was an unexpected gain. He suddenly felt that this stench was very familiar. Why aren't you putting it away? The void god urged. When Lu Yin saw that the Heavenly Hound had run away, he hurriedly put away the stench. He could not take it anymore. Once the stench disappeared, everyone finally calmed down. The void god sighed. Kid, what was that thing? Even the sequence laws could not block out the stench. That's heaven-defying. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I got it from lock breaking. The void god sighed. So that's how it is. Anything that can become a source box is not simple in the universe. If it weren't for the fact that most source boxes have nothing after lock breaking, source box arrays would not be able to develop. If you have the time, lend me that thing. Lu Yin agreed. He was actually very curious about what that thing was. If even the sequence laws could not block out the stench, what would happen if he used his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it? This was a heavy weapon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-24. After this interlude, they were no longer interested in talking. The ancestor of the past scanned the crowd. Everyone will meet again if we have the chance. He then turned and walked back to the zone. Bai Shan and Bai Shui disappeared, and so did Bai Wuxian. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin glanced at Lu Yin coldly. This bastard had actually compared him to that disgusting thing. He had to pay the price. He watched as the Eternals returned to the zone, and peace returned to the battlefield. The Void God exhaled. All right, it's over. Heavenly Lord Doubter coughed again. The Void God looked at him. Go back to the reincarnation spacetime. Heavenly Lord Doubter put away his golden staff. Understood. Although he was willing to die here, he did not want to die with his injured body. Otherwise, even a true God Guard captain could threaten him. At the very least, he could threaten the Eternals after he recovered. Lotus Venerable was also injured by Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, and his face was pale. Elder Chan was also injured because he had transformed into Lu Tianyi. The war had come to an end. However, Lu Yin did not think so. Senior Void God, can you stop the Star Toad? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Void God was just about to return when he heard Lu Yin's question. He was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. Let's kill our way into the zone. Void God was stunned. Heavenly Lord Doubter's eyes widened and he grinned. In the distance, Lotus Venerable heard this and was shocked. Master Lu, are we going to kill our way into the zone now? Bao Saint and Gastronomy Saint looked at each other. Lu Yin looked at the entrance of the zone. Awakening Sting, 7-star Mantis and 9-headed Bird are all dead. The Violet Emperor is heavily injured. and his pure energy form has been exposed. How many reinforcements can the Eternals ask for? Star Toad? Star Devourer? How many experts do we have? If we don't take this opportunity to kill our way into the zone, when will we? You fought the Eternals too many times. The war just stopped as a tacit agreement. You should be familiar with it. Then let me break this rule. Lotus Venerable Xiaoyin immediately refused. No, Doubter and I are both injured. How can we kill our way into the zone? Void God muttered, this is indeed a chance, but... Luyin smiled, it's different from how you guys usually fight, right? The virtual god nodded. The rhythm of war? That was indeed the case. I'm not used to stopping when it's time to fight. My style is to take people by surprise. We've lost 3 powerful extraterrestrial reinforcements and severely injured 1. The 7 heavenly gods are hiding and refusing to come out. On our side, we've severely injured Heavenly Lord Victor and the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. They all think that we've stopped fighting. If we don't act now, when will we? After he finished speaking, Luyin raised his head with a stern gaze. Pass down my orders. I, as the master of the primordial space, am conscripting troops to attack the Calamity Zone. Those who refuse to accept the conscription will be treated as traitors to the human race and will be killed without mercy. Master Lu. The 9th grade venerated Lotus wanted to say something. Celestial Battle Master laughed loudly. All right, Lord Lu. I, Battle Master, will obey your orders. Luyin smiled. Senior, you should rest. You won't be able to participate in this battle. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle felt helpless. He really couldn't fight with this heavily injured body of his. He would easily become a burden. Conscription Lu Tianyi Nether Ancestor Lu Yun Lung Qin Chen Lu Qingping. Conscription, Bao Saint, Food Saint, First Meeting by Wangyuan Wang Fan. Conscription Wood Carving Wood Peach Gone. Conscription Void 5 Flavors Void Heng Void Lung. Conscription Danzheng Danyan Danpu. When Senior Void God is on the same level as me, we will attack the Calamity Zone and suppress evil. We will fight on behalf of the human race. At the same time, we will ask the 5 astral tribes for help. Everyone, I hope that we can destroy the Calamity Zone in this battle. The Everlasting Race had 6 Calamity Zones. If they didn't destroy one, how could they lure out the experts from the other Calamity Zones? What 3 pillars and 6 boundless races? What absolute elites participating in the chosen of gods? As long as these powerhouses didn't appear, they wouldn't be able to see the Everlasting Race's bottom line. No matter how many powerhouses the Everlasting Race had, since they hadn't attacked the 6 Direction Society in full force, it meant that they had their own concerns. Luyin walked around the Calamity Zone and saw the divine kingdom that Di Qiong wanted to deal with. He also saw the civilizations that were entangled with the 4th Calamity Zone. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the Everlasting Race had their own opponents in the other Calamity Zones. The Everlasting Race and the human race had reached a balance, and the Everlasting Race's 6 Calamity Zones also maintained a balance. Then he would break this balance. Only by breaking the balance could he see some things clearly. Luyin was afraid of the Everlasting Race's full strength, but the day of war with the entire Everlasting Race would eventually come. He would rather have the initiative in his own hands. The Lightning Lord had killed his way into the Calamity Zone, and so had the great Heavenly Venerables. Now it was his turn. Within the Calamity Zone, the Ancestor of the Past and the others had returned and dispersed. The Shaoyin Divinity and the Ancestor of the Past stood alone beside the Divine Power Lake. The Ancestor of the Past stared blankly at the Divine Power Lake. Thank you for saving us, Ancestor of the Past. The Shaoyin Divinity bowed solemnly. The Ancestor of the Past was indifferent. What do you think of Luyin? The Shaoyin Divinity's eyes were cold. This brat is despicable and shameless. He is extremely shrewd, but his methods are ruthless and his talent is peerless. If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a great threat to our race. The Ancestor of the Past looked into the distance. But he has already become a force to be reckoned with. The Shaoyin Divinity said, I will find a chance to get rid of him. This brat cares about too many people. The primordial space is his arm, but it is also his weakness. The Ancestor of the Past looked at the Shaoyin Divinity. If you were given a chance to fight him alone, would you be confident? The Shaoyin Divinity sneered. Definitely. The Ancestor of the Past looked deeply at the Shaoyin Divinity. Go. The Shaoyin Divinity still wanted to say something, but the Ancestor of the Past had no intention of talking to him. Thus he could only leave. After the Shaoyin Divinity left, a voice sounded out. He is too arrogant. In terms of strength, Lu Yin cannot compare to him. But in terms of the result, he will definitely die. The ancestor of the past said, I know. This Lu Yin has the domineering aura of the lightning lord, the arrogance of a grand heavenly venerate, the mindset of a primogenitor, and unparalleled talent. Among all the living beings I have seen, he has the most potential and is the most difficult to deal with. It is a pity that we couldn't get rid of him when he was weak. No matter how powerful he is just the chess piece of a true god. Humans will never be able to break out of the cage. That voice sounded out. The ancestor of the past frowned. It is not a cage. Your thinking is too narrow. Maybe. The voice sounded further and further away. The ancestor of the past muttered, Be careful. Keep an eye on this Lu Yin. I have a feeling that he will not give up so easily. 3 days later, the originally dark land of the Calamity Zone shone with a golden radiance that transformed into a crescent that swept across the depths of the Calamity Zone. The ancestor of the past suddenly looked back and his expression changed. Celestial Do Sheng's strength? Eternals, this battle is not over yet. Celestial Do Sheng's maniacal laughter rang out from outside the Calamity Zone. He held a golden staff in his hand as figures flitted past beside him, heading towards the Calamity Zone and killing their way into the Calamity Zone. Lu Yin walked out. Senior, are you satisfied? Celestial Do Sheng coughed. I am. Thank you. This battle had started because of him, and now, killing his way into the Calamity Zone had opened the door for him. The battles that followed had nothing to do with him, as he had been severely injured. However, this was enough. Lu Yin smiled as he stepped forward and charged into the Calamity Zone. In the Calamity Zone, Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan walked out of his tower. He was currently at the Seven God Sky Tower, which meant that he had been recognized as the new Seven God Sky. Celestial Do Sheng's strength swept towards the Calamity Zone, and Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan was shocked. What was going on? Marquises, kings, and midlands all walked out together. Within a tower, Muji opened his eyes. What was going on? Had another ruthless person come? In the past, very few powerhouses had dared to charge into the Calamity Zone. Why had they appeared so frequently recently? Who was it? More than 20 progenitors had charged into the Calamity Zone, causing the ground to shatter. Ancestor Shi wielded his sword and slashed out. Wherever his sword passed, all of the cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone were swept away. Lu Tianyi was the first to step out and he tapped the sword with a finger. With a bang, the sword shattered. Ancestor Shi looked at the many cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. Pathmaster Lu, I've underestimated you. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Then let's reconsider. Behind Ancestor Shi, a lake of divine power surged and swept towards Lu Yin and the others. The Void God raised a hand and attacked with Void God's power. The other cultivators also used their own strength. In the Calamity Zone they had been rejected and their strength had greatly decreased. However, there were too many of them. How many capable experts were there in the first Calamity Zone? In the distance, the Violet Emperor wanted to leave, but Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan stared at him. This battle started because of you. It's not good to leave now. The Violet Emperor's white eyes stared at Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan. There are too many human experts. The Eternals are not bad either. Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan stopped the Violet Emperor. The starry sky around the entire domain of Calamity started to distort as the domain of Calamity array was activated. When the Violet Emperor saw this, he could not leave even if he wanted to. The Eternals had accepted human traitors, and now that they were at a disadvantage, the traitors' first reaction was to flee. The Calamity Zone array was to prevent such a situation. Under the lake of divine power, corpses were dragged out one by one. There had been 5 of them, but only 5 remained. Beams of light connected the sky and the earth. The Eternals were looking for reinforcements. Lu Tianyi went to find Ancestor Shi, Mu Feng targeted Divine Sovereign Xuanhuan, and Lu Yin dealt with the corpses. An unprecedentedly intense battle had unfolded in the Calamity Zone. Even when White Cloud City had invaded the Calamity Zone, the battle had not been this intense. The leaders of the 5 spirit tribes had all arrived, and there were a total of 5 sequence law powerhouses. Even the lake of divine power in the Calamity Zone could not suppress them. The Violet Emperor could distort time and was targeted by Big Sis. Big Sis had once lost her power in the River of Time and was very sensitive to time. Carnivorous Saint, on the other hand, had his eyes on the pure energy body. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the pure energy body, but he was the pure energy body's nemesis. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and with Bao Saint's assistance he might be able to deal with the pure energy body. Star Devourer appeared in the beam of light that connected the sky and the earth. In the face of such a battle, he opened all four of his eyes, and a terrifying power shook the void. Fire Lord and Wood Lord of the 5 spirit tribes joined forces to face him. Lu Yin had never felt that he could crush the Eternals so easily, and this was even in the Calamity Zone. Towers shattered one after another. There were still 3 progenitors who had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Many of the original progenitors had died in White Cloud City's invasion, and the remaining 3 felt as if the world was collapsing. They had thought that the Calamity Zone was safe, but now they were faced with despair. Thunder rumbled as a thunderclap struck a progenitor to death. The other 2 progenitors hurriedly fled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3025. Tiango appeared and charged at Lei Tian. Lei Tian gave up on pursuing the 2 progenitors and focused on Tiango instead. Tiango did not dare to approach Lu Yin. The stench had left a shadow in its heart. Corpses flew everywhere, destroying everything in their path. The Eternals could not control them, but Lu Yin still had to deal with them to prevent them from running to the 6 Direction Society. Ancestor Shi fought against Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's sword swept out, and the law of destruction struck fear into Ancestor Shi's heart. The land of Calamity Zone shattered, and corpse kings descended from the stars in the sky, charging at the 6 Direction Society cultivators with no regard for their own lives. Mu Carving raised his blade and slashed upwards, splitting the void and separating the sky from the land of Calamity Zone. Chen Lu fired arrow after arrow at the progenitor corpse kings. Currently there were no less than 40 progenitor realm corpse kings, and their opponents were Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, Gan, Su Heng and the others. In this battle, Lu Yin wanted to make the first zone of disaster completely lose the ability to wage war. Something happened in the light beam that connected heaven and earth. First, a lotus leaf appeared. Then a round golden belly appeared. The star toad appeared. Oh, a rare battle. We'll have to discuss the price. Eternals, double it. The star toad took advantage of the situation. Lu Yin's expression sank. Senior Void Master, I'll leave it to you. The Void Master was unprecedentedly solemn. The star toad was a powerhouse that had transcended bitter adversity. In theory it was on the same level as a Grand Empyrean and the only true god, but in truth the Void Master had not reached that level yet. Remember, if I can't hold on, find someone to support me. I might not be a match for this star toad. I know, Lu Yin replied. The star toad had appeared several times, but it had never made a move before. Each time it appeared, it would resolve the Eternals' crisis. The star toad was the powerhouse that Lu Yin wanted to eliminate the most, and now he could finally see it in action. Great. Looks like you still have a lot in stock. You can give it to me in the future. Humans seem to be getting more powerful, haha. The star toad laughed and pressed a claw against its straw hat. Boundless void god power whizzed past it as it raised its lotus leaf. Go. With a whoosh, a gale blew the void god power away. The star toad's claw swiped at the turtle shell in front of it, sending it flying with a bang. The virtual god power surrounded the star toad in an attempt to form a thermometer. The star toad roared, Su Jia, don't play this game. Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked, forcibly creating a gap in the closing foe god energy. The Void Master took a deep breath. In the sky, the foe god energy formed a tide and attacked the star toad. The star toad struck again and again, but it did not manage to form the life form's thermometer. Even with the help of the star toad, the Eternals were unable to turn the tide. The 5 berserk corpses were all dealt with by Lu Yin, and the progenitor corpse kings were killed one by one. The 3 human traders were all dead and Wu Ho coughed up blood. Mu Ji was forced out, but he did not dare to reveal himself. The Eternals were completely suppressed. A mid-plate appeared behind Lu Yin, and his pupils continuously changed until they reached the ghostly eye transformation. His physical body was strengthened to its limits and he punched out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. Good timing. He stepped backwards, paralleling time, and avoided the punch in the middle plate. He raised his hand, and the infinite inner world fused together. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant, and imprisoned 100 punches. Bang! There was a loud bang as the middle plate was sent flying. His punch was extremely powerful and could resist Lu Yin's imprisonment, but he could not hit Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not give him a chance to fight back. The middle plate smashed into the river of divine power, shattering the ground. Lu Yin took a step forward, stepping backwards and paralleling time. Everything was still. Suddenly danger appeared. Junior brother, be careful. Lu Yin narrowly avoided his original position, but his paralleling time had been broken. A ray of light swept past. It was the Xiaoyin divinity. The Xiaoyin divinity had attacked Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was met with the Xiaoyin divinity's cold gaze. Lu Yin had almost been hit. Mu Feng's expression sank. He had been careless and had not been able to stop the Xiaoyin divinity from attacking Lu Yin. He had underestimated the Xiaoyin divinity, and this person's strength had actually increased dramatically. Senior brother, the Xiaoyin divinity has fused the laws of the extreme yin and extreme yang, and his strength is close to that of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin reminded him. Mu Feng took a deep breath. Leave it to me. In front of Lu Yin, the middle plate charged out of the ground and attacked Lu Yin again. Although he had taken a punch from Lu Yin, he had not been injured. His physical strength was terrifying. Back in the mid-game, he had been able to suppress Lu Yin with his physical strength alone. Now, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose to him in terms of physical strength. In this battlefield, there was no need to waste time competing in physical strength. Facing the middle plate's attack, Lu Yin easily dodged it and used the 100 confinement again. If 1 punch was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 20. No matter how strong his physical strength was, there was a limit. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the collision shook the void. The middle plate's chest had been punched 5 times by Lu Yin, and it finally cracked open. There were even fist imprints on his back. However, he was a corpse king and he did not fear death or pain. He attacked again. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and while being careful of the other enemies, he prepared to give the middle plate one last punch. This punch was enough to crush him. The middle plate leapt towards Lu Yin, and suddenly, divine power surged out of his body and enveloped him. Lu Yin had forgotten that the captain of the True God Guard had cultivated divine power. With the support of divine power, it would not be so easy to kill the middle plate. Lu Yin could only take out the slippers and finish him off as soon as possible. The surface of the middle plate's body surged with divine power, and he had no intention of holding back. At first glance, he looked no different from a berserk corpse. The pupils of the ghostly eye transformation suddenly disappeared, and he transformed into the final stage of the Corpse King transformation, the eyeless transformation. It was Muji. The Eternals had activated the Zone of Tragedies array, and one could only enter and not leave. Muji should be here as well. Lu Yin scanned the distance with his heaven's eye and found him. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the tower's ruins. Muji felt a wave of panic as if something was staring at him. He looked through the tower and met Lu Yin's gaze, and his expression changed. Not good. Lu Yin took a step forward and was about to chase after Muji. This person had actually escaped from senior brother Woodcut, and his innate gift was strange. He had to be killed. Suddenly the air in the entire battlefield became heavy, and everyone felt their hearts sink. Was the sky collapsing? Many people looked up and saw a figure walk out of the void and appear in the sky above the zone of tragedy. The newcomer stood quietly in the sky, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed. Everyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. An ancient god? Someone exclaimed. Guiji? The person who had appeared was the leader of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god, and the former Tao Lord of the above heaven's 3rd mainland, Guiji. He was one of the true 6 Daos of the 3 realms. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Guiji had actually come. Even though Lu Yin wanted to lure out the 7 sky gods and kill them as much as possible, he did not want it to be Guiji. Guiji was on the same level as forefather Lu Yuan, and regardless of whether he had been injured before, his appearance was not something that could be taken down in this battle. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I drink tea at night to clear my mind and write. I'm tired during the day but I'm happy at the same time. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3026. The ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Tianyi. Do you still want to continue this battle? Lu Tianyi's expression turned solemn. Guizhi was the undisputed top powerhouse of the above heaven era. Lu Qianni had not expected this person to suddenly appear. This battle was going to be difficult. In the sky above Tragedy Zone, the ancient god looked down at the entire battlefield and then looked up into the distance. The Startoad's huge body trembled continuously, and then it suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's expression changed. Be careful. Before he could finish, 3 heads flew up. They were gone, Qin Lu and Dan Pu, who were closest to the ancient god. 3 ancestor realm powerhouses were killed before they could even see who did it. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 3 pairs of eyes were still vigilant even in death. They were on guard against the sudden appearance of the ancient god, but they had not expected to die the next moment. White snow covered the ground as the ice matriarch attacked, trying to freeze the ancient god with the ice sequence law. The ancient god raised a hand, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He pushed the snow away with a single palm, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze the ice sequence law shattered. At the same time he clenched his fist and punched the ice matriarch from afar. There was a bang and the ice sequence law's body was sent flying. Even the ice sequence law could not protect her. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. The ancient god had attacked twice, killing 3 progenitors and injuring the ice matriarch. Whether they were ordinary progenitors or sequence law powerhouses, it made no difference to him. The ground distorted as the Earth Spirit Patriarch attacked. Sequence law spread out from below, trying to drag the ancient god underground. At the same time, Lei Tian took the opportunity to attack as well. He ignored Qinggo's attack and bombarded the ancient god with lightning. 2 sequence laws, one from below and the other from above, submerged the ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his entire body was covered in a blackish-purple substance. He allowed the 2 sequence laws to submerge him. His legs bent and the 2 sequence laws shattered. This scene stunned Lei Tian and the ice matriarch. How could their sequence laws be broken so easily? The ancient god ignored Lei Tian and the ice matriarch and suddenly charged in a certain direction. There, another figure was rushing over. It was Lu Qianni. Lu Qianni, who was originally supposed to fight the ancient ancestor, had no choice but to give up and face the ancient god. If the ancient god was allowed to dominate the battlefield, how many times could these people kill him? And Ancestor Shi's opponent changed to Big Sister, while Su Wuwei found Purple Emperor. The ancient god and Lu Qianni had determined that they were each other's opponents even though they were far apart. On the battlefield, there were too few who could truly be the ancient god's opponent, and the only one who could spare time was Lu Qianni. The 2 figures were not fast but they were getting closer and closer. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. He had created battle force at the Mastery Realm and had nurtured the giant bloodline. He was the first person in human history who truly wanted to become invincible. He was perhaps the strongest existence among the Eternals in terms of physical strength. Lu Qianni pointed out one by one. The rule of destruction combined with the path of Qianni had once seriously injured the undying deity. At this moment they were fighting against the ancient deity. As the 2 of them collided there was no sound, but it also seemed that the sound was so loud that it covered everyone's hearing. With the 2 people as the center, terrifying aftershocks swept out in all directions. Even Ancestor Realm experts could not withstand it and were sent flying out. From high up in the sky, one could see that the land of disaster had spread out in all directions. The earth, the river of divine power, and the sky were all pushed aside, forming a void that devoured everything in its path. Lu Yin continuously retreated and waved his hand to push aside the rubble. Using his celestial eye, there was nothing in that space except an invisible void. Even Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to safely travel through it. How was the forefather? Forefather Qianni was fighting against the ancient god like he was fighting against forefather Lu Yuan. The ancient god and forefather Lu Yuan were on the same level. Although the ancient god had been to the 5th mainland before, he had been rejected by the 5th mainland. Forefather Qianni had relied on his own strength to block the 7 sky gods. Now the situation was reversed. Forefather Qianni's strength was limited, and he was facing an ancient god. This made Lu Yin nervous. There was a whoosh as a gale swept past. Everyone looked over, and even the Star Toad, who was fighting Void Master, looked down. Golden light broke through the darkness and turned into beams of light that pierced through the sky. The Divine Seal Catalog had appeared. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as the Divine Seal Catalog appeared, Forefather Qianni would be fine. Suddenly, a transparent barrier swept over him, and the Divine Seal Catalog disappeared. Lu Yin was furious. Another pure energy body. He scanned his surroundings with his heaven's eye, trying to find a pure energy body. On the other side, Lu Qianni's divine seal catalog had been erased by the absolute energy domain. His body had suffered a heavy blow from the ancient god, and he had been sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as the ancient god leaped out and appeared above Lu Qianni, pressing down with a single palm. Lu Qianni hurriedly dodged. With the Tao of Qianni, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still counterattack. However, he had still underestimated the ancient god. No matter where Lu Qianni fled, the ancient god followed him like a shadow. Not only was the ancient god fast, but it also seemed like the ancient god had predicted his movements. Chasing time? Lu Qianni was stunned. The ancient god had created two types of power. One was the realm of battle force, which used a human's physical body to become invincible. The other was the realm of void, which was a domain that chased after time. Lu Yin had always received information that the ancient god had yet to reach this realm, which meant that he could not use his domain to chase after time. This was why he had been proud for a while that he could chase after time with his spatial domain. However, the ancient god had long since reached the realm of void. Using one's domain to chase after time was the same as using space to chase after time. Lu Yin's domain was flowing light, while the ancient god's domain was invisible. His invisible power could chase after time, and even Lu Qianni could not escape. The ancient god pressed down with a single palm, and a blackish-purple substance formed a large seal beneath his palm that pressed down on Lu Qianni. Hell-suppressing arena. Lu Qianni was pressed into the ground by the seal, but he raised his hands up high to support the seal. The seal formed by the realm of void battle force was known as the hell-suppressing arena. Even Lu Qianni would find it difficult to push it away, and even the laws of destruction could not shake it. This isn't the fifth mainland, or else you might have been able to break through the hell-suppressing arena. Lu Qianni, you are one of the most talented people I've ever met. The ancient god then looked into the distance and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he had already passed by Chu Jian. Chu Jian's opponents were 3 progenitor corpse kings, and he had already killed one. Chu Jian was just about to kill the second when the ancient god passed by, and his body paused and slowly collapsed. The ancient god's gaze did not waver as he stared into the distance where Big Sis and Shizu were. On the other side, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he reversed his steps and chased after the ancient god. The ancient god was fast and could use his realm of void domain to chase after time. Lu Yin was not slow either as he reversed time, and at this moment, only the ancient god was moving in his line of sight. The ancient god suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You've improved very quickly. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient god then turned around and pressed down on Lu Yin. For a moment, a terrifying pressure filled the area. Lu Yin's expression changed and he could not breathe. The air was heavy and he felt as if his organs were being burned. His surroundings were like iron walls and he could not move. All he could see was that hand in that palm. The ancient god pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Mo. He did not know what the ancient god was doing, but he could not move. As the palm approached, a small knife suddenly flew out from his heart and slashed at the ancient god. This was something that wood carving had given him before the battle, saying that it was just in case. Lu Yin had thought that he would not have to use it since he had reversed time, but he had not expected to actually use it. The 81 knives slashed at the ancient god's palm, but they were all crushed. There was a huge gap between wood carving and the ancient god, and there was no way to make up for it. It was even difficult to force the ancient god to withdraw his palm. However, it was enough. The 81 knives had bought Lu Yin enough time to release the starry sky in his heart and isolate spacetime. The ancient god's palm stepped in and he was astonished. Had it been cut apart by the void domain? Still, it was not enough. The ancient god's palm was still aimed at Lu Yin. The moment the starry sky appeared in his heart, Lu Yin could move again and he stepped backwards. Many things had happened in Lu Yin's eyes, but to others, it had only been an instant. When Lu Yin stopped, his surroundings returned to normal. The ancient god's attack had failed and he attacked again. At this time, Chu Jian, who had been lying on the ground, slowly crawled up and looked at the ancient god chasing after Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He then used the victorious battle technique and raised his hand to summon the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix. The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix charged at the ancient god. The ancient god ignored it and allowed the phoenix to strike him, but it did not even leave a scratch. Chu Jian felt bitter. The difference between them was too great. The pressure Lu Yin was facing exceeded everyone's expectations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3027. The Mist Ancestor's sudden appearance had saved Big Sis' life, and it had also suppressed Lu Yin's killing intent. Xiao Wei. The ancestor was surprised. The Mist Ancestor stared at him blankly. Master? On the other side, Lu Yin's crisis had yet to be resolved, and Big Sis was already heavily injured. The ancestor was more than enough to deal with her. The ancient god looked at Lu Yin again. Your Lu family has indeed produced talents. Lu Yuan, Lu Qianni, Lu Feng, Lu Qi, and now you. Unfortunately, your Lu family is destined to disappear in the river of time. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god. The Grim Reaper is called Chuhai and Wu Tian is called Wuda. What is your name? This question stunned the ancient god. Chuhai Wuda. These familiar names immediately pulled him back to an ancient era where they could play with each other and naively beat Tai Hong. His gaze became complicated. Behind him, Lu Qianni had broken through the purgatory arena and was pointing at the ancient god. The ancient god stood still as the purplish-black substance spread across his body, forming a black beam that connected heaven and earth. His hair grew crazily and fell to the ground. His forehead and face were covered by the purplish-black substance, and an even darker purplish-black substance formed an inexplicable pattern on his back. Lu Yin was familiar with this scene. His Grim Reaper transformation had a similar effect, and the ancient god's strength had also undergone a transformation. He had not used his full strength just now, and he had not even used his sequence laws. Lu Qianni's finger struck the ancient god's back, and with a crack, the purplish-black substance on the ancient god's back cracked, but it did not hurt him. The ancient god turned his head and looked at Lu Qianni. I did not expect you to break through the purgatory arena. It seems that I underestimated you. You can still display such strength even when you are rejected by the Calamity Realm. You are not far from us. Lu Qianni retreated and stared at the ancient god, as expected of an existence on the same level as the ancestor. Guizhi, no one here can beat you. The ancient god turned around and faced Lu Qianni. If Lu Yuan does not come out today, your Lu family bloodline will end here. Lu Qianni raised his head and the god-sealing catalog appeared. The above-heaven era was glorious, and the 3 realms and 6 daos were unrivaled. However, geniuses were also born in later eras cannot bury talents. You cannot suppress an era. As soon as he finished speaking, silhouettes walked out from the god-sealing catalog. Ancestor Qin, Ancestor Ku, and Lu Qianni formed 3 silhouettes. In the distance, by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, who were fighting fiercely with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King, exchanged glances. They hadn't even shown their strength yet. Was Lu Qianni looking down on them? The 3 figures surrounded the ancient god in the middle. Lu Yin took a deep breath. No one could underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the Daosor Sex era. Perhaps Bai Wang Yuan and the others had not reached such heights, but Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku possessed unimaginable strength, and the ancient gods should be aware of this. The war between the Eternals and the 5th mainland had never stopped. Little 7, do your thing. Lu Qianni reminded. Lu Yin nodded, glanced at the ancient god and then slowly retreated. He needed to find a body of pure energy. Otherwise, the god-sealing catalog would vanish once it came into contact with an absolute energy domain. He had always been the nemesis of others, but he didn't expect to meet his nemesis one day. And Big Sister, how is Big Sister? Lu Yin looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. Hoju had dragged Big Sis away, and the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor had yet to make a move. They seemed to be chatting about something. Lu Yin had long since sensed that the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor's names were similar, and it seemed that the two were indeed acquainted. Bang! The void exploded and another shockwave swept through the surroundings. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the void had been annihilated by a series of explosions. Progenitor Qin, Ancestor Ku, and Forefather Qianni were enough to give the ancient god a hard time. He used his heaven's eye to look around for a body of pure energy and he found it. Far away, the food saint had returned to his Taotai form and was constantly approaching the body of pure energy. Beside him, the Bao saint was assisting him. From the start of the battle until now, they should have suppressed the body of pure energy, but at every critical moment, the body of pure energy could take action. It was the same now. The body of pure energy released an absolute energy domain that was completely unhindered by the food saint and the Bao saint. When Lu Yin saw this, he summoned the 7-star mantis, which spread its 6 wings and took flight. Lu Yin rode the 7-star praying mantis and arrived beside the body of pure energy in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, the body of pure energy retreated at a speed no slower than the 7-star praying mantis. How could this be? Lu Yin was shocked. How could this body of pure energy possess a speed comparable to that of time? Although the body of pure energy had avoided Lu Yin's attack, the absolute energy domain had been forced to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. This shouldn't be the case. If it truly possessed a speed comparable to that of time, then it wouldn't have failed to attack celestial combatant. If not for the Eternals, then it wouldn't have even been able to escape. Why was this happening? The Taotai suddenly jumped up and viciously smashed into the body of pure energy. In the distance, an arrow was shot over as the Bao Saint attacked. The pure energy body did not move from its original position. As the arrow flew past, it waved its hand, and its strength transformed into an arrow that shot towards the Bao Sage. Just as the Taotai was about to hit it, it raised its hand. With a bang, the Taotai was blocked. It had both speed and strength, and it was basically a replica of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. Impossible, it shouldn't have such strength. There had to be a problem. Master Lu, we've been fighting with it for a long time, and we've discovered that it's always a beat slower. The only thing it can actively attack is that transparent barrier, the Bao Saint said. Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he finally understood why it was always a beat slower. Bodies of pure energy did not use their own strength, but rather their use of energy. This so-called use of energy did not only refer to the energy within a cultivator's body, but also to any external energy such as wind, landslides, or tsunamis. A single movement of a person's body could affect the outside world, and this effect was also a type of energy that a body of pure energy could use to attack. Thus, when the Bao Saint shot an arrow, it would use the power of the arrow to turn around and shoot again. The power was the same, but it did not have the same effect as the Bao Saint's attack. The 7-star mantis's speed was comparable to that of time, and since it could move, it could influence space with its speed. This influence was also a type of energy that could be used by a body of pure energy, allowing it to move at a similar speed. So that was how it was. It had always been passively using energy, and it seemed to be omnipotent. Actually, as long as one could see through it, there was nothing to worry about. Bodies of pure energy could use external energy to affect objects, and Lu Yin also had a similar method, rune lines. When he thought of this, his eyes turned into runes, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder to spread out his rune lines. True scripture of Aeon evolution, limitless realm. The Taotai madly charged towards the body of pure energy, but the body of pure energy blocked it with almost the same amount of strength. Lu Yin rode on the 7-star mantis and charged forward. The 7-star mantis instantly closed in on the body of pure energy, and everything around them froze. Lu Yin struck the body's back with a palm, and it felt warm to the touch. What kind of strong defense was this? Lu Yin could easily feel the weakness of the body being torn apart, and with a single palm strike, the body of pure energy was sent flying. The Taotai had been pressing down on the body of pure energy, and when it was sent flying, it almost lost control and fell towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin rode on the 7-star mantis's back and looked into the distance. He had guessed correctly. This body of pure energy had used external energy to attack, and he had first used rune lines to move the 7-star mantis. This was the same type of energy, and once he had transferred it, the body of pure energy would naturally not be able to use it. It would be normal for it to not be able to keep up with the 7-star mantis's speed. In the distance, the body of pure energy slowly stood up without any expression, but Lu Yin could clearly see its confusion and fear. Was afraid. Continue. Lu Yin rode on the 7-star mantis and instantly arrived in front of the body of pure energy. He slammed a palm down on its forehead, killing it instantly before choosing the next opponent. This body of pure energy was still very useful. Although it had lost its absolute energy domain, as long as its usage of energy was not seen through, it could still fight against anyone. Suddenly, sword light swept past as Lu Yin's palm landed on the body of pure energy's forehead. However, this palm strike did not kill the body of pure energy, as it had already died before the palm could land. Lu Yin turned to look into the distance as the ancestor put down his sword and looked at Lu Yin. The Lu family's summon general is a headache. That's why you killed it first. Lu Yin's tone was low. The ancestor faced Lu Yin while the mistress Shi Wei stood behind him. Shi Wei was at a loss as she could not stop the ancestor from attacking. She had not expected the ancestor to suddenly attack. The eternal race will not lose this battle in the land of calamity. Let's see what price you have to pay to leave. Guiji is one of the 3 pillars of the eternal race, and he has yet to display his true power. It's still not too late to retreat, the ancestor threatened. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why don't you call out all of the 3 pillars and 6 pillars? Let's see if they can stop me from destroying your land of calamity. The ancestor did not say anything else, and the mistress attacked from behind him. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking the ancestor as he could not see through this woman. The ancient god's attack had already made him apprehensive. In his opinion, the ancestor, who was acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, was the most well-hidden. Just like Bai Wuxian of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin had yet to reach the level where he could fight against them. He could only remind the mistress to be careful. Speaking of which, Bai Wuxian was not in the first zone of calamity. It was a pity that the ancestor had already begun to guard against the pure energy body. It would not be easy for the ancestor to recruit experts in the future. She was ruthless enough to kill the pure energy body when she saw that it was not her opponent. Lu Yin was an accomplice, and if not for his rune lines isolating the pure energy body from the surrounding energy, the ancestor's sword might not have been able to do much to it. A strong shockwave swept over. Lu Yin looked up and saw the ancient god fighting forefather Channy, progenitor Qin, and the withered ancestor in the distance. Even Lu Yin could not see the battle clearly under normal circumstances. He could only see it with his heaven's eye. Progenitor Qin was powerful and had an innate gift for battle. The withered ancestor was almost unkillable, and he could even use the law of destruction to absorb his opponent's strength to counterattack. Forefather Channy's law of destruction and Channy's Tao were both feared by the ancient god, and he had the power to injure the ancient god. The ancient god himself was invincible, and he had used battle force in the Palm realm to resist the attacks of the 3. Thank you. Book friend 4689933. Only the wind moves freely. Brothers reward, I will give it to you. Thank you brothers for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3028. Bang. Lu Qianni was pushed back by the ancient god. At the same time, the ancient god was also pushed back by progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku. Lu Qianni landed on the ground and clutched his shoulder. The ancient god's attack had not been light, and he could not move his left arm for a while. He even squatted down and coughed up blood. Behind him was the battlefield between Wang Fan and the progenitor corpse king. Progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku caught up to the ancient god and attacked him. The ancient god used Void Realm to attack Lu Qianni. Progenitor Qin used Reverse Step to distort space and time. In an instant, the sky and earth of the domain of E distorted. Lu Yin was shocked. He could only use Reverse Step to distort space and time, but progenitor Qin could actually distort the entire domain of E and even affect the distant shrine. The ancient god's rhythm was disrupted by Reverse Step, and he had no choice but to appear. However, he still raised his palm and pressed down on Lu Qianni. Lu Qianni looked up, and the general appointing platform appeared in front of him. It whizzed up and crashed into the arena. With a bang, the ground shattered, and the terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept out in all directions. Lu Qianni's injuries were not light, and the general appointing platform was constantly being pressed down by the arena. At this time, a piece of land suddenly formed and crashed into the arena, pushing it away. It was the meditative ruins. Wang Fan had made his move. Lu Qianni looked back at Wang Fan. Wang Fan and Lu Qianni looked at each other. If I die in this battle, will the Lu family not pursue the Wang family's crime? Lu Qianni's tone was low. The Wang family's crime is on you alone. Whether you die or not, as long as you do your best in this battle, the Lu family will not pursue the matter. Okay. Wang Fan leaped up. The Kuei bear of the 4 unique techniques struck the hell-suppressing arena with both of his palms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body crashed down. The hell-suppressing arena was also forcefully pushed away by him. At the same time, the meditative ruins shattered and fell from the sky, as if the earth had been turned upside down. Lu Qianni's general appointing platform exerted force and pushed the arena away. The ancient god shouted, "The Wang family could have contributed to our family because of Wang Miaomiao and Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Fan, your actions have set the stage for your Wang family's death." Wang Fan crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang families against the Lu family is not because of the everlasting. Courting death. The ancient god stared at Wang Fan. It was unknown what he did, but Wang Fan suddenly wailed. Lu Tianyi raised his hand and threw out the needle of Xidigarba at the ancient god. Behind the ancient god, stars rotated. Progenitor Chen's serious technique exploded continuously, stirring up the starry sky. The desolate ancestor fiercely charged forward, staring at the explosive power of the serious technique. The moment he got close to the ancient god, his body had completely recovered due to the absorption of the power of the serious technique. He punched the ancient god. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The void exploded again. The desolate ancestor's punch was equivalent to the combined power of Ancestor Qin and his own body. The ancient god's punch was also the first human's terrifying power. When the two fists collided, not only was there power, but there was also an unparalleled destructive power that cut the entire land of tragedy apart. Everyone stopped at this moment for the sake of self-preservation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This punch far surpassed his 100 confinement punches, and it was on a completely different level. Progenitor Qin and Ancestor Ku had clearly not used any of their sequence laws, and neither had the ancient gods, but they had still been able to display such power. The earth-shattering punch attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that Wang Fan, who had been howling in pain, had suddenly attacked. His target was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi was standing on a fragment of the forgotten ruins. The moment Wang Fan attacked, Lu Tianyi's eyes went blank and he forgot everything. This was the moment that Wang Fan had been waiting for. This was the chance to kill Lu Tianyi. Die, Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan was excited. Skyblade represented speed and power, and he wanted to cut off Lu Tianyi's head. He had waited for this day for far too long, and it had finally come. Everyone from the Lu family deserved to die. Skyblade slashed past, but Wang Fan remained still. His arm landed on Lu Tianyi's neck and he could not move. He slowly turned his head and Lu Tianyi did the same. The two stared at each other. Wang Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Tianyi's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I've been waiting for this day for too long. After saying that, he pointed a finger at Wang Fan's forehead, piercing through Wang Fan's arm. Wang Fan's pupils shrank, and he retreated step by step. The finger kept getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, black death chi appeared in front of him and turned into trees made of death chi to block Lu Tianyi's finger. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through the trees and the entire black forest, but he failed to hit Wang Fan. Wang Fan gasped for breath. Your injury? Lu Tianyi stood there calmly and he did not look injured at all. If I didn't do this, how could I lure you out? Wang Fan, you're the biggest redback in the Fifth Mainland. What happened here finally attracted the attention of the others. Wang Fan, you're a traitor. They had taken in by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that they found out that Wang Fan was a traitor, they were even angrier than Lu Tianyi. Big Sister, Qing Ping and the others' faces darkened. Even Void Master, who was fighting the Star Toad, looked gloomy. They hated traitors more than the Eternals. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Wang Fan was a traitor. He and Wang Fan had joined the reincarnation spacetime together. It was because they worked together that they were not oppressed in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that Wang Fan was a traitor, it did not matter what he would do in the reincarnation spacetime in the future. He might be treated as a traitor too. After all, the Bai clan was the biggest beneficiary of the Lu clan's exile. The Wang clan was always behind the Bai clan. The most obvious was that Su Heng and Su Lung were staring at him warily. Even further away, Bao Sage's arrow was aimed at him. Wang Fan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Tianyi unwillingly. You were vigilant. Lu Tian waved his hand, and the deathly aura forest in front of him dissipated. The black deathly aura turned into specks that danced in the air. Wang Si was the one who tried to sow discord between us. You were the one who made her remember the past. You were the one who tried to sow discord between the four-way balance and the Lu clan. You were also the one who conspired with the Shaoyin. Back then, I should have listened to Huiwen and killed you. Wang Fan's face darkened. Huiwen? What's the use of him? So what if he saw through me? He couldn't kill me even if I gave him a chance. In the end, he died without knowing why. Lu Tianyi had no intention of telling him the truth about Huiwen. Since you've been exposed, from this moment on, you're a must-kill enemy of the Six Direction Association. Wang Fan, even if you hide in the Eternals, you won't survive. With that, he pointed a finger and attacked Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes darkened. You really think you know me? So what if I've been exposed? I've waited for this day for too long. Let me send your Lu clan to the afterlife openly." As soon as he finished speaking, death chi surged. Beneath his feet, the meditative ruins rose into the air and merged with the death chi spreading out. Lu Qianni pointed a finger and stepped into the meditative ruins. The meditative ruins cracked open instantly. However, the death chi flowed upward like ghosts, constantly restraining Lu Qianni's finger. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to resist Lu Qianni's finger, but Wang Fan did not. Instead, he relied on the death chi to delay Lu Qianni within the meditative ruins. Lu Qianni approached step by step, each step shattering the meditative ruins. However, each step was delayed by the death chi. Wang Fan did not have the strength of a sequence law, but by combining the power of the death god and the Wang family, he was able to obstruct Lu Qianni. He took the opportunity to flee into the distance, but this power could only delay Lu Qianni. Once Lu Qianni used the law of destruction, Wang Fan would definitely die. Lu Qianni pointed a finger and shattered the meditative ruins. An ancient god's attack descended. Lu Qianni's opponent was still an ancient god. Wang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He could not participate in this battle. If he did, he would be attacked by everyone from the Six Direction Association. Suddenly, danger appeared. A figure appeared in front of Wang Fan's eyes and struck out with a palm. Lu Shaoxian and Wang Fan did not even have time to react. They could only endure this palm that was as fast as time itself. Lu Yin's palm landed on Wang Fan's chest, and the death chi exploded and swept out in all directions. Lu Yin was shocked, as the death chi within Wang Fan's body was extremely abundant. The Ghost Abyss ancestor had cultivated the death chi that had been born from the Mountain Sea's life's shadow. After the Ghost Abyss ancestor had been killed, Wang Fan had been able to cultivate death chi as well. With the death chi blocking him, Lu Yin's palm could not kill Wang Fan. However, it had still heavily injured Wang Fan. Wang Fan's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, but it did not matter. If one palm could not kill Wang Fan, then two. Ya. A shrill, childish voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone looked up. At some point in time, Void Master had trapped the Star Toad within his life's thermometer. The thermometer's temperature continued to rise. For a human, 45 degrees Celsius was enough to burn them to death, but for a species like the Star Toad, even if it was trapped within the thermometer and turned into an ordinary creature, would 45 degrees Celsius be of any use? Everyone watched the scene unfold. Lu Yin could not help but look over as well. If Void Master could kill the Star Toad, then it would be the greatest harvest for the Eternals. He suddenly glanced at the ancestor of the past. If this woman interfered, then they would definitely fail. This was how the Shaoyin divinity had escaped. However, the ancestor of the past had no intention of interfering. She was trapped within the mist ancestor's mist and did not move. In the sky, the Star Toad's shrill cries grew louder and louder, and its body began to emit heat. The lotus leaves rapidly withered, and the copper coin on its neck shook violently. "You've angered me, human. You've angered me." With a shrill cry, the originally golden Star Toad began to shed its skin. Its body became a multicolored color, and the straw hat on its head turned a deep red. The lotus leaves in its hands turned into steel tridents, and the copper coins on its neck turned into skulls of various sizes. There were all sorts of creatures, and there were also some that belonged to humans. When the Star Toad finished its transformation, a hair-raising feeling descended upon everyone. The entire world turned from a dull gray to a deep red that resembled blood. The Star Toad's eyes turned crimson as it raised its trident and viciously stabbed forward. Void Master was shocked and used his turtle shell to block the attack. The trident pierced through life's thermometer and headed straight for Void Master. Along the way, it was blocked by the turtle shell, and there was a loud bang. Ripples spread out, turning into red waves that spread out and distorted the entire Calamity Zone. Most of the stargates shattered, and a world of nothingness appeared above everyone's heads, covered in a layer of deep red. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3029. The Tortoise Shell Shattered. The Void Master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly descended. The steel fork pierced through the tortoise shell and pierced through space, and it brought along a wisp of indescribable darkness that stretched endlessly into the distance. Everyone was shocked. This was the Star Toad's strength. A steel fork had almost pierced through a Void Master, and even the void god master of time and space was powerless. Lu Tiany's expression was solemn. Woodcutter, Big Sister, and all the other sequence law experts were solemn like never before. The arrival of the ancient gods brought a heavy pressure. At this moment, the star toad's transformation brought a pressure that was no less than the ancient gods. It was an indescribable crisis between two species. It was a crisis that could lead to the extinction of another species. Even the ancient gods' gaze turned grave. The star toad was one of the rare existences that could converse with the one true god. Although it didn't look like much normally, once it got angry there would be an extra skull on its chest. Yeah. Human, you are courting death, you are courting death. The star toad stared at the void master with its bloodshot eyes. The void master felt his scalp go numb. This was the strength of the star toad. This beast had existed for a long time and no one knew how long it had lived. In fact, he was also nervous about fighting the star toad. At first he just wanted to delay it, but who would have thought that as the battle went on, he became a little crazy. At one point he thought that the star toad's strength was only at this level. He couldn't help but form a thermometer to see if he could kill it. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. The Void Master had actually angered this beast, and he had asked the Void Master to hold it back. Although he didn't know how powerful the star toad was, Mr. Daheng had used a single copper coin to force Luoshan to retreat. From this, he could see how fearful Luoshan was of the star toad. Luoshan wasn't weak at all. If he could avoid a single copper coin, one could imagine how powerful the star toad was. The Void Master was so unreliable. Of course, he had hoped that the Void Master would be able to deal with the star toad. However, it seemed like his hopes were a little too high. The ancestor of the ancient era quietly stared at the sky. The star toad was truly angered. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. The star toad raised its pitchfork. Found it. Human die. The Void Master felt his blood run cold. As the pitchfork fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Calamity Zone. He waved his hand and said, "Wood." Under the steel fork, a piece of wood appeared out of thin air. The steel fork pierced through the wood, and then another piece of wood appeared, one after another. The steel fork kept piercing through the wood, but its speed became slower and slower. In the end, the steel fork was stuck in the void by the wood, unable to descend. The star toad turned to look in a certain direction. Tomu? It was none other than the wood god, the wood spacetime sovereign. Lu Yin sighed as the wood deity had still appeared. The wood deity was also one of the candidates to attack the Calamity Zone, but he was only there to act as a backup. The moment a region fell into a disadvantageous position, the wood deity would take action. Lu Yin had originally thought that Void Master would be able to delay the star toad until the first domain of disaster was destroyed. This would then draw out the other experts from domain of disaster and allow the wood deity to take action. However, something unexpected had happened. The ancient god's appearance had been unexpected, but Forefather Channy had been able to stop him. Similarly, Lu Yin had not expected the mist ancestor's sudden arrival. Lu Yin had not expected the mist ancestor to be able to stall the ancestor of the past, which was even more out of his expectations. However, the star toad's arrival might cause problems in the invasion of Calamity Zone. No one knew if the wood god could block the star toad. The star toad was a bitter disaster realm expert. However, was Tumu the name of the wood god? Star toad, we meet again. The wood god spoke calmly and without fear, which gave Lu Yin and the others confidence. The star toad's eyes turned red as he raised his pitchfork. Are you looking for trouble? You're the one who's always causing trouble for us humans. I'm just doing business. We can also do business with you. Please kill the only true god. We can afford the price. You can calculate it. There's no need to calculate. What's the point of having a life to earn but no life to spend it? The wood god's tone was heavy. Then you'll earn from the Eternals. Do you think you'll be able to spend it by attacking us humans? The star toad spun his pitchfork. None of you humans can kill me. This business can be done. Awakening hibernation, nine-headed bird and seven-star mantis are pure energy bodies. They had the same idea as you from the start, the wood god threatened. The star toad opened his mouth and screeched, "Cut the crap. That human angered me. I'm going to hang his head around my neck. Tumu, if you dare to interfere, I'll turn you into a second pitchfork. No, a wooden one." Looks like the business deal has fallen through. The wood god's gaze turned serious. The star toad suddenly stabbed the wood god with his pitchfork. It was fast and ruthless, catching the wood god off guard. The wood god frowned as if he had expected this. He raised his hand and wooden planks appeared in front of him and collided with the pitchfork. This attack was comparable to when Forefather Channy and the others ganged up on the ancient god. Don't worry for now. The wood god might not be a match for the star toad, but he can hold on for a while, the Void Master said. Lu Yin looked at him and wanted to say something, but the Void Master interrupted him. I know. It's my fault. I'll help you kill an eternal. After saying that, empty god force surged out toward Xuanhuan. Originally, Xuanhuang's opponent was Big Sister. However, Big Sister had attacked Ancestor Shi and Su Wuwei had replaced Big Sister to fight Xuanhuang. Until now he had not defeated Xuanhuang. The Void Master's sudden attack shocked the Violet Emperor. 2 of the 3 extraterrestrials who had attacked Dominator Battlemaster had already died. The Violet Emperor didn't want to die, so he immediately fled towards the Black Mother Tree. The Void Master's tortoise shell had been broken, and the Violet Emperor had disrupted the rhythm of the battle. He urgently needed to kill someone, so he didn't show any mercy to the Violet Emperor. Void God's power constantly surrounded the Violet Emperor, forming a thermometer. Lu Yin also wanted to find Wang Fan and deal with him, but the Star Toad's sudden attack had given Wang Fan a chance to escape. Since he couldn't find Wang Fan, Lu Yin set his sights on another person, Mu Ji. He had wanted to kill Mu Ji before, but his plan had been disrupted. Now was the perfect time. The 7-star mantis spread its 6 wings, and Lu Yin stared at Mu Ji, who had been hiding behind the ruins of the tower. Mu Ji was shocked. Lu Yin was about to attack him and he was in danger. Just as the 7-star mantis was about to attack Mu Ji, Lu Yin saw a flash of white light from the corner of his eye. It came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree, and it sent a chill down his spine. Be careful. The void split open and an arrow suddenly appeared. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time. In an instant the 7-star mantis was pierced through and disappeared. However, the arrow did not disperse, and it continued to fly towards the battlefield. It instantly pierced through Lei Tian, and under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the Lei Tian sequence particles were all shattered. However, the arrow's power did not dissipate. First Xianxia was right in front of him. First Xianxia did not even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his body. Ahead of him was the vast land of the Calamity Zone. The arrow swept past the land before finally disappearing. Everything happened in an instant, and Lu Yin had used the parallel time technique to avoid it. He did not even have time to make the 7-star mantis fly away. First Xianxia and Lei Tian had been pierced through in an instant, and there was no way for them to dodge. Lu Yin was shocked. Who was this? The Void Master was also shocked. He and Lu Yin were closer to the Black Mother Tree. One was chasing after the Violet Emperor while the other was attacking Mu Ji. Thus, he was the first to clearly see where the arrow had come from. The 2 of them looked into the distance, and they could faintly see a figure slowly walking over. Above the ruins of the Calamity Zone, dust swirled about, and divine power whistled through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson. The 2 of them stared into the distance, and as the figure slowly walked over, her face becoming clearer. Their expressions changed. What a beautiful woman. What appeared before them was a woman with long crimson hair. Her features were so exquisite that they did not seem to belong to this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. At the same time, there was a valiant aura that did not match her face. As she walked over, the world seemed to close in on her, and each step seemed to be measured. She was clearly walking very slowly, but she was getting closer and closer to the 2 of them. The distortion in the air caused their vision to become blurry, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her long crimson hair to dance about. The Violet Emperor stood between the Void Master and the crimson-haired woman. It did not seem to recognize this woman, and it did not recklessly approach her. Even further away, Mu Ji was also looking at this woman in confusion. Coming from the direction of the Black Mother Tree and the arrow that had just shot out, she was definitely an everlasting expert. Who are you? The Void Master asked. The woman suddenly raised her hand and shot an arrow at the Void Master. There was no flashy archery technique, but the arrow was shot out without hesitation. Lu Yin looked up and saw that there was only a single particle that landed on the tip of the arrow. What could a single particle do? The Void Master waved his hand, and the turtle shell fragment that had been shattered by the star toad blocked the arrow. There was a thump as the arrow struck the turtle shell and pushed it towards the Void Master. That would be the greatest result of this battle. However, everyone had reached their limits. Forefather Tianyi, Void Master, Big Sis, Fire Lord, and Backmaster were all heavily injured, and it was unknown whether Lei Tian was dead or alive. Food Saint and the other progenitors were also unable to continue fighting. If the 7 sky gods or the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters were drawn out, then they would be the ones to suffer losses. Although he still had a backup plan, it was to deal with the only true god. As he thought about it, Lu Yin's heart sank. It was time to end this. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared from the entrance of the zone of disaster. The golden light that connected the heavens and the earth transformed into a long staff that smashed down towards the arrow god. The arrow god looked over and fired an arrow. The arrow collided with the golden staff, causing the void to shatter. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Celestial surpassing star? The others were stunned as well. The celestial surpassing star had actually attacked again? How severely injured was he? He was about to die, but he still dared to attack? The Violet Emperor was stunned as well. He had personally injured the celestial surpassing star, so he should not be able to attack again. Had he gone mad? Did he really want to die? With a maniacal laugh, the celestial surpassing star retracted his golden staff and leaped up. He viciously slammed into the ground and appeared closest to the arrow god. Void Master could not hold back any longer. Surpassing star, you're about to die. What are you doing here? The celestial surpassing star carried his golden staff. Do I look like I'm about to die? Everyone looked at the celestial surpassing star. That was right, as the celestial surpassing star was completely different from when he had been on the verge of death. It was as if he had recovered. But how was that possible? How could he recover so quickly? Even if the flow of time in a parallel universe was different, it should not have been possible for him to recover so quickly. Some injuries could be easily healed in a few days, a few years, or even a dozen years at most. However, some injuries could take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. The 7 sky gods, the Grand Empyrean, and the sole true god were all in seclusion because their injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The celestial surpassing star should have been the same, so what was going on? The celestial surpassing star slammed his golden staff into the ground. I originally wanted to wait for the sole true god to act before I acted, but this woman is suppressing the battlefield, so I had no choice but to act. What's wrong with you? Void Master did not understand. The celestial surpassing star gripped his golden staff tightly, but he had no intention of explaining. He charged at the arrow god and swung his staff down. A gale blew past, causing her long crimson hair to flutter. Her exquisite face was calm as she watched the celestial surpassing star smash down. She raised her arrow and instantly shot out 3 arrows, one after the other. The first arrow stopped the celestial surpassing star's powerful charge, the second arrow caused him to stop, and the third arrow forced him back. The celestial surpassing star turned around and swung his golden staff once more. A fourth arrow appeared. With a bang, this arrow struck the tip of the golden staff and forced it back once more. The celestial surpassing star raised his hand and struck the arrow god with a palm. The arrow god moved for the first time. At that moment, everyone realized that she had not moved at all since she had fired her first arrow. She dodged the celestial surpassing star's palm and fired her 5th arrow. Be careful. Lu Yin shouted. The celestial surpassing star charged towards the 5th arrow and raised his staff, not even thinking of blocking it. The 5th arrow pierced the celestial surpassing star's chest. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. Void Master's face changed. Is this person really here to die? The celestial surpassing star shouted and swung his staff downwards. There was a loud boom as the ground cracked and the void shattered. The arrow god lifted her leg and the staff smashed down on her leg. She had actually used her leg to block the celestial surpassing star's staff. At the same time, she fired an arrow. This arrow was very close to the celestial surpassing star, and it was the 6th arrow that had been aimed at him. There was no way to dodge it. The arrow struck the celestial surpassing star's shoulder once more, and the celestial surpassing star laughed maniacally. Bring it on. The golden staff pressed down forcefully, and the arrow god frowned. She fired her 7th arrow, which was aimed at the celestial surpassing star's neck. The celestial surpassing star did not dodge either. He fired an arrow that pierced the arrow god's neck, causing streaks of golden blood to flow out. The arrow god was also pressed into the ground by the celestial surpassing star's staff. At that moment, the celestial surpassing star had 3 arrows stuck in his body. He raised his hand and pulled them out, causing streaks of blood to trickle down his neck. His lips curled up. No big deal. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy unkillable? Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. The celestial surpassing star was very strong, but he had been heavily injured after being surrounded. Now, he had withstood an arrow that could injure Void Master with just one arrow, and 3 arrows at that. And yet, he was completely unimpeded. Lu Yin stared at the celestial surpassing star and watched as the golden light flowed around his body. The victorious battle technique was becoming increasingly resplendent, and there was a hidden principle behind the victorious battle technique. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. That's right, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin gulped. The celestial surpassing star actually knew how to move in the opposite direction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-31. It was no wonder why the Celestial Lord of Triumphant was fine despite being heavily injured. He had been faking it from start to finish. He knew that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Unless he was killed with absolute power, he would not die. The desolate ancestor had killed his way into the zone of calamity and survived even when facing the only true God. The Celestial Lord of Triumphant could do the same, but he had been faking it all along. Lu Yin felt bitter as he felt that he was unnecessary. Even if Lu Yin had not come to save him, the Celestial Lord of Calamity would have been able to deal with the Violet Emperor and the other two. The Celestial Lord of Calamity had hidden his strength too deeply. It was no wonder that he had told the ancestor that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other two. But how did he know that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction? From underground, the Arrow God walked out and sized up the Celestial Lord of Triumphant in shock. She had come from the 5th zone, so she did not understand the enemies of the 1st zone. It was no wonder why the 1st zone was the strongest of the 6 zones. Almost half of the 3 heavyweights and 6 Cs had come, but they still could not win and needed reinforcements. It would not be surprising if all the enemies were like this. She had relied on her archery to dominate the 5th zone, and there were few who could match her in the universe. In the 1st zone, although she had suppressed the battlefield with her archery, these people could still retreat if they wanted to. Was this the strongest enemy of the clan? With the Celestial Lord of Triumphant dealing with the Arrow God, Lu Yin relaxed. Senior Void Master, you don't have to worry about the Arrow God. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to kill the Celestial Lord of Triumphant. You and I should take care of our own enemies. He then stepped backwards. Between Mu Ji and Wang Fan, he had to deal with one. The Void Master stared at the Celestial Lord of Triumphant. This fellow had hidden his strength well. With the strength that he had displayed so far, there were not many in the 6 Direction Society who could match him. He was ruthless, and it was no wonder that he dared to guard the entrance to the Zone of Calamity all by himself. Up in the sky, the Wood God sighed. The pressure from the Star Toad was already giving him a headache. It was good that someone else could share the pressure from the Arrow God. The Star Toad's trident continued to stab at the Wood God. Die, 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 die. Below, behind the tower fragment, the Wood God of Calamity. This is the 3rd time. Lu Yin ordered the 7-star mantis to chase after Mu Ji, but he soon felt a wave of dizziness. He had overexerted himself, and he was also exhausted from this battle. However, he had to deal with Mu Ji. Mu Ji did not hesitate to flee, but against the mantis' speed, he could not escape. Lu Yin quickly caught up to him. Luck, luck, I need luck. Mu Ji muttered to himself. He had already taken out the compass of life and death. He did not hesitate to move the needle and watch it move. Given the strength of the 7-star mantis, he had no way of knowing when his opponent would make a move. All he could do was keep moving the needle. How come no one from the Eternals had shown up? The 7-star mantis raised its arm blade and slashed down. Mu Ji could not even see the saber, let alone block it. However, he was extremely lucky. The moment the arm blade chopped down, the needle stopped, live and die together. In an instant, the 7-star praying mantis disappeared. The arm blade almost brushed past Mu Ji's head, almost chopping it off. When Lu Yin saw where the compass's needle had stopped, he was shocked to cancel the summon. Could it be referring to him? Because of the dice and compass, Lu Yin was very wary of such things. Others might not have cared, as they did not believe that a life and death compass could determine life and death, but Lu Yin was different. His sudden appearance gave Mu Ji a fright. As expected, this person's speed was almost enough to stop time. A strand of hair floated down, blown by the wind, swaying in front of Muji's eyes. His head was almost gone. Muji's expression changed greatly as he stared at Lu Yin. Asked, "You attacked?" Lu Yin stared at the life and death compass. "Live and die together?" Muji was scared. He looked at the compass and then at Lu Yin. "Fortunately you didn't kill me. Otherwise you would have died too." Lu Yin looked at Muji suspiciously. He was very wary of such things, but could a life and death compass really be connected to his life? If Muji's life and death compass was connected to the one true gods, would the one true god die too? Obviously not. There must be a limit. However, Lu Yin was not even a progenitor, so he obviously could not reach this limit. "I will die too?" Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly grabbed Muji by the neck and lifted him up. Muji did not resist at all and allowed Lu Yin to grab him. His face was red. You can't kill me. If I die you will die too." "What? With your innate gift of wood?" "Yes, if you don't believe me you can ask the wood god." Lu Yin's grip tightened and Muji could not fight back at all. "Even if your innate gift of wood allows us to live and die together, there is a time limit. If worst comes to worst, I won't kill you and let someone else kill you." Muji struggled to speak. I will use my secret to exchange for my life." Lu Yin frowned. "Secret? I'm not interested in your secret." "Yes, it's your secret." Lu Yin did not understand. "My secret?" Muji said with difficulty. You are Yi Bo." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Muji stared at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. "Your evil is the same as Yi Bo's. You are." At this point, Lu Yin suddenly let go of Muji uncontrollably as if some force was controlling him. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a flash of sword light swept past him, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. Lu Yin hurriedly reversed his steps and dodged. When he turned around he saw that it was the Shi ancestor who had saved Muji. However, Shizu was far away so it was not impossible for Lu Yin to attack. Muji threatened in a low voice, "Lu Yin, if you attack me again I'll tell you." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I swear. I don't know what I'm saying either. If I violate this oath I will die a horrible death and the heavens will destroy me." Lu Yin sized up Muji in shock. What was this guy trying to do? He had actually made such a vicious oath. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more they could not make such an oath. The so-called oath was a restriction on oneself, but some people believed it while others did not. Yi Bo's identity was too important, and Lu Yin did not want anything to go wrong. Muji had to die. He immediately reversed his steps and attacked Muji again. Rather than being threatened by this person, he did not care if his identity was exposed. At worst, he would just change his identity. With divine power, any identity was fine. He had just taken a step when a light green blade suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not know when it had appeared, nor did he know where it extended to. Lu Yin looked up and saw the entire battlefield in the distance. The light green blade then swept past him. He hurriedly blocked it, but the blade brushed past his body without causing any damage. The entire battlefield froze at that moment. Everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or eternals, had to bear the brunt of the light green blade's power. This blade had come from the ancestor of the past. The ancestor's blade fell and his expression was as calm as ever. However, this calmness was suppressing a terrifying chill. Everyone on the battlefield, including the Star Toad, Wood God, Lu Qianni, the Ancient God, Celestial Victor, the Arrow God, and the others looked at the ancestor of the past. "Everyone give me some face and let this war come to an end." This was the ancestor of the past's voice. It was so calm that it did not seem like he was talking about a war, but rather a farce. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor from afar, and the ancestor's gaze met Lu Yin's. "Dao Lord Lu, may I?" The fog around the ancestor of the past dispersed to reveal the fog ancestor on the ground. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the past. "Fog ancestor, what's wrong?" The ancestor of the past replied, "She just fainted. She's my cute disciple after all. I won't do anything to her." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was the fog ancestor the past's disciple? "You want the war to stop? Based on what?" The ancestor of the past raised his sword and looked at the sword edge. "Based on the Qing Luo sword intent." Lu Yin was confused. The next moment, the world spun, and he could not help but take a step forward to support his body. He almost fell as an uncontrollable dizziness overwhelmed him. Was this the power of spiritual force? He had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture for many years, and if this was the case, then what about the others? Soft sounds came from the people who had fallen to the ground. Food Saint, Bao Saint, Lu Yun, Leng Qing, Mu Tao, Su Heng and the others. Even Su Wuwei and Big Sister, who were sequence law powerhouses, were half kneeling on the ground as they almost could not hold on. Everyone's spiritual force had been torn apart by the light green sword edge and were heavily injured. Celestial Victor gripped his golden staff tightly and supported his body. Lu Qianni exhaled. He was the only one who was not affected. The Lu family cultivated the primogenitor's scripture, which made up for the lack of spiritual force. It even made it the hardest point for others to attack. Even so, his expression was not good. Qing Luo? Jiantian, so it's you. Lu Qianni looked at the ancestor of the past and slowly spoke. The others had never heard of this name before and neither had Lu Yin. Would God slowly descended and clutched his head, feeling dizzy? Qing Luo Jiantian? The legendary person who forced your Lu family to seek guidance from the primogenitor's scripture and use it to make up for the lack of spiritual force? Big Sister was covered in sweat as she looked up at the ancestor of the past. There really was such a person? Only those from the Above Heaven era had heard of this name. In that distant era, the Above Heaven era had been glorious. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland, and Lu Yuan had been one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. No one dared to provoke the Lu family, and only one person had fought the Lu family and used his spiritual force to render the Lu family helpless. That person was Qing Luo Jiantian. Why did the Lu family recite the primogenitor's scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force? It was because of this person that Lu Yuan had seen the Lu family's spiritual force deficiency. This person had changed the Lu family. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Qianni. I haven't used this name in a long time. Lu Qianni sighed. I didn't expect to meet you in this era. So you're from the eternal race. The ancestor of the past's gaze was calm, but he did not explain. Can this battle end? Lu Qianni looked at Lu Yin. Whether it was him, Void Master, or Wood God, they were all stronger than Lu Yin and had a much higher seniority. However, they still had to listen to Lu Yin in this battle. This was the authority that Lu Yin had obtained through numerous battles and countless methods. To a certain extent, this sort of authority could even challenge a Grand Empyrean. The ancestor of the past also knew this, which was why the first person he asked was Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3032. Lu Yin remained silent. The ancestor had always been a key figure that he had been wary of. After all, someone who could make the star-toad greet and call the Grand Empyrean Tai Hong could not be weak. In the battle against victorious Celestial, she had forced the Void God back with a single strike. Lu Yin knew that she was strong, but he had still underestimated her. One person and one sword had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogenitor's scripture to make up for their lack of spiritual force. It was easy to imagine how much the ancestor feared her. She must be at the same level as the ancestor, or perhaps a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. That was why the star-toad was wary of her. The wood deity was the trump card prepared for this battle, and victorious Celestial was an accident. Even with the addition of these 2 powerhouses, they still could not suppress the Eternals. The star-toad, arrow god, and ancient god were all extremely powerful, and now the Qing Luo Jiantian had appeared as well. Unless all of the spacetime masters of the Six Direction Association came out, there would be no point in continuing the battle. The 2 people that Lu Yin hated the most were Mu Ji and Wang Fan. Wang Fan was one thing since he knew that Wang Fan was a traitor, and Lu Yin could get rid of him in the future. However, Mu Ji was different. He had actually seen through Lu Yin's disguise as Yi Bo. If Lu Yin did not get rid of him, then Lu Yin's identity as Yi Bo would be useless. But at this moment, the ancestor of the ancient era revealed her identity and acted. Maybe it was because of Mu Ji. Before this, she had saved Mu Ji by stabbing him with her sword. Now she attacked again when he was preparing to act against Mu Ji. Was Mu Ji very important to her? Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji kept retreating. Even though the ancestor was intimidating the battlefield, he was still wary of Lu Yin. He was already very far away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. It was impossible to kill Mu Ji in this situation. If not for victorious Celestial, this battle would have ended. Dao Lord Lu, can we end this battle now? The ancestor asked for the 3rd time. There was no other sound besides the star-toad's strange cries. The ancient god and arrow god did not attack again. The ancestor had forced the humans to stop fighting, which proved that the humans still had some advantage in the realm of tragedy. However, if they really fought to the death, the casualties on both sides would be immeasurable. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient era hadn't used her full strength, so she definitely had her misgivings. This was the main point. At this point, he didn't want so many human powerhouses to accompany the first zone of disaster. Of course, even if the Eternals didn't want to end this war, he could still retreat with the humans. If he didn't have the confidence to retreat, how would he dare to attack the zone of disaster? As for the progenitors who had died, this was a war and there were always casualties. The Eternals had suffered far more losses than the humans. No matter how deep the Eternals' foundations were, they still had to find a way to see through them. This path would lead to many deaths and even Luin himself might die. However, this was a path that had to be taken, and it was impossible for them to win without even seeing through the Eternals' foundations. It was unrealistic. This battle is over. These words spread throughout the land of calamity, causing both sides to heave a sigh of relief. Although the battle hadn't been going on for long, both sides had suffered casualties. This was something that had never happened before. If the battle had continued, who knew how many people would have died? This won't do. Yeah, I'm going to kill that human. He wants to cook me, I'm going to kill him. My first land of calamity is facing a constant shortage of experts, not to mention sending elites to participate in the chosen god battle. Moreover, my first land of calamity can directly face a true god without needing to go through the chosen god battle. The 7 sky gods' position also does not need to be determined through the chosen god battle, so there's no point in participating. The ancestor of the past said indifferently, it's because of this privilege that the other 5 land of calamity are quite dissatisfied with us. The 7 sky gods are equivalent to the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and the 3 pillars and 6 boundless need to determine their substitutes through the chosen god battle. However, the 7 sky gods can allow our first land of calamity to fill in their positions, which makes them feel that it's unfair. Moreover, those who passed the chosen god battle have all come to my first land of calamity. Only a few survived the long war while the rest died in battle, which made the other land of calamity unhappy. Otherwise, the arrow god wouldn't specially mention it. If she mentioned it, the other land of calamity must be more concerned about it. The ancient god looked at the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past said, "Participate." The ancient god didn't object. What about the candidates? The first land of calamity's true god guards have lost nearly half of their captains. Chen Kong was a very good candidate, but he died as well. As he spoke, he looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Shaoyin can directly replace the 7 sky gods, there's no need for him to participate. The ancestor of the past's eyes flashed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I have a candidate in mind. For the time being, we will seal off the first land of calamity. Luin is a very shrewd person. Once Tai Hong, Lu Yuan, and the rest come out of seclusion, he might plan a second attack. This is no longer something that Tai Hong can decide. This person forced Tai Hong to come out of seclusion, but Tai Hong didn't kill him. It's obvious that he cares a lot about this person. We have to be careful of this person. I have a premonition that if we are careless, this land of calamity might be destroyed by this person. On the other side, outside the entrance of the land of calamity, Lu Yin and the rest brought back 3 corpses. They were Gon, Chen Lu and Dan Pu. Lei Tian was severely injured, but First Jian didn't die. This was something that Lu Yin didn't expect. First Jian was first hit by the ancient god and then an arrow from the arrow god. Even though Lei Tian was severely injured, First Jian still managed to dodge with his innate talent. If Lu Yin hadn't known about First Jian's innate talent, it would have been difficult to kill him. However, First Jian didn't have it easy either, as his injuries weren't light. Forefather Tianyi, Big Sis, and the rest were all heavily injured, and they would definitely need to recuperate for a long time after this battle. With a bang, the Heavenly Sovereign smashed his golden staff into the ground. You guys go back. I'll stay here. No one knew what to say. The Heavenly Sovereign's undying nature left them speechless. Lu Yin said a few words to the group before dispersing. Everyone needed to go back and recuperate. Although they hadn't achieved their goal in this battle, such a battle was still rare in the 6 Direction Society's history. If news of this spread back, it would definitely raise everyone's morale. The endless battlefield was now the 6 Direction Society's domain, and they had even beaten the Eternals into hiding in the land of calamity. These accomplishments were enough to make countless people in the 6 Direction Society cheer. Lu Yin specially thanked the 5 spirit clans. If not for them, they wouldn't have had enough manpower in this battle. Take back the astral door, Luin instructed.